Chapter 141. Family Talk and Departure. Blank. Pav narration underscore, blank. Enel headed to the sweet city to plan out his next moves as Oven sat in front of his mother, looking at her with a wary gaze. He wasn't quite sure what Big Mom would want with him, he had made sure not to disrespect or slight her in any way. But it seemed that she still had something in her mind. It's never a good thing when mother singles you out. I hope her recent changes in demeanor will lead to a better outcome for this. It was normal for Oven to be somewhat anxious. Their mother had even almost killed off one of their older siblings in a blind rage, stealing most of his lifespan in an instant. Oven knew that it was unlikely to happen to him, as he had recently been raised to the rank of Sweet Commander, becoming a valuable asset to the Big Mom pirates, but that didn't mean nothing bad could happen to him. Is this because I didn't bother hiding my friendship with Enel? Does she think I was betraying our family in accompanying Enel? Oven was in fact quite flattered that Enel trusted him enough to have him watch over his dealings with Linlin. But it was only now that he thought about what his mother might have perceived from that situation. I can almost smell your fear, Linlin said as she narrowed her large eyes at her son. Her tone was accusatory and serious, her eyes scanning over her son as her large body allowed her to tower over him. Oven simply gulped, immediately bowing as his voice shook. I'm sorry, mother. Bah, what are you sorry for? Big Mom's voice sounded almost amused, a stark contrast to what it was a few seconds earlier, which made Oven widen his eyes in shock. Single quote. Was she just playing with me? You should avoid looking so guilty, Oven. It will make people think that you have something to hide. Linlin shrugged a bit as she spoke, leaning into her large chair as she adjusted the hem of her pink pirate hat. Oven was well and thoroughly flabbergasted at that point. Their mother almost never gave them any advice or showed any amount of care towards them. The only time she did show care was when she was faced with actual infants. Her love seemed to fade as her children grew up. So one couldn't really blame Oven for thinking it was unnatural. I noticed your progress. Going from being insignificant to the third strongest in the crew in a matter of months. Training with such passion that it put all of your brothers to shame. Through all of his shock, Oven noticed another emotion creeping up on him. A strange sense of satisfaction. Receiving their mother's approval was something that all of their siblings dreamed of. It was why a lot of them struggled to be useful to her. But she was always cold and callous, which led to them mimicking her behavior as well. It was almost in their nature by the time they reached adulthood. Cruelty and sadism were activities that all of them partook in. Oven was no stranger to them either. So what happened? Why would his mother suddenly give him such high praise? You've become strong. Yet you still have room for growth. Big Mom looked down at her son, raising an eyebrow as she finally noticed his reaction. At that point, Oven was kneeling, his fist on the ground before him as he held his head down. His body seemed to tremble. At first, Linlin was disappointed, thinking Oven was a coward. But then she noticed some water dripping from his face, which only served to make her more confused. What's wrong? She was about to ask, but Oven interrupted her, throwing his head up as he shouted. Mother, thank you for the praise. I am undeserving of it. Brother Katakuri deserves it the most among us. Oven was beyond elated, that much was clear. It was now not that difficult for Big Mom to realize that those weren't tears of fear or sadness. Rather, they were caused by either excitement or relief. Single quote. To show such a strong reaction to such simple praise. I guess I never did pay much attention to their achievements, now did I? Now, you can accept this praise, your big brother is also exceptional, he has long since earned my favor. Although I have rarely voiced it in the past. More like, I only thought of you all as tools. So I saw no need in doing this type of thing. Big Mom could only sigh to herself at that thought. Oven looked up at her with stars in his eyes, weirding her out somewhat. Now, let us get down to business. Big Mom said as she crossed her arms. Oven quickly wiped his tears away, looking up at his mother with a determined expression. Whatever she wants of me, I shall do it. Prove that I am truly worthy of her attention. After seeing the look in his eyes, Big Mom simply smiled. Now, how good is your relationship with Enel? Blank. Pav Enel, blank. It feels so strange. It's almost as if I am on a cloud. It was weird having to get used to my own body once again, but it wasn't all that difficult to do. That soul fragment certainly did its toll on me. It wasn't just sapping my mind and energy, it was likely also affecting my thoughts to some extent. At least I think so. It wouldn't really make much sense for me to even consider giving up on my quest. And yet I had actually thought about doing so and not attempting to go through my deal with Big Mom. Looking back, it's almost as if these thoughts are not my own. It was almost as if something else was whispering in my ears. Or someone, I guess. Really, the more it tries to push me away from getting too involved in this world, the more I want to get to the bottom of this entire mystery and reveal the truth to the world. Still, now that I am done with fixing my soul, at least done enough to be able to use Conqueror's hockey properly, I now have a lot of things to do. Besides actually starting to train my hockey and looking for advanced technique teachers, I also need to actually start studying the poneglyphs we have already gathered. Oh, so much work. Thankfully, I still have time. The clock is ticking though. I should try to find the Sky Island. I may have lost the eternal pose on Baltigo, but I still have a piece of Garp's Vive Ricard, so that shouldn't be much of an issue. No, for now, I need to try and find the Revolutionary Army, as well as Akainu and the rest. Pretty sure there are plenty of things to talk about with them. I need to take them to the Sky Islands, which will become our main base from now on. I will be able to officially start my training and start studying properly when I reach it. I also need to look for Morgans, but that might be easier said than done. I have no idea where he might have hidden from the world government. For now, he might have to wait. His meeting with Robin will also have to be postponed, as unfortunate as it is, the man is extremely slippery. And finding him quickly simply isn't in the cards right now. I will seek out the revolutionaries. I'll be leaving Cake Island soon, can't really stick around these parts much longer. I'll give Big Mom a proper warning about I am and the world government, but I don't have enough space on the flying islands to house everyone in her family. I can't exactly float up islands into the sky and rest them on the Imperial cumulus. Well, I'm pretty sure the Sky Islands are nowhere near that gigantic fossilized cloud. I better say goodbye to Oven at the very least. Katakuri as well, if I happen to run into him. Blank. Pav narration underscore, blank. Enel went ahead with his plan and prepared to depart the island. Having one last short conversation with Big Mom, giving her the details of what happened at Baltigo. It was pretty clear that she was shocked by the situation. And it was also quite clear that she was not quite fully believing Enel, but who could blame her? In the end, she was left to think about the warnings Enel had given her, as the Lightning Emperor stepped out of her castle confidently. It feels so refreshing, breathing in the fresh air with such a clear mind. Oi, Enel. The Lightning Emperor turned around, looking at Oven with a raised eyebrow. He immediately noticed that Oven was carrying a large backpack, which made him a tad confused. Enel just assumed that Oven was also going to be off elsewhere, so he didn't question it much though. Oven, I was about to just drop by and tell you that I'll be off. Though you might have guessed that already. Enel smiled a bit as he spoke, not bothering with any honorifics as he tapped his metallic walking stick on the ground. It is quite obvious that you're about to leave. And I'll also be coming with you. Oven tapped himself on the chest as he spoke, a confident smile spread on his face as he did so. What? Chapter 142. Tag along, storage and departure. Blank. Pav narration underscore, blank. So what, you're just going to abandon your family and come with me? Enel asked with a raised eyebrow. Is Linlin putting him up to something? I am not abandoning my family, nor am I choosing you over them. Oven started speaking as a resolute look started forming on his face. From now on, you are a business partner of the Big Mom Pirates. You have a special status, it's only normal that you have someone who can communicate quickly with the rest of the Big Mom Pirates. Wouldn't a Den Den Mushi be enough for that? Under most circumstances, but we are not exactly allies. Giving access to our communication networks to another emperor of the seas is ill-advised at best. Oven explained with a smile. Therefore, Mother decided to give me the mission of maintaining contact between you two. The sweet commander tapped himself on the chest with his mechanical arm, showing his confidence. Quote. I guess that makes sense. I don't buy this one bit, he's probably just a spy for Big Mom. Not that it matters, if she had any bad intentions she would have acted already, as I am injured. Better yet, she could have just pulled my soul and stolen my lifespan. So I guess I will trust her for now. Well, I doubt Oven of all people would end up stabbing me in the back. Then Enel blinked a few times, as he realized something. I don't have any way to take you with me. My flying ship was lost, my walking stick won't be enough to make a ship large enough for the two of us. I was just going to fly away. Oven instantly looked a bit disappointed, then he started rubbing his chin, thinking of some ways to get their hands on some method of transportation. That won't be an issue. Another voice joined the conversation, Enel and Oven both turning their heads towards the newcomer. It was none other than Persipero, in his usual flashy attire and having his usual resting bitch face. Mother has decided to trust you, so you will be given as many materials as you need to leave the island properly. Peroran musical note. From Oven's recollection, you manipulate metals to create a flying ship, correct? Big Mom's oldest son spoke in a straightforward manner, not caring much for honorifics despite conversing with a well-known emperor. That is awfully kind of you. I need anything that conducts electricity well. Enel said as he narrowed his eyes. Don't get me wrong, Sky King. I don't trust you, or your intentions. Think of this as an interest-free loan, whatever you take you must pay for in full, at a later time. Peroran musical note tilde. Enel simply nodded. It's honestly better this way than to receive a gift from the Big Mom pirates. It's already enough that I owe Linlin. Such is the nature of a business relationship. Perospero spoke slowly as he did so, sometimes licking his candy cane. Now, if you were willing to marry one of my siblings, I am quite sure Mother wouldn't mind forming an alia. Nah, I'm good. Enel immediately interrupted Perospero, who tapped the ground with the candy cane and continued speaking with a disappointed expression. Your loss, Sky King. Smoothie is currently still available. I am sure you two would get along. Peroran musical note tilde. No, I really am not looking for an arranged marriage. Though I appreciate the offer. Enel waved his hand as he spoke, his cane turning into a bracelet as he responded. Perospero seemed to give up on pressing the issue any further. Instead, he beckoned Oven and Enel to follow him, licking a large candy cane as he did so. The three of them walked for a few minutes, mostly in silence. Persipero was far from the chatty type, but he was no longer as hostile as he had been at first, despite still voicing his dislike for Enel. Here it is, Peroran musical note tilde. Perospero opened a large door, which led them to what appeared to be a huge storage room filled with metals. The homie guards at the door simply bowed and stood to the side, not daring to stop two sweet commanders. Is Mother really all right with this? These are materials that we have collected over the years. Oven's voice rang with uncertainty. Mother won't mind. I already said this is a loan. As the oldest brother, I at least have this much decisive power. Peroran musical note tilde. Perospero said as he looked around the storage room. It had countless riches and treasures, befitting of an emperor's storage room. It was not the main treasury, but it was still filled to the brim with treasure that most pirates would wage war for. Whatever you want, take it. A homie will take inventory of everything you've taken, and they will be added to your tab. You either return them or give something equally as valuable in exchange. Peroran musical note tilde. Perospero then turned to leave, having done his job and going on his merry way, whistling in a melodic tone as he did so. I rarely see him in that good of a mood. Oven said with some sweat on his brow. I guess he really wants me to go away. Enel said with a blank stare as he then proceeded to pick whatever he wanted. He could go for gold, but it was expensive and soft, and he would likely end up having to give it back. I should look for something less dense. Something that I can manipulate slightly, even if it's not tougher. I can use hockey, but the more I hold of it, the better. The first that came to mind was aluminium, rather it was likely the best possible option. Cheap, bulky, about as conductive as gold. And there's plenty of it here. In the end, Enel took around 20 tons, emptying the storage of aluminum completely. Shouldn't you pick a stronger metal? Oven asked as he scratched the back of his head. No, this is more than enough. Enel quickly created a gauntlet and a set of greaves, shin guards, as well as a set of earrings. All of them were completely white, and Enel left his walking stick untouched, turning it from a bracelet into an upper arm guard, covering his only shoulder. Your choice. At least you didn't take much of the valuable stuff. I'm quite sure Mother would have said something if that was the case. Oven said as the two of them then headed outside. They left the castle without wasting any more time. Right at the entrance stood a tall figure, wearing a leather outfit and a scarf covering half of his face. It was none other than Katakuri, leaning on the gate and looking at them with his arms crossed. So this is where we part ways. Katakuri said while looking at the two of them, but mainly at his brother. Well, it's not like I'm leaving forever. It is likely going to be a long mission. Oven said as he scratched the back of his head. Regardless, you better take care of yourself. I'll make sure the rest of our siblings are safe. And, Enel. Katakuri then turned his red eyes towards the Lightning Emperor. Take care of my younger brother. That was all he said before turning into a donut and rolling away. Enel blinked a few times when seeing the way he made his exit, but decided not to dwell on it. He sure doesn't like showing affection. Enel said as he wiped some sweat off his brows using one of his earlobes. Don't let his demeanor fool you. Out of everyone, he cares the most about his siblings. Oven simply nodded, as Enel snapped his fingers, his gauntlet and greaves turning into a large white Viking ship. It's not that sturdy, but it will hold out. Try not to punch it though. Enel said as he got on. Oven followed suit, dragging that large backpack behind him as the two of them embarked on their journey. Where to? The sweet commander asked as their ship took off the ground. Looking back, he could see some of his siblings waving at him as he left. Without any hesitation, he waved back at them, a wide smile on his face. Who knew being loved actually feels so nice? First stop, Dressrosa. That's where we'll most likely reunite with the revolutionaries. And some other characters that you may not like meeting. Revolutionaries. Ha, you've sure got a lot of stories to tell. Oven smiled a bit, not dwelling much on the last part of Enel's sentence. Indeed. Good thing we'll be able to talk as we train. Enel said as a sadistic smile rose to his lips. Oven's smile shook a bit before confidence returned to him. Hey, I hope you'll be able to keep up. Enel simply smiled at his training partner's enthusiasm. I can't wait to beat him into exhaustion. Chapter 143. Dressrosa Incident and Unexpected Aid. Blank. POV narration _ blank. As Oven and Enel embarked on their journey, the situation at Dressrosa took a turn for the worse. The old king Riku Doldo III had been doing his best to lead his people better and to repair the damage that had been done by Doflamingo's made rain. Families that needed to be mended, lives that had been uprooted. The cleanup of the destroyed buildings by itself took months. Learning of Enel's actions at Marineford did shock their country, but they all had their own issues. So the public soon forgot about it. The Riku family that had befriended him simply decided to trust in him and in his judgment. Even with the Marines being moved to the Holy Land, the country of Dressrosa was given quite a bit of protection. More importantly, although the Marines were weakened in the Marineford War, those sailing the New World still didn't dare to act up too much. There were those that sought out the new emperor, hoping for a chance to join the Sky King's crew, but otherwise, things were just as chaotic as usual in the New World. Where Doldo's difficulties started at the raid on Baltigo, or more specifically, the Great Massacre. The wise king wasn't stupid. He knew that the world government had rushed into a war in order to take attention from the news that started circulating. The truth of the Ohara incident did shock quite a few of the Riku family, but Doldo himself wasn't surprised at all. The actual disaster that was caused by the Great Massacre was the complete fallout of the Marines and the destruction of most of their foothold. In the New World, the formerly somewhat balanced sea became a chaotic hotpot of misery for the people without strength. Dressrosa was thankfully not swarmed by riot control, as they hadn't marched to the streets after the news about Ohara. But they were instead swarmed by pirates soon after the news broke out that most of the leading Marine figures had died on Baltigo. Not only that, communications with the Marines became non-existent. The news was only coming to him, the king, from representatives of the world government. Simply put, low-ranking CP agents. They only delivered the news to the big cities, and they spread out their propaganda cleanly for everyone to enjoy, while their pacifistas cut through protesters with their lasers. The CP agents obviously never talked about that. They only spoke about the efforts they were making to combat the revolutionaries and their secret weapon that had erased Baltigo from the map. Of course, they also counted protesters in most major cities as revolutionaries. As they were surely crowds incited by the despicable revolutionary dragon. Yeah, right. Neither Doldo nor any person with a finger on the pulse of that situation believed even a word from the CP messengers. They had obviously entered dark times, and Doldo only knew about it thanks to some of the friends he had made after becoming king once more. More specifically, pirate friends. They had been once turned into toys by Sugar when Doflamingo was in charge. But after being turned back, they had somewhat helped the nation and fought against what remained of the Don Quixote pirates. The wise king made a pertinent choice when deciding to befriend them. He did so behind the back of the Marines, but it now seemed like the right move. They traveled the New World, sometimes reaching out to Doldo and letting him know the situation in other places. They also kept Dressrosa informed on major movements in the New World, which allowed Doldo to somewhat prepare for conflicts. Now, Dressrosa was able to resist attacks from most pirate groups. Thankfully, Kairos had grown quite a bit stronger and was able to easily hold his own against most pirate captains under a 500 million bounty. However, their current problem was a bit different than regular pirates. It was more akin to an entire army. Doldo's connection to his pirate associates was also cut off a few weeks before the attack happened, so they were caught in a bit of a pinch, with little time to prepare. Currently, at the largest port in Dressrosa, Doldo stood face to face with two people, while his kingdom was surrounded by a few hundred pirate ships, ready to pillage and plunder the hard work of his people. One figure was of a tall, short-haired black man with a goatee, wearing black sunglasses and a white costume. The other was a giant strangely shaped black-haired man. His body seemed to be runny, it was as if he was constantly in a mucus-like state, constantly dribbling everywhere. He wore rather loose clothing and a blue wavy cape that covered him completely. They were none other than Corazon, or Virgo, and Trebol. Two of Doflamingo's former elite officers. I can somewhat guess why you are here, Doldo said as he shook his head slightly. To avenge our master, Doflamingo, and take back the empire that he rightfully ruled for a decade, Virgo said as his face remained expressionless. Rightful. Erasing memories and enslaving people as he did. Do you think you have any rights here? A voice rang out from beside Doldo. Kairos stared at the two elite officers without any fear in his eyes. His mechanical leg almost creaked in excitement, as his hand was already on the hilt of his blade, ready to take it out at a moment's notice. HMPH, this lowly gladiator. Sure is loud, Trebol said with a scowl on his face. Doldo looked at Kairos, and the two of them seemed to come to an understanding. There's really no avoiding this fight. We must at least try to make a last stand here. Kairos immediately slashed his blade towards the duo, and Doldo took a step back, drawing his own blade as he whistled for reinforcements. Kairos was immediately intercepted by Virgo, the former marine that had gone rogue after hearing of Doflamingo's demise. Gladiator, you sure seem to have gotten stronger, Virgo said as his blackened fist blocked Kairos's blade perfectly. With a kick from Virgo, Kairos was forced to take a few steps back and collect himself, realizing that his opponent was a lot stronger than expected. Kairos was not the only one determined to grow stronger after all. Virgo had been loyal to Doflamingo. After learning of his captain's demise, his sole goal became to both reclaim the throne of Doflamingo's kingdom and to take revenge on the ones that took part in his downfall. Virgo sought to become strong enough to eventually hunt down Enel. Though he was far from strong enough to attempt such a thing, he was still strong enough to subjugate the kingdom of Dressrosa. Kairos sweated a bit as he narrowed his eyes, his blade turning dark as he clashed with Virgo a few more times. Each slash of his was either dodged or blocked completely. Virgo showcased a rather extensive mastery of the six powers. Sometimes letting his body bend around Kairos's sword, sometimes using Shigen to push it aside and change its trajectory. It didn't take long for Kairos to be at a disadvantage. He had only managed to scratch Virgo's cheek once before the former marine covered his entire body in armament. Kairos himself received a lot more than a scratch, each exchange led to him receiving a punch, or being pierced by a stray Shigen. If not for his endurance, he would have already fallen. But he kept forging forward, his will carrying him through the fight more so than anything. I hope Rebecca is at least safe. That was truly all that Kairos could think about at that moment. Meanwhile, Trebol quickly started chasing after Dodlo with a laugh, attacking the old king with ferocity. The guards that tried to stop him failed rather quickly, and Doldo himself was stuck only dodging as many attacks as he could. It was truly a desperate situation for the kingdom of Dressrosa. If it was just two elite officers, then things would be quite fine, or at least manageable. But they were surrounded on all sides by groups of pirates of varying sizes and strengths. Doldo had no clue how exactly Trebol and Virgo had managed to persuade all of them, but they were now besieging the kingdom. And because of that siege, the morale of their guards was quickly plummeting as volleys of cannonballs seemed to rain down upon them. Stop running, old man, Trebol shouted as he continued to attack Doldo with a relaxed smile. If you say so. Doldo immediately turned around, grasping at his blade and sending a flying slash right at Trebol's face. Trebol simply laughed again as a wall of mucus formed in front of him, causing the flying slash to stop immediately. Doldo could only scowl as he dodged yet another mucus tentacle. The wise king knew that he'd lose the second he touched that sticky mucus. If he stopped for only 1 second, then he'd be immediately captured. No room for errors, huh? The old king continued his struggles, and so did Kairos, as he tried to damage Virgo, only to end up scratching the former marine a few more times. Is my will really not sharp enough? Kairos couldn't help but get frustrated at the thought. His blade slashed a dozen times, and Virgo pushed all of the slashes away. And punched him in the gut. Kairos flew back, his back broke through a few walls before he came to a stop. Bloody and battered, The fight had only lasted for a few minutes, yet he was already too battered to continue. Disappointing. Thought you were a good stepping stone, but I guess not. I need to defeat more and more powerful people, and eventually reach that hateful emperor. Virgo spouted his delusions as he walked closer and closer to the half-unconscious Kairos. When he got close enough, Kairos swung his sword for one last time. But this time Virgo simply extended his palm and grasped the blade, stopping it instantly. Kairos struggled a bit, but only managed to cut Virgo's leather glove before the former Marine simply clenched his fist, breaking the blade into pieces as he scoffed at the gladiator's efforts. May you rest in peace. Virgo then raised his fist, punching down at Kairos with all of his strength. Kairos simply closed his eyes as he grit his teeth, preparing for the worst. Father. A metallic clang was all he heard. He forced his eyes open as both he and his daughter were sent flying backwards, breaking through a few more walls. Rebecca. What is the meaning of this? The king instructed you to escape alongside Viola. Kairos said in an angry tone as he shakily stood up. Rebecca herself simply pouted, her pink hair covering one of her eyes as she supported her father. We would never just leave you two behind. We're a family, Rebecca said as she gave her father a shaky smile. Oh, how touching, Virgo said emotionlessly as he approached them again, stepping over rubble and through a few destroyed hoses as he reached them once more. The pink-haired princess immediately pointed her sword at him, her hands shaking slightly as she tried to gather her courage. Stay awa. Rebecca stopped herself, her eyes widening as she looked in Virgo's direction. Kairos seemed to have the same reaction, as he supported himself on his mechanical leg. Cat got your tongue? Virgo asked as he prepared to deliver a final blow, but then his entire body froze up in fear. A creepy sensation crawled down his spine, making the hair on his back stand as he suddenly felt it, a powerful presence standing right behind him. He had been tunnel-visioned on the pair in front of him, toying with his food. Only now could he notice a massive shadow towering over him. An actual predator bearing its fangs at his arrogance. Wah. The former Marine only managed to turn around halfway as he tried to use Soru and escape, but his head was grasped in an instant. He didn't even have the time to react. A large hand completely raised him up from the ground, suspending him in the air as he struggled needlessly against the much stronger opponent's grip. His glasses cracked and fell off his head as he finally caught a glimpse of the person holding him up. Fleet Admiral Akainu. Fear wasn't all that was present in his voice, as shock was a great second. It was as if a corpse had risen from the grave to punish him for his sins. That was all he got to say before his head suddenly started feeling hot. In a panic, Virgo tried to grab at Akainu's hand, trying to pry himself away. But he had absolutely no chance. He only struggled for a few more seconds, screaming and thrashing around, as his head was swallowed by magma. Geez. Enel is so sloppy. To think he'd leave such loose ends alive. Still, to think one was even in the Marines. Akainu simply shook his head as Virgo's headless corpse fell on the ground. Fleet Admiral Akainu. Kairos said as his eyes widened, it was as if he was staring at a ghost. Yes, shocking, I know. Keep silent for now, our appearance here must be kept secret. Kairos then looked to the side, his eyes widening once again as he saw Trebol had already been turned into an ice sculpture. Aokiji simply stood over him, his leg pressing the mucus human's head into the frozen dirt. Viola and Doldo simply stood nearby, staring at the situation with just as much shock as Kairos and Rebecca. Viola had rushed to help her own father, much like Rebecca, but she could only attack from a distance, as getting close to Trebol was dangerous for her. She didn't get to fight for long though, as Aokiji arrived soon after her, finishing Trebol off in half a move. Then they all heard a few explosions, making them turn their heads towards the ships in the distance. They could see light rays raining from the clouds, exploding many of the nearby ships. Countless yellow lights became explosions that swallowed entire ships, burning and sinking them with ease. On the other side, they could see a violet glow simply forcing the ships to sink to the depths of the seas. The ocean around Dressrosa was quickly filled with drowning pirates and sunken ships. Were we saved so easily? Doldo almost couldn't believe his eyes. All of the large figures that were thought dead were there. Well, most of them. Their death was the main reason why Virgo and Trebol could entice so many pirates to take over a kingdom. Even a single admiral would have been enough to demolish their gathering after all. But why were the Marines there? And why were they pronounced dead? HMPH. Now that that's done, let's talk in the castle. I am sure you have plenty of questions. Akainu said as he turned to the Riku family after he was done observing the sunk ships around Dressrosa. Doldo could only nod, and they all started heading for the castle in that instant, not even bothering to give the corpses behind them a second look. Kizaru and Fujitora, who had been hiding in the clouds, also joined them on their way to the castle. And their conversation started as soon as they entered closed doors. Chapter 144. Goal, Troubled Sea in Vastness. Blank. POV narration underscore, blank. Both Enel and Oven were sprawled on the deck of the flying aluminium ship. They hadn't bothered to tone down the intensity of their training just because the ship's stability was a bit weaker than before. Enel could quickly repair the ship each time it threatened to fall from the sky. So they were fighting with great intensity, and not bothering to hold back at all. Single quote. This is a lot more tiring than expected. Oven couldn't help but ponder on that as he whizzed some air into his lungs. Training with Enel was just as tiring as before, as the Emperor seemingly decided to no longer hold back on him. Still, Oven realized quickly that Enel now wasn't actually that much stronger than him physically. I guess his speed is still much better due to his devil fruit, and his observation hockey is leagues above mine, but in physical strength and armament hockey, he isn't that much better. I can still catch up to him. Sure, if the two of them were to fight, Oven would likely die in less than half a second, but that didn't discourage the sweet commander one bit. He was actually excited at the prospect of one-upping Enel in a few aspects. Of being able to say that he could actually be of help, contributing to whatever his friend's quest was. Wait a minute. Oven immediately shot up and looked at Enel with a confused look. I've been following him, but what does he even want to accomplish? I thought he was a marine initially, with his own sense of justice and whatnot. But now he's an emperor of the seas, one that has specifically gone against the world government constantly. Well, he was fighting agents while in the Marines as well. But what exactly does he wish to accomplish? Oven did put some pieces of the puzzle together in his spare time. He somewhat realized that Enel was going against the world government, that much had been obvious for a while. But why is he going against them? He is my friend, so I'd support him regardless. Still, I can't help but wonder. I guess he will tell me when he feels like it. Knowing him, it's likely not even an issue of trust, and he just forgot. Say, Enel, what do you plan to do now exactly? Oven asked as he finally recovered his breath and looked at the sky above, which was slowly darkening as the sun finally decided to start setting. Well, the revolutionary dragon had built a secret base underneath Dressrosa at some point, and they know that I am in good graces with the Riku family, so the most likely place where I am going to find them is there. So we are just meeting the revolutionary army. Quote. Well, that and a few former Marines. Enel said as he tried to think of a good way of telling Oven that they would meet the man who had dismembered him in the past. Marines joining the revolutionaries. I guess it's not that surprising with the government's recent actions. Well, I am not sure if they've joined up per se. But they are traveling together from what I know. Quote. No offense, but I find it hard to believe that Dragon would just be traveling with Marines after the recent disaster at Baltigo. The risk of them being government agents would be too high. Enel sighed when he heard that. It was a bit amusing, thinking of Akainu and the rest as government spies, but the amusement didn't last long, as Enel still wondered how to inform Oven of Akainu and the rest. In the end, after a few more seconds of staring at the slowly appearing stars, Enel decided to stop trying to drift around the issue and just crashed into it directly. I'll just be honest with you. The people we're about to meet are the Marines that were dubbed as dead on Baltigo. Former admirals and fleet admiral specifically. Can't exactly avoid this meeting, and Oven is a friend of mine and an ally. He will be there when we eventually wage war on the world government, so he needs to also be present in the meetings that lead up to that. Oven leaned on the railing of the ship when he heard that, his eyes widened in confusion. So they aren't actually dead. What the hell happened at Baltigo then? I can tell you are quite confused. I will give you a brief rundown of the way things unfolded. Enel then also stood up, supporting himself on his cane as he started talking a bit more about the incident at Baltigo. He didn't go into many details about the war itself, as it had just been him fighting the Marines for a while before the giant eye appeared in the sky. Enel stopped at that point, as he could tell that he had lost Oven somewhat. So a giant red eye appears in the sky, and you can't use future sight on it. And you didn't flee, Oven said as he looked at Enel's missing limb and shortened earlobe. Well, the thought certainly crossed my mind. But I couldn't exactly abandon Sengoku and the rest. Although we were just fighting, my relationship with the Marines is a bit complex. We aren't exactly enemies, or it's more accurate to say we aren't enemies at all. Quote. So your relationship with them is good enough to risk your life for them. Oven said as he crossed his arms. If an attack took off his arm, then it could just as easily have killed him on the spot. He basically just got lucky. Well, honestly, I didn't think we'd fail to block whatever was coming our way. Sengoku and the rest are strong, and I always trust my devil fruit when it comes to firepower. It just happened to not be enough this time around. Oven asked a few more questions about the situation. His reaction was already quite a bit better than Enel had expected. If anything, Oven didn't seem to care much about Akainu, not even bringing him up in the discussion. Now, Enel wasn't daft. That certainly didn't mean Oven was now 100% prepared to work together with Akainu. But at the very least the two could be in the same room without trying to kill each other. Wait a minute, what if Akainu just attacks Oven? I mean, I'll obviously just stop him. But that would be stirring the pot in a really bad direction. Well, me being there should be enough to prevent him from just acting up and baring his teeth at my associates. Their conversation continued for a while after that. Enel told Oven as much as he could about the situation, including news of Sengoku's state, the fact that devil fruits didn't seem effective against that island erasing attack, and the fact that they were rescued by Shanks of all people. Well, they were actually saved by Shanks and Dragon, but if Shanks didn't halt the attack, Dragon wouldn't have been able to pull them all away in time. Sure, that argument went both ways, but Shanks did get there faster as well. So that certainly gave him extra marks. Eventually, the conversation died down, and Oven decided to rest his eyes for a bit. Enel couldn't exactly sleep, as he needed to keep the ship moving, so he was left alone with his thoughts. From time to time, he would flare up his observation hockey and radar, scouting the area ahead of him and even the seas below. He still couldn't quite keep his radar on at all times, much like he couldn't keep his observation on at all times, but at least he could use it when it mattered. Enel actually felt as if his observation hockey was a bit different as well after the green fog was lifted. It was as if the world was a bit clearer. He still couldn't see images with observation hockey alone, but he felt as if his will extended farther, somehow. At that moment, Enel realized that there was likely no one in the world that could see as far as he could. That even the most skilled observation hockey users were unable to sense the world around them as clearly as he could for such great distances. Eventually, Enel felt some movement, but it wasn't from the sides or from in front of him. It wasn't a ship nor was it a human for that matter. It was instead the gigantic figure of a snake, following his flying ship at a great pace. Enel blinked a few times as he noticed it, because something else was strange about it. Enel simply couldn't sense the end of the Sea King. How big is this fucking thing? Now, the Lightning Emperor wasn't scared. He had killed large things in the past, and he knew that sometimes size was a detriment more so than anything. But the sheer size of that snake dwarfed any Sea King that he had seen before. It was nothing less than astonishing. Enel could sense upon searching further that other Sea Kings seemed to be either hiding or running away from the gigantic water snake. He thought about trying to speed up and lose it for a few seconds, but the snake seemed to be able to easily keep up with him regardless of what he did. No way in hell I can make this ship move faster than this Sea King, huh? Eventually, Enel stopped, circling around in one place, as Enel stood on one of the railings of his ship and stared at the large shadow that seemed to cover the entire sea underneath him. Had it not been for the moonlight, then Enel wouldn't even have been able to notice it at all. The water shifted, as a gigantic head rose from the waters at a slow speed. Enel could see tsunamis forming just from the smallest movements of the Sea King. What is this? Enel had truly never seen such a being in his life. It looked distinctly different from other Sea Kings he had seen as well. It did look quite a lot like a snake, but it seemed to have two sets of eyes instead of one, and its teeth seemed to be more similar to those of a shark. Its scales seemed to be much thicker than anything he had seen before. It didn't have any gills, but its body did seem to be filled with scars. One thing was for sure though. Its size was certainly not there for show. Hell, this thing looks like it could easily crush an island by coiling around it. I am glad to finally have reached you, descendant of the Sky King. Enel's eyes widened as he heard that voice, and his hockey flared up as he realized that, for some reason, he could actually understand the gigantic being. The voice of all things. No, I believe you lack that particular ability. Thankfully, I do not. The ancient voice quickly cleared things up for Enel, as the snake's head rose and stood directly in front of Enel's ship. Enel was basically forced to land his ship on the snake's head. Something that it didn't seem to mind or care about. After all, It was larger than some islands, and the ship was smaller than an ant for the Sea King. Single quote. Well, I guess I can't just have everything served to me on a platter. What is your name? What do you want? Why have you been seeking me, and why did you call me a descendant of the Sky King? Enel said to the snake in his mind. My name. Well, what you are standing on is merely one of my heads. Humans had called me Yamata no Orochi at one point. But you may simply call me Orochi. Orochi. Wasn't there a devil fruit like that as well? Mythical zone as well. That is true. I did give a small part of my power to a certain tree, and it did grow a fruit out of it. But that is not truly important. What the hell's that about? Enel was even more confused after the answer than before asking the question, but it seemed that Orochi didn't feel the need to explain himself. What you hold and what you use is a fragment of the former Sky King's power. Which is why I reached out to you first. The sun god is still in his infancy, but you seem to be close to awakening. Enel managed to understand a few things, but if Orochi wasn't lying to him, then he had just learned a lot more about devil fruits than he had thought he ever could. So is this Sky King the reason you are contacting me now? Indeed, the more you hold a lot more power than you are aware of. That fragment may yet evolve into the full power of the Sky King if you train it hard enough. I was unable to reach you before, as there was something else shrouding any connection I could have made with you. Probably that green fog Big Mom ate. But why exactly are you telling me all of this? Quote. Things have been moving too fast. Your interference in this world has altered its fate greatly. Now it all hangs in a feeble balance, and that balance is currently reliant on you. I do not know who you are, or who you were before, but you have long since lost the right to abstain from acting. I merely wished to inform you of this. For your actions or inactions may either doom this world or make it better. Enel simply looked at the night sky. His gaze was still confused. He hadn't quite expected to hear something like that, or to learn so much in one mere night. It was certainly a lot of information to process. The snake seemed to understand that as well, as it seemed to sigh, the slight movement of its gigantic body creating immense waves all around it. Alas, you seem to already be on the right track. But I urge you to try and awaken your devil fruit faster. The sun god must hurry as well. The fate of this world has already become unpredictable. Without awakening, you stand no chance for any challenges you are to face in the future. Single quote. I'm guessing you are not going to give me any hints on how to awaken or any further details about this fate, right? Enel almost scowled as he spoke. He noticed the way the snake was talking in circles, the way it was only implying things and not really saying them directly. Getting involved in such things is a danger in itself. I have already done enough. If you wish for further details, may you find that information yourself. Fear not, we will meet again, though I can't assure you of when or under what circumstances. Until then, I bid you the fondest of farewells. The polite snake then simply started submerging itself again, forcing Enel to start up the engines of his ship once more and take off. He tried asking a few more questions as Orochi's head disappeared into the depths, but none of them were answered. So, Enel was just left there, looking at the sea with raised eyebrows as he scratched the back of his head. Well, that was certainly something. The Lightning Emperor then turned his head to the sky as he tried to process the information a bit more. Then, Enel heard a large yawn to the side, as Oven rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. What's up, Enel? Something interesting in the night sky? The sweet commander asked as he stretched his body a bit. Quote. Interesting. Maybe. I guess I just realized how vast it truly is. Oven raised an eyebrow when hearing that, before simply shrugging and leaning on the railing, looking at the sea below. Vast. Maybe. I guess the more you see of the world the bigger it actually seems. Oven simply smiled as he tapped Enel on the back. Right you are. Chapter 145. Arrival, Split Factions and Meeting. Blank. POV narration, blank. Dressrosa was still cleaning itself up when Enel and Oven arrived. The two pirates sailed close to the clouds above the island kingdom and looked at the civilians preparing their homes with quite a bit of confusion. Say, do the Big Mom pirates have any intel on the situation around these parts? Enel asked as he noticed some traces of fighting here and there. His radar also picked up on quite a few sunken ships, some even surprisingly intact. Not really. We had somewhat secluded ourselves in our territory for a bit after my capture and release. We only received news from our associates in the underworld, but they've all been quiet lately. Oven, as a sweet commander, now had a bit more insight into the business of his family. In the past, He was mostly just concerned with following his mother's orders and searching for sweets all across the new world, trying to please her. If I were to guess, the world government found some way to hamper communications even in the underworld. Enel said while scratching his chin with one of his earlobes. Quite hard to believe, they were booted out of the underworld by a coalition of underworld emperors a while back. Enel then stopped and simply raised an eyebrow. Well, I guess they were booted off indeed. Enel says with a smile, as he started thinking a bit more about the situation. But they somehow managed to make Buggy's crew replace Doflamingo's criminal empire in a short span of time. I'll have to look further into this later, I guess. Might be a good opportunity to get in touch with Buggy. Many watched with wary eyes when seeing Enel's ship descending from the skies. The reaction of the people of Dressrosa seemed to soften up a bit when seeing that it was just Oven and Enel. Though whispers quickly spread about the two of them looking a bit different. The flying vessel landed directly in front of the royal palace, and the one standing guard only saluted Oven and Enel as they passed by. The fact that Enel was now an emperor mattered little to the people of Dressrosa. They had been ruled by a tyrannical pirate for 10 years, but they didn't exactly hate pirates. They especially didn't hate the two people that had helped them and saved their kingdom. Well, it was mostly Enel's work, but Oven was his associate at the time, and he had reportedly taken down one of Doflamingo's elite officers. Therefore, their reception was rather warm, with most of the people in the royal palace greeting them happily, glad that they were visiting. Plenty of people showed concern when seeing Enel's missing arm. His body was still bandaged up and he was not fully recovered. So he was only wearing a pair of loose pants and his furred white coat, with one sleeve swinging around as he walked confidently. The sweet commander happily greeted most of the workers, and Enel also nodded at them as he passed by. Oven would have usually ignored weaklings in the past, but the people of the royal palace had all treated him nicely even when he was a prisoner traveling with Enel, so he saw no reason to not treat them the same. Enel, I've been wondering. Do you plan to announce Dressrosa as your territory? Oven asked as the two of them continued making their way to the throne room, where the servants had informed them that a meeting was ongoing. I did plan to do that. It would have provided the people of this country with some protection. But it might also make it the target for the world government. Do you think they'd just dare to attack a country randomly? Besides, Dressrosa is one of the 20 kingdoms that initially founded the world government itself. Oven patted himself on the chest, quite confident that the world government wouldn't dare to act so boldly. The two of them already came in front of a large closed door. Both of them knew that it was the throne room, and they could hear plenty of voices inside. Enel sighed when hearing them, and decided to respond to Oven finally. You might be right, but I assure you that the world government doesn't really care much for its founding countries. It's already a power that stands on its own. Their current situation is already bad. They also certainly no longer care about public perception since they no longer give anyone a voice. Oven ended up simply scratching the back of his head, not really able to refute Enel. You've sure become a lot gloomier, Enel. A feminine voice sounded from the side, with a bit of amusement in her tone. Both pirates turned their heads to the side, smiling as they did so, as they caught sight of Viola wearing her usual sleeveless white dress with violet polka dots and maroon frills. She hadn't changed much look-wise, but she did seem a lot more confident now. Glad to see that you are healthy, little princess. Oven said with an amused smirk. He had taken to calling Viola that in the time they spent at the royal place, only doing so because it seemed to annoy her. Har har. Viola's reaction to that nickname certainly hadn't changed a lot either. Name calling aside, it is good to see that you are doing well for yourself. Though I'd like to know more about the pirate graveyard around the kingdom. Enel waved his hand a bit. Yeah, well, a lot of things have happened. Father will certainly be happy to meet you. Some acquaintances of yours are here too. So they really were here after all. Enel said as he smiled, finally opening the large door in front of him and walking into the throne room, only for a chair to fly right by his head as soon as he entered. I'm telling you that I don't agree with this. Akainu's enraged voice scratched the ears of everyone in the room. He seemed to be arguing with Dragon about something, who was just looking at him with frustration. Fujitora and Aokiji both seemed to be calmly drinking some tea, and Kizaru was just dozing off with his eyes half open. King Doldo and Kairos were both off to the side, sipping some tea and just paying attention to the situation. They seemed to have dragged over a large table and plenty of chairs, momentarily turning their throne room into a rather large meeting room. As cheerful as always, Akainu. Enel's voice managed to catch everyone's attention instantly, as every head in the room turned to the door, and everyone, minus Fujitora, looked at Enel, Oven and Viola walking in. Quote. Doldo and Kairos were both shocked to see his state, but they had heard that he had been injured quite badly at Baltio, so they recollected themselves quickly. Meanwhile, the dragon and the former marines seemed glad to hear him. Even Fujitora and Kizaru, despite them not having that noteworthy a relationship with Enel. Well, it hadn't been that noteworthy before the war. But now they did appreciate Enel for choosing not to run despite the way things had turned out. He, an emperor, had actually fought to protect them, as he could have always escaped easily as soon as that eye showed up in the sky. Aokiji was just glad to see him, as he knew that Enel could somewhat calm down Akainu. At least that was what he had heard from Sengoku at some point. He hoped it would still apply. Enel, you look like shit. Akainu, the former fleet admiral, said as he crossed his arms and smiled. What got stuck up your ass, Magma boy? Enel also smiled calmly as he spoke, not bothering to react to the odd looks he received when speaking. Well, besides the fact that I can now visit my own grave and that I wasn't invited to my own funeral. The Marines have almost disbanded, so things aren't going that great. Akainu rolled his eyes as he spoke. I guess Aramaki wasn't able to deal with being a fleet admiral too well. Enel asked with an amused smile. Ha, I'm sure he would have made a decent fleet admiral had the situation been different. Fujitora interjected, sipping some tea as he spoke a bit. Yeah, like if he had a single political bone in his body. Kizaru said in a lazy tone, shaking his head slightly as he stood slouched in his chair. Indeed, thanks to his masterful management, but mostly due to the way the Baltigo incident was handled, the Marines split into two different factions. And around half of the Navy's forces have split from the world government. Akainu opened his mouth again, not quite as amused by the situation as Enel and Oven seemed to be. That's not bad at all. Why exactly are you mad though? Enel asked as walked closer to everyone. Well, I had proposed that it might be worth it to invite this split Marine faction to our side. We should be able to do so using Akainu and Sengoku's influence. Dragon said as he nodded a bit at Enel. Sengoku is currently still with Shanks and his crew, so he should be safe, but I doubt we can use his influence without him being here. After what the world government pulled on us, I do think inviting more people to our cause would be beneficial though. Sure, you can think that. But you saw that thing. What can more people even do against it? We'd just be throwing more lives away. My people's lives. Akainu said as he shook his head slightly. Throwing lives away. Huh. Enel said as he stroked his chin for a bit. I can understand why you think that. But what exactly do you think will happen to them now? The Emperor asked as he grabbed a chair and sat down. Oven joined him, standing by his side somewhat like a bodyguard. The Marines did notice Oven, but they didn't comment much on it for now. Well, they will obviously continue doing their jobs as Marines and hunting down pirates. No. They will just get branded as criminals on some trumped-up charges and then get hunted down. That's just the way these things work. I doubt Suru of all people would allow something like that to happen. She is reportedly the head of the Neo Marines, and she has both Gion and Tokikake by her side. Even better, Teacher Zephyr also decided to join her faction, despite being impartial for so many years. So they have considerable power. And are a group split off from the world government. And you're telling me you don't believe the government will consider them a threat? Enel asked as he gradually raised his eyebrow with each sentence. I'm saying that the government will be too preoccupied with us to consider them. Getting them involved will just put their lives at risk. Akainu crossed his arms, and at that point, Enel understood why Akainu was so difficult to sway. He was making a rather solid point, but it was built on a rather large misunderstanding. We are not going to be facing the world government soon, we need to get our forces in order, and there are many things we need to do before we are able to go head-to-head with them. Enel simply crossed his earlobes. He could tell that most of the people in the room weren't expecting those words from him. Kizaru even straightened up when hearing them. Wait. So after that, you're telling me to just stay put and wait? Akainu said, his tone ramping up with each minute that passed by. Enel simply stared at him, unimpressed. I'm sorry Akainu. But do you have any fucking idea what exactly hit us? Do you have any clue on how to counter it? Enel wasn't about to go hiding his frustration at Akainu's brave plan. It was as brave as it was foolish and lacking. If we act fast enough, we can take them by surprise. They won't even have time to use it. What if it's something instant? You plan to jump off a cliff with a blindfold on just because it might not be that steep. Dragon to the side was also considering Enel's words. They were assuming quite a few things while planning their assault on the Holy Land. they truly didn't know how the world government's island erasing weapon worked. I believe waiting a bit is indeed the most pertinent thing we can do in this situation. Fujitora now seemed to agree with Enel, quite quickly as well. Aokiji also nodded, a careful approach to the situation being more his style. Kizaru looked at his friend, Akainu, who seemed to be clenching his fists and contemplating the situation. It was clear that his decision would be the same as Akainu's, no matter the circumstance. I guess we will have to think on this further. Observe their moves and act accordingly. Dragon ended up sighing as he spoke, and Akainu seemed to agree with him, scowling as he looked to the side. Akainu then turned his head, his gaze finally landing on Oven, who didn't seem to be perturbed by him at all. Enel, are you going to explain this dirty pirate's presence? The former fleet admiral didn't mince any words at all. The admirals didn't react much, only looking, at least two of them looked, at Enel and waiting for an answer. Oven here is now a sweet commander of the Big Mom pirates, who I find myself in a partnership with currently. So what, you're just letting a pirate follow you around now? Akainu didn't seem all that impressed by Oven's presence. And the sweet commander wasn't quite enjoying Akainu's presence either, he just chose to keep silent, out of respect for Enel. I assure you that Oven is an ally that can be trusted. And Linlin has also proven to be the same, though she is still not decided if she wants to ally herself with us and face the world government by our side. Oven was glad to hear that Enel was defending him, smiling internally as he did so. I guess I was right to follow him. Enel had also decided not to give them any details on the situation with the Big Mom pirates, as his deals with Linlin were more of a personal matter in the first place. But Dragon wasn't daft either, so he realized that it likely had something to do with Sol's and Enel's vested interest in them. If you say so. But you better keep him out of my way. I don't work with pirates. Akainu said as he narrowed his eyes at Oven, seemingly trying to judge the sweet commander's intentions. I'm sure you'll come around eventually. For now, we need to talk about relocating our operations to my base. Your base? You mean the Sky Island that the government agents were talking about during the war? Fujitora said as he stroked his beard. Yes, it has since moved, so it is in an undisclosed location. Enel nodded, not really shocked that the admirals had heard his exchange with the government agents back in the war. Well, we've yet to really settle here properly. Most of our things are still loaded in the blimps. But are you certain that it is a safe location? Dragon spoke out, thinking about the move for a few seconds. Relocating from under Dressrosa would be a good move, as staying there put a lot of people in danger. I can assure you that it is still a safe place. Garp is still there, alongside other noteworthy individuals. Enel decided not to elaborate on Francisco being there. He thought it a bother to explain the situation to everyone, and figured he would do so when actually getting there. I see. Well, it is worth checking out. Sooner or later the world government will notice our activity here. Especially after the protests calm down completely. Dragon said as he crossed his arms. We can cover you here for as long as you need. I doubt they will go as far as to attack us directly. King Doldo said as he put down his tea finally. I'd rather hope it doesn't come to that though. It is better for all sides that they do not learn of your involvement with us for now. Dragon said as he shook his head. The meeting continued, as they all continued speaking about what decisions they could take and how much time the relocation would take. Seeing as the situation was no longer tense, Kairos also stood up and went over to Oven, tapping his shoulder as the two of them went off and started talking about random things off to the side. The day ended on a low note, as the meeting was mostly about depressing topics and their future steps. The king was rather glad to catch up with Enel though, and Viola was just as glad. She didn't seem to be quite as infatuated with him as she seemed when he had rescued her. But that was something he had expected. She acted in an understandable way at the time as he had just rescued her from a precarious situation, but she quickly got over him as she started working for the kingdom once more. She still valued his help and appreciated him greatly. But she couldn't quite bring herself to feel the same way she had that day. Viola was quite glad that Enel didn't bother to bring up those moments, as she did consider them slightly embarrassing. The Lightning Emperor could likely tell that her feelings had changed, and he seemingly never had feelings for her anyway, so he didn't bother bringing up anything. The meeting disbanded with all of them returning to their respective rooms and finally catching some sleep. Enel included. Chapter 146. Empire, History and Leaving. Blank. POV narration _blank. As the meeting happened in the royal palace, underneath it the archaeological and research team of the Revolutionary Army was hard at work, trying to sort through the influx of information they now had. Thanks to Enel's power, They were able to move everything from Baltigo before the Marines had even stepped on it. Lurthy and Robin both spent day and night sifting through all of the information that they could. The two of them had barely gotten any sleep since the Baltigo incident. They were somewhat shaken by what had happened. Lurthy, as the one that had been left in charge of the base, was the very last to leave the island. Robin tagged along with her, despite the insistence that he leave first due to the importance of her knowledge and heritage. The two of them were fortunate, or unfortunate enough to witness it. The attack that had completely wiped Baltigo off of the world. It was as if the people on that island had incurred the wrath of an angry god. They were both far enough to not be harmed by it, be it a stroke of luck, or Dragon giving them a boost as he passed by them, at least they were safe. Dressrosa was their destination, their blimps parked around the island and hidden in docked ships with the help of their associates that had already been waiting there. It was a great failure on their part, being followed to their base so easily. Thankfully they hadn't truly lost anything. Robin was visibly concerned for Enel, only calming down after Dragon also arrived at Dressrosa. Though finding out about him losing a limb made her feel even more worried in a sense, at least she knew he was alive and relatively safe in the hands of Shanks, who had saved him. The problem for her was the people that arrived with Dragon. The other Marines that had been pronounced dead at Baltigo. She didn't interact much with them, as she didn't trust them one bit. Even if it looked like the government had betrayed and tossed them aside, she still didn't think they would start actively working against it. She had no way of knowing that Akainu and the others had been doing just that for quite a while, not long after Garp's imprisonment. To her, they were the people that had destroyed her home, bearing Fujitora, as he was a new admiral, and had little relation to that particular incident. She understood that their powers could be helpful to the revolutionaries, but that didn't mean she had to like them or even attempt to converse with them. It certainly didn't help that the Marines didn't quite accept being labeled as revolutionaries. Fujitora was the only one that didn't seem to particularly mind, as he had only just been convinced to join the Navy, only to be almost murdered by the government they served. Still, for the most part, the Marines didn't even know of her presence there, as they also mostly kept to themselves. Aokiji did try to speak to her, even after noticing that she was slightly afraid of him. Lurthy was not stupid. She took notice of that and made it clear that she didn't quite appreciate his presence in her study room, so she asked Sabo to boot him out. She also made sure that Robin was guarded at all times, just to prevent anything from happening. Aokiji didn't protest much, as he felt he wasn't exactly welcome there. Kizaru mostly steered clear of Robin, either out of an odd feeling of guilt or simply not caring enough. Akainu's situation was a bit more complicated. After learning more about the Ohara incident and the government's intentions behind it, did he start feeling guilty for his actions. But he was not stupid. No apology would ever change what they had done, so he also decided to steer clear of Robin for the most part. The former fleet admiral knew all too well that he had done many deplorable things in the name of his justice. He had killed and maimed many, maybe even those that didn't quite deserve it. Still, apologizing simply was not a choice. In most cases, there was no one he could apologize to. So, he simply decided to turn his guilt into rage, and that rage into a spear sharp enough to pierce through the world government. He had also decided to try and avoid any more needless loss of life from that point forwards. Especially from his Marines, which led to the conflict that was happening when Enel entered the throne room. Now while the argument was raging on above, Lurthy and Robin felt that they were coming closer and closer to answering a few of their questions. The Great Kingdom. It feels like a mistranslation almost. Lurthy said as she shifted through a few papers, her bloodshot eyes tiredly scanning through them as she did so. Maybe, some parts are missing, even with this much information gathered, Robin said, her eyes looking much the same as she kept herself busy, scribbling ideas in her notebook. It can't be helped. Some poneglyphs have long since been lost, some pieces will obviously be missing. Lurthy said as she put the papers down and sipped on some sugar-overflown coffee. Still, with all of this information gathered in one place, it's safe to assume that the Great Kingdom was actually the Great Empire. Robin said as she leaned back on her chair and rubbed the bridge of her nose. Indeed, a coalition of three powerful kingdoms, their kings united, ruling together. Not a conventional empire, but one nonetheless. Lurthy said with a satisfied smile. She felt that such a discovery had finally put her on the right track. That she was now finally able to continue the research of the people of Ohara. Robin was much the same. She felt that she was steadily getting closer to the truth. But the more he found, the more she realized that she was unable to answer. Their discoveries spoke of 3 kings. 3 men with godlike power ruled over that great kingdom. One was described as a free spirit and the personification of the sun. Robin was quick to connect that with the legend of the sun god Nika from Skypa. He was also described as the god of liberation. To Robin, it made sense that the great kingdom was ruled by an incarnation of such a powerful figure. It was even stated that his powers altered reality itself to the user's imagination. Lurthie and Robin couldn't help but stare at that description in wonder. To think such powers actually exist in this world. Or, existed, I guess. But Nika wasn't alone as a leader of the great empire. Besides Nika, there was the King of Hearth. His powers weren't known or explained much, but he was said to be on par with the other kings. Meaning that he stood at the top of the world. And finally, the one with the most destructive power was called the King of the Skies. Or, the God of Thunder, Rajan. He was said to be able to make an island disappear by merely waving his hand once. Still, there were few texts about him, nowhere as many as there were about Nika. The only thing they understood about him was that he was dangerous, just as the other 2 were. From the other texts, they also understood that the Empire was in possession of Pluton, and could use it at will. It was also said that the Empire had made a pact with Poseidon and that it was technically also in the Empire's possession. It was obvious to the 2 archaeologists that the Empire wielded great power, and was obviously the greatest power at that time. What wasn't truly documented in the information they found was how the Empire fell. But they thankfully learned a bit more about the ancient weapon Uranus. They learned that it went by another name as well. But they didn't quite know what it did, nor did they have any description of it. The name used to refer to Uranus was the Eyes of God. Lurthie couldn't help but think it was a bit underwhelming. There were plenty of people being called gods. But I guess you can't really judge something properly with just a name. That was a summary of most of the information Robin and Lurthie had managed to piece together. Robin had noted down the large talking points, planning to give them to Dragon later. I think this is it for now. I don't know if we'll be able to find out much more from these scripts. We've already interpreted them all anyway. Robin said as she slowly started closing her eyes and laid her head on the desk. She seemed to want to rest badly. Maybe. But we can just look over everything again. Maybe we made a mistake somewhere that might clear some other stuff up. Lurthie was still willing to keep going, her body still energetic as the sugar she constantly ingested helped keep her blood pressure high. Robin almost rolled her eyes when she heard that. Why are you this driven? I understand the wish for more discoveries, but putting your health at risk won't do you much good. Robin wanted to know more as well, she wanted to know more than anyone else. But she knew that rest was important, and she was a patient person. At this point, Robin saw Lurthie as a close friend, someone that she could trust. Especially after the Aokiji situation, so she also cared for her safety. I want to be of help, I guess. Lurthie said as her tired eyes looked back at her desk. I've always detested the world government and the corruption they allowed to fester. The head researcher said as she shook her head slightly. Both of us lost our families because of that corruption. I first lost my family, then I lost Mother Olivia. Robin looked at Lurthie with a bit of sympathy, the 2 of them seemed to share a similar story. They both started talking about their experiences, and their lives up to that point. It was rather obvious as well, that Lurthie cared a lot about archaeology, but she only cared about it because she wanted to continue Olivia's legacy and to use it in order to take down the world government. That was why she had joined the revolutionaries in the first place anyway. They readily accepted her as well, as she knew poneglyphs to a decent extent. Lurthie was a bit disappointed though. The more time we spend preparing, the more we realize that the threat we are facing is bigger than we anticipated. The revolutionaries had made steady progress by themselves, but they were always too far off from reaching the world government. It was disheartening to someone like her, even if she was a patient individual. But then Enel arrived, and within the strings Enel was weaving, the government started slipping more and more, and the revolutionaries progressed at astronomical speeds, aided by both his strength and cunning. Maybe Enel is the key for this after all. At that point, Lurthie was considering joining Enel. She was sure Dragon wouldn't mind it either, as there were more that could read poneglyphs now, she had plenty of students ready to take her position. Besides, Enel was an ally of the Revolutionary Army, so it wasn't likely to be an issue. Even if the scene at Baltigo made Lurthie a bit scared, she knew that something big was coming. And she wanted to be there when it happened. She wasn't a strong fighter per se, she only had a rather weak armament hockey, and some reluctant mastery over observation. She didn't spend much time training, as she was more of a bookworm, but that was fine enough. I want to at least aid him in some way. If he truly is the one that will bring about the downfall of the government. Lurthie mused over these thoughts as she continued speaking with Robin. The two of them learn more and more about each other. Robin herself was finding the experience quite cathartic, as it had been a while since she could just unload her feelings. It was all going well until someone ended their heartfelt moment with a knock on the door. What? The irritated voice of Lurthie echoed out the hallway as the door opened slowly. Sabo's smile shook a bit as he walked in. Sorry for bothering you two, but you should start packing up now. We're leaving soon, the chief of staff said as he arranged his hat a bit. Leaving? Where to? We've yet to even settle here properly. Robin said as she walked over to Sabo. We're going to the Sky Islands. Chapter 147. Tontata Land, Allies and Departure. Blank. Pav narration underscore, blank. Robin and Lurthie's time together was cut short, as Robin went off to rest and Lurthie was stuck coordinating the move alongside Sabo and Bello Betty. Dragon was still in the throne room, but he already told everyone to start preparing to move. It wasn't exactly a hard choice to make, especially after Enel vouched that it was a relatively safe place, and quite hard to reach without Enel. The only reason Enel could actually find the islands now was because of a Vivre card, so most other people wouldn't have been able to do anything to find it. Unless it drifted somewhere wrong. But Enel was hopeful that the engine was successful enough to allow them to adjust their course at least occasionally. After all, his mechanical genius was only matched and surpassed by a few in that world. The meeting room was still lively, debating how to approach the Neo Marines and how to convince them to join their side. The obvious response was for Akainu to simply pay them a visit. Despite his reluctance to the idea of inviting them into the fold with the revolutionaries, it still remained the most logical course of action. But there was always the possibility of the government having spies in the Neo Marines, so simply showing up would certainly not be a good thing. Akainu and the others had already decided that it would be a better choice to hide until actually striking against the world government. In the end, it was up to Enel to contact them after they successfully settled on the Sky Islands. The Lightning Emperor was a bit annoyed about that task being delegated to him, but he figured he'd think more about it when the time came. The more pressing matter was actually returning to the Sky Islands in a timely manner and covertly. This time, they would all travel in one large convoy, so they would certainly get noticed if they flew above any large islands. Therefore, Dragon and the rest ended up mapping out a route to skirt around and avoid going above any outpost or island. Akainu was nice enough to share his knowledge of all hidden Navy bases. He didn't particularly mind helping, after all, they now all had a common enemy. The rest of the process went rather smoothly, and the meeting ended on a high note with everyone being put to work, except Enel. Robin's reunion with Enel was rather strange, with Robin being quite silent the entire time. They met while in a group, so neither of them really spoke to the other in depth. She did voice her concern for his missing arm, but Enel did just wave it off with his only arm. The two of them didn't really get a quiet moment together for the rest of their time on Dressrosa. Enel was just as tired as Robin, and they still had work to do. The Lightning Emperor was to rest for a day, then they would start their journey towards the Sky Islands. So, the rest day was spent with him mostly asleep in a random room of the palace. Oven did have a more eventful time in Dressrosa. Though, despite the Marines and revolutionaries being somewhat wary around him and keeping an eye on him, the royal family was rather happy to see him drop by. That was especially true for the two princesses and Kairos. They all still remembered Oven taking down Diamante in an instant, and even allowing Kairos to finish him off. It was a rather unforgettable moment, especially for the one-legged former gladiator, as it reminded him of his weakness at that time. The two of them also got to spar, with Oven coming out on top this time as well. His use of his prosthetic arm and leg was rather swift, he was able to take Kairos by surprise with both his expandable blade and cannon arm. Oven didn't actually shoot him with a buggy ball though, as he didn't want to cause too much damage to their surroundings. He also didn't have an endless supply of them, so he needed to use them more sparingly. Contacting the clown warlord for more was annoying. Overall, Oven may have won, but it was not as decisive as their previous spars, with Kairos actually managing to get some hits in before losing. Granted, the sweet commander didn't use his fruit at all in the bout, but it was still proof that Kairos had grown quite a bit. The two of them only got to spar twice before Enel was ready for the journey though, so Kairos didn't get much time to improve in said spars, though he did learn plenty from them. They also talked a bit about trying to get Enel a prosthetic as well. Oven already had schematics for complicated ones, and he had plenty of plans and additions that he could make to fit Enel's overall fighting style. Obviously with the aid of the mechanics and engineers of the Big Mom pirates. But Enel didn't seem too keen on the idea just yet. His lack of arm didn't really hinder him in his day-to-day activities thanks to his earlobes and Seimei Kiken, but that didn't mean he wouldn't eventually look for a prosthetic arm. He just wanted to look for the right materials and design one himself in time. He didn't feel the need to rush it and he didn't really feel like it was a good time, what with him being as busy as he was. At least those were the reason that Enel gave the two of them. But the most important part was that he couldn't quite bring himself to put on a mechanical arm. It simply didn't feel all that natural yet. He hadn't even properly come to terms with losing the damn thing, going ahead and replacing it just felt wrong. I'll start designing it in my free time. But I'll build and attach it whenever I feel like doing so. No need to rush into things. The Revolutionary Army also made a few new friends while hiding underneath Dressrosa. Namely, they befriended the Tontata Kingdom. The dwarves also had been living underneath Dressrosa for a while. Viola was actually also on friendly terms with them, so it wasn't hard to convince them to share some space with the revolutionaries. The dwarves were quite friendly and easy to get along with, so most revolutionaries enjoyed their presence, and they all became friends rather quickly. Enel had somewhat forgotten about them when he had first visited Dressrosa. He remembered enough not to kill them alongside the Smile Factory, but not enough to approach them after the whole incident was over. But his interest in One Piece was mostly related to its lore and history, so minor characters were usually not at the forefront of his mind, and his knowledge was rather limited for those he didn't pay attention to. In a casual conversation, Enel finally remembered the ability of the dwarf princess, Mancherry, who had eaten the heel fruit. Scouring his mind a bit, he realized that she would be a rather useful ally if kept away from the front lines. Her ability couldn't restore his arm or earlobe, sure, but for most injuries, she could heal them instantly. Therefore, Enel decided to pay them a visit before finally departing from Dressrosa. Viola was by his side, as she also felt like visiting some of her friends there. Mancherry was the first to spot them. She looked just as the original story had portrayed her. Long blonde locks flowing down her back, large blue eyes shining in the light and a small pointy nose. She was also wearing her usual pure white dress. She immediately perked up when seeing Enel and Viola, especially him. Certainly, because he had been the one to rescue them from Doflamingo's tyranny. And her father Goncho, the king of Tontata, was rather eager to greet them as well. The small old man had a thick and long white beard, coupled with long and flowing white hair. He was wearing pink-rimmed glasses and using a walking stick. He also wore a somewhat regal robe and a large crown. Enel laughed inwardly for a bit, as he realized the old dwarf looked like a chess piece. Our benefactor has arrived. All greet Eneland. The king said with a joyous tone. Enel raised an eyebrow as he started thinking about the nickname he had just received. The dwarves instantly rejoiced, swarming around the one-armed emperor and princess as they both couldn't help but smile warmly at their enthusiasm. It's rare one gets such a nice greeting, Enel said as he crouched down a bit, and sat on the ground, wanting to be a bit closer to the king's level. It only felt respectful that way. Viola did the same, sitting by his side as some of the dwarves climbed on her lap. Well, this is the first time you have come to see us. Truly a joyous occasion, for us to finally get to thank our benefactor. The old dwarven king said as he stood in front of his people, his daughter by his side. Joyous indeed. I'm glad to see that all of you are healthy. Viola said as some of the dwarven children played in her long hair. Oh, Princess Viola, it is always a pleasure to see you around. You should visit us more often, truly. The dwarven king said as he walked a bit closer to the two guests. Mancherry followed by her father's side, looking up at Enel with awe in her eyes. Many of the dwarves were similar to her in their reactions. They had after all titled him a hero. Even giving him a special nickname, turning his name into something similar to their hero Mont Blanc Noland. Eneland, I shall say this now. We, the people of Tontata Kingdom, are in your debt. We truly thank you for saving us all. I didn't do all that much really. I only did it on a whim as well. It does feel surreal, to see so many lives affected by my actions. Enel scratched the back of his head with an earlobe as he pondered on how many lives he had saved in his journey, and how many he had doomed. He could only sigh as he thought of that, shaking that train of thought away almost instantly. The world of One Piece was never a kind one in the first place, no one was truly safe in that world, and such thoughts would only slow him down. The one-armed emperor then extended his hand, placing his palm in front of the small royal family, allowing them to step on it and raising them at eye level. Humble as well, truly a great hero. Goncho said as he stroked his long beard. Mancheri by his side nodded, her golden locks swaying a bit as she looked up with sparkling eyes. Then, she froze for a second. Eneland, are you injured? She asked in a panic, finally noticing the bandages covering parts of Enel's body. Well, I was in a scuffle recently. Nothing major now, just waiting for all the wounds to close up is all. Enel said with a smile, looking at the small princess as he spoke. Mancheri seemed to bring her hands together in a praying motion when she heard that. Tears even started falling from her large blue eyes. Enel's smile became a bit strained when seeing that. Viola noticed that and smiled a bit. He still has no idea what to do when a girl starts crying. But Enel's suffering didn't last long thankfully, as Mancheri's tears gained a golden glow, one of them touching Enel's palm rather quickly. The Emperor's eyes widened as he felt that same golden light envelop him. Immediately, he felt his body being rejuvenated. Thank you, Princess Mancheri. Enel said as he cracked his neck a bit, sighing as he stretched his abdomen, the bandages on him falling altogether, revealing his healed and slightly scarred body. Of course, his hand hadn't magically returned, as Mancheri's ability couldn't just regrow limbs. But at least all of his wounds were now closed up. It is my pleasure to help you, Eneland. The small princess bowed a bit, wiping her teary eyes as she did so. Enel simply shook his head, slowly moving his earlobes around as well, as dwarven children tried to climb on top of his head using them. Only one was easy to reach though, as the other was quite a bit shorter still. Your ability is powerful. In the future, will you provide your assistance if I am to need it? Enel asked the dwarven princess as he sighed. Mancheri's little eyes widened slightly, she then looked at her father, who was also having a similar reaction. Well, Eneland. The old king was the one that decided to respond, as it was something concerning his daughter's safety. We are still indebted to you, be it now or in the future, you will always have the full support of my people. I am sure the Riku family would say the same. The dwarven king said with a kind smile, hidden in his white beard. I am inclined to agree. I doubt Father or Kairos would refuse to provide you assistance under any circumstance. Especially after learning of the situation with the world government. Viola's eyes seemed a bit darker at that last part, but Enel decided to ignore that. I guess it's natural for the Riku family to hold some disdain for the world government. Especially since they received no support with Doflamingo in the past. Though that was also because the warlord was turning all the agents and marines sent here into puppets, and everyone forgot them. Enel simply shook his head, deciding not to give the matter any more thought. I am glad to hear that I have allies here as well. I thank you for your hospitality as well, though I must take my leave. Enel ended the conversation with a confident grin, as he slowly placed the dwarven royalty on the ground in front of him, and the other small dwarves all climbed down from his body. Already? Mancheri asked as she looked up at him, her small rosy cheeks puffing up in a pout. Well, I had only come here to make your acquaintance. I must leave soon, but we will meet again in the future. Enel then got up, slowly dusting himself off as he stretched his newly healed body a bit more. Well, I am glad to have finally seen our savior. Though this meeting was brief. The dwarven king nodded, understanding the situation slightly, as he was informed by a few revolutionaries already. I'll stay here a bit more, Enel. I wish you an easy journey. Viola said as she looked up at Enel, smiling slightly as the somewhat awkward atmosphere between them had already vanished. Of course, take care, Princess Viola. Enel bowed a bit, his tone mocking her a bit as he did so. You as well, Eneland. Viola responded immediately, grinning as she did so. Enel then vanished in a flash of blue light. God, I hope that name doesn't catch on. Meanwhile, all of the revolutionaries were already embarked, waiting on his order to lead them to the island. Enel appeared at the docks with a smile, his metallic bracelet shaking a bit as it expanded in front of him and turned into a massive Viking ship, resting on the stone dock. Dragon also appeared by his side, his eyes scanning the island as he nodded to the Emperor beside him. To the Sky Islands. Dragon's voice reached all of his men, the Marines also arriving on the deck of Enel's ship. Oven arrived just a few seconds later, as he jumped onto Enel's ship and waved at Kairos and Rebecca in the distance. Enel nodded when seeing that everyone was gathered, he revved up the engines of his ship. Quickly taking to flight, his destination set, following the vivre card that Garp had given him. I can't help but feel a bit eager, and perhaps a bit anxious, to reach the Sky Islands. I'm sure a lot has happened during my absence. Unbeknownst to him, the Sky Islands now were more akin to a sky archipelago. Chapter 148. Developments, Reaction and Arrival. Blank. POV narration, blank. Things had been rather quiet on the Sky Islands ever since Shiki joined the fray. The worry of simply drifting off and being found by government agents completely vanished. With his precise control, they were now in a somewhat fixed position, ignoring the wind and slowly orbiting around the coalition of islands that he had gathered. Francisco and the Golden Lion still got along rather well. Garp hung around them for a while but didn't really join the conversation still. Gonfall did end up joining them though, he even got along quite well with Shiki. The two of them had both been good friends of Roger, at least Shiki liked to think he was one. They had a lot of stories to share, and Francisco was rather happy to hear more about the man that had taken down his captain. The more Francisco heard, the more he understood that the Pirate King truly deserved his title. Roger had fought Zebek a bit before his prime. It was a fight in which he grew immensely both as a swordsman and hockey master. Francisco was rather confident from the stories he heard, that Roger had at least become as powerful as Zebek had been in his prime. Garp was still as wary as he was in the beginning. But he was also less worried, knowing that it was about time Enel actually showed up on the island, and he figured Enel's presence would at least even things out if something were to happen. Francisco was strong, sure, but Garp was confident that he could take him on with a bit of support from the Lighting Emperor. Things did become complicated when Shiki got involved, but Garp was somewhat banking on the fact that Enel was strong enough to face the Golden Lion while supporting him. Francisco sure had more attacking power, but Garp was still confident that his endurance and armament would win in the end, if of course, he managed to convince Bonnie to return him to his prime. Though not weakened greatly by his age, he couldn't afford to even be weakened slightly when facing someone like Francisco. The problem was that Bonnie herself was a pirate, not only that, a pirate that seemed to be getting along really well with Francisco. It was really annoying for Garp, but at least the recruits were mostly on his side. Wiper and Bellamy were still stuck in their training, with Garp now drilling every single Sky Guard a lot harder, actually doubling their training and the amount of effort that they had to put in. His training was considered difficult in the past, but now it basically left everyone unable to feel their bodies midway through the routine. Garp drilled them like they were animals, and it was grueling. Barely a few days had passed since that new training routine had started, and virtually no one had gotten used to the increased workload yet. The only people that were managing to hold on properly were Wiper, who was physically the strongest on the island among the recruits, and Bellamy, who was surprisingly resolute about growing stronger and also had a better base than most other recruits. Garp made sure to give the two of them some attention after seeing that they had more resistance. That attention resulted in a lot more work for them, to the point where they passed out after every session. Wiper being Francisco's pupil in Conqueror's hockey wasn't an issue to Garp, at least not at first. Though the old sword master did complain that Wiper was left too tired to train with him. Garp was forced to take it easier on him from that day. As the old Marine realized the importance of Francisco's training. Having another powerful Conqueror's hockey user in their midst was not a bad thing, and Garp knew that there were few people in the world more qualified than Francisco when it came to Conqueror's hockey. And since Wiper was taken, Garp decided to take in someone as well. And that person ended up being Bellamy. Garp didn't care much about him being some petty pirate. It was already clear that he was loyal to them from the resolve he showed. It had also been Enel's choice to let him join their training, so Garp decided to trust his judgment once more. Bellamy took the opportunity in stride, and he immediately started sticking to Garp and trying to learn everything from the former Marine hero. Shiki didn't really get involved in the training, nor did he try to. He was also a master of Conqueror's hockey and armament, but he had his own men to worry about. His armies were actually more numerous than that of the Sky Islands. But they weren't a lot stronger. Shiki didn't really have any major retainers though, as he had been in hiding for a long time. The people gathered under him were mostly lowly pirates, with one good scientist, that was about it. The Golden Lion didn't bother drilling them either, but he made sure they behaved and respected him well. They were also forbidden from setting foot on the Sky Islands. Not that they could fly over to them without Shiki's help anyway. The training went on for another week. A full week of training, in which the blimps of the Revolutionary Army were slowly but surely making their way towards the flying islands. Their convoy wormed around in the New World and then the Calm Belt, sailing above the clouds using the wind that Dragon was controlling to make their blimps go faster, allowing them to somewhat keep up with Enel's newer, lighter ship. Dragon and Enel both made sure to control the clouds as much as they could, allowing them to have a constant cover so that no one below would notice their convoy. They were up high, and the temperature reflected that as well, as some of the blimps had even caught thin layers of ice on them. The Lightning Emperor usually took care of that. His control over his devil fruit was precise enough to allow him to simply melt the thin ice without burning the blimp itself. Enel's ship was transporting all of the Marines and a few elites of the Revolutionary Army, including Lurthy and Robin, who were more of a package deal at that point. The two of them needed to be together to discuss and compile all of the information that they had. They all had separate rooms underneath the deck of the ship, and Oven stood by Enel's side at all times. Enel sat down for most of the week, his palm sparkling with electricity as he touched the arm of his chair. His head was tilted to the side as his cold eyes scanned the stars in front of him. From time to time, his observation hockey would flare up alongside a stream of electromagnetic waves, spreading within the massive range that the Lightning Emperor covered with ease. As to not tire himself, Enel periodically used the radar at fixed intervals and for a fixed time. He was after all supposed to be awake for 2 weeks, keeping up both the engine of his ship and making sure that their convoy was both unnoticed and unfollowed. Dragon helped a bit on the unnoticed part, but his observation hockey was nowhere near as developed as Enel's. His lack of radar also meant that he was unable to see through any stealth technique that could slip by his regular observation. Enel had inadvertently created the perfect advanced observation technique that couldn't be replicated by anyone that wasn't him. Well, technically anyone could do it, as long as they had absolute control over electromagnetic waves. Enel's emotionless eyes scanned the stars without any reaction. Oven was asleep at that moment, passed out on the ground. He had stayed awake as much as he could, but in the end, still fell asleep. His earlobe twirled around and reached for a table that stood by his side, clasping around a large metallic cup of cold coffee. As he brought the coffee cup closer to him, his earlobe sparkled a bit, and the cold coffee instantly started releasing steam. I will never get over how convenient this power is. Enel sighed as he sipped some warm liquid with a small smile, his emotionless visage breaking for a few seconds, though his eyes still remained cold, thoughtful. So much has happened in the past few months. It can't even be compared to the decades I had spent with my nose buried in books. Enel couldn't help but ponder on how uneventful his previous life had actually been. Fleeting, hard to recall even. The only notable thing he had done was find that ancient civilization, which was still a result of his obsession and study. In that new life of his, he had gotten to see a lot more. He had explored the world and seen places that not many had the pleasure to witness. The view from above the clouds was a strange one at first, but now it felt like home to Enel. The most exciting part. There is still so much to explore. Enel simply felt as if his curiosity would never truly be sated. The more he looked, the more there was to look for. The mythical beasts being real, the origin of devil fruits, the truth about Nika. So many questions had risen up in his journey. This is truly enjoyable. Enel couldn't help but release a relaxed sigh when thinking about that. Then, his eyes spotted someone approaching him. His cold look immediately turned into something much warmer. Enel. A gentle voice rang in his ears, as the wind around the Emperor seemed to quiet down. Robin. Glad to see you are healthy. Enel said with a warm smile on his face as he took another sip of his hot coffee. His other earlobe extended towards the kettle that was on the table beside him. He filled in another cup of warm liquid and formed a chair right in front of him. Take a seat, Enel said as he placed the cup on the armrest in front of him. Robin simply nodded, shivering slightly as she sat down on the chair and warmed her hands on the cup. The temperature was really low after all. Most of the people on board weren't bothered by it, including Lurthy, but Robin was still significantly weaker than the others. She had made a lot of progress, but she was still far from mastering armament hockey or the 6 powers. Especially since she had put most of her free time into reading poneglyphs. Staying inside was not a problem, but outside where the wind flowed freely was a lot colder. So, I see that you've gone through a few things. Robin said as she sat down, the chair underneath her becoming warmer as she did, making her smile a bit as she realized. Enel had likely noticed her shivering. He's as attentive as usual, even though he doesn't seem to be in the best of places himself. I guess you could say that. Yahahaha. Enel laughed a bit as he looked at his missing arm, an issue that seemed rather small compared to the other things that were constantly on his mind as of late. The Lightning Emperor then stopped laughing, looking to the side at Oven, who was slumped to the side and snoring slightly. Quote. Robin didn't quite know how to proceed with that. She had always been smart in the way she talked to people, she was always good at manipulating others. But sometimes people were simply difficult to read. And Enel was one of those people. I appreciate the concern, Robin. Enel's warm smile resurfaced as he settled his gaze upon her once more. But I am fine as I am now. Whether I lose an arm or all of my limbs, my will shall remain unhindered. Enel spoke as his haki flared up naturally for a second. Enel immediately suppressed it, allowing only some specks of red lightning to come out of his eyes as he shook his head. Robin blinked a few times when seeing that momentary change, and could only smile when seeing his resolve. I am glad that you're in high spirits then. I guess this late-night intervention wasn't needed after all. Robin raised an eyebrow as she spoke. A cheeky smile rose to her lips as she took another sip of the coffee Enel had given her. Now, I wouldn't go that far. Enel coughed a bit as he didn't quite like what he had heard. As I've said, your concern is greatly appreciated. Having people care about me is always nice. Robin smiled even more when seeing the slight blush on Enel's cheeks. This is the first time I've seen him actually blush. He's not one to get easily flustered. Robin sighed internally as she continued smiling at her accomplishment. To the side, Oven, who was still pretending to be asleep, had his eyes wider than the cannonballs he shot out of his arm. Holy shit. Enel actually acting like this is not something I expected to see in my lifetime. To Oven, it felt like he was watching a world-changing moment. He quickly closed his eyes though, not wanting to ruin whatever was happening with his presence. I never thought I'd be acting as a wingman, of sorts, I guess, to an emperor. Never seen you make that face before. I guess I should spend more time around you. Who knows what other faces you might start making? Robin said as the calm smile on her face seemed to turn more and more mischievous. Enough about that, Enel said as he made a large X with his earlobes in front of Robin's face and turned his head slightly to the side. He looked at the stars for a few seconds before turning his head back to Robin, having composed himself already. Would you mind telling me more about the stuff you guys found? The cliff notes of everything were interesting, but I'd love to hear more from you. The Lightning Emperor said as he ignored Robin's mischievous smile. Of course. There is plenty to talk about. The archaeologist simply smiled as she started speaking. Their conversation went long into the night, with Oven falling asleep at some point during it, and Enel attentively listening to the entire time. In the morning, Enel was also visited by a few Marines, which prompted Robin to leave. Aokiji seemed to want to talk to her, again, but Akainu simply tapped him on the shoulder and prompted him to move along. Some things can't be fixed, no matter how many times you apologize, or if you do it at all. Enel sighed a bit at that thought. He realized that it was difficult for Robin to be on the same team and on the same ship with the people that had taken part in the murder of her entire family and island. Honestly, he had expected her to actually be more fearful of them. But whether it was due to his presence, or the presence of the revolutionaries, it seemed that Robin's fear had already vanished. The following days were a lot less eventful, with Robin visiting a few more times and keeping him company alongside Oven, Lurthy and a few others. Enel didn't spar with Oven or anyone at all during the entire journey. Though Enel truly wished that they could have. More specifically, Enel wanted to beat up Oven after the sweet commander had winked at him the morning after Robin left for the first time. Unfortunately, he needed to conserve his energy the entire journey, so as to not have any stops along the way. And it had thankfully paid off, as they had managed to complete the journey across the world in only a bit over 2 weeks. The Sky Islands were ironically somewhere in the skies in the East Blue, smack above the sea that was Garp's home. Enel could only sweat a bit when he looked at the scene in front of him though. Were there always this many islands? What the fuck happened here? It was only now that Enel somewhat regretted not visiting the Sky Islands at all during his journey. Chapter 149. Sky Paradise, Catching Up and News. Blank. Pav narration underscore, blank. 2 flying islands, huh? Dragon asked with a cheeky smile on his face. Okay, maybe a few things have occurred in my absence. Though it's barely been a few weeks. Okay, maybe around 2 months. Enel said as looked at the multitude of floating islands they were approaching. 2 months is actually a lot when you think about it. How much has happened to us in 2 months? Dragon said as he stroked his chin for a few seconds. Plenty. Robin said to the side as she also studied the multitude of islands with a curious gaze. Looks to be the work of the Golden Lion. Dragon said with narrowed eyes as their ships got closer and closer to the Sky Islands. Shaki. Huh. Enel's voice contained a hint of realization. The Golden Lion only appeared in a movie from what I remember, but I don't know much about him besides the fact that he was part of the Rocks Pirates. Enel somewhat calmed down when he remembered that particular detail. Even if he was as powerful as the Yonko, it didn't matter. As long as he used to be a friend of Francisco, everything would be fine. Now, if he had been an enemy, Enel was quite sure that he'd already been dead to both Garp and Francisco. So there was ultimately not much to worry about. That flying rat. Akainu also stepped out on the deck in time to hear their conversation. The other Marines trailed behind him. None of the current admirals had been there for the time Shiki had attacked Marineford in order to try and break out Roger before he was to be shipped off to Logue Town. But they had all heard the stories about how he had lost but destroyed a large part of the island in his fight against Sengoku and Garp. Although he was now reportedly missing his legs after breaking out of Impel Down, he was still a dangerous figure. He does have a history with the Marines. Dragon nodded as he looked at Enel once again. Where are we supposed to land, Enel? The Revolutionary Army leader asked as he prepared to relay the information to the convoy following behind them. We'll land on the 2 islands that seem to be circling around the rest. They are my original base. Garp will also be there. Dragon nodded when hearing that, and proceeded to tell everyone to follow swiftly and prepare for landing. The Revolutionary Dragon was admittedly quite happy to have found a safe spot for his army. But he was also quite anxious to meet with his father. One thing was for sure, Dragon expected to be punched in the face at least once. It was how Garp expressed his affection, really. Vice Admiral Garp is also here, huh? Kizaru said in a low voice as he surveyed the flying islands with a yellow glint in his new sunglasses. Enel ruined his old ones. I hope he is healthy. Aokiji grabbed his backpack and also prepared to disembark as soon as their convoy came close to the islands. I've heard so much about him, I can't help but be excited to meet him, truly, Fujitora said as he also grabbed his blade, walking stick and tapped it on the ground a few times. I'm sure he'll be excited to meet you guys. But please be careful on how you relay the status of Sengoku to him. Enel said with a strained smile as he wondered how the former Marine hero was going to react. All of the Marines present, besides Fujitora, seemed to tremble a bit when thinking about that. Quote. He's certainly not going to take kindly to this, Akainu said as he rearranged his Marine cap. At the very least Sir Sengoku survived. He's in good hands too, not many doctors out there can claim to even come close to Crocus in skill. Kizaru said with a rather calm tone. I am sure it's going to be fine, Fujitora said with a shrug, not really knowing much about the former Marine's hero relationship with Sengoku. I expect a few fists to be thrown, at the very least. We are certainly going to be on the receiving end, Aokiji said as he shook his head a few times. Well, I did what I could, I plan to dodge punches coming my way. Enel simply shrugged a bit as he prepared to land his ship on the island. Do you still live in that cabin, Enel? You never did tell me where you moved it. Robin said from the side, somewhat ignoring the Marines around her as she spoke. Oh, I just moved to a different corner of the island. I don't even know if I live there anymore, honestly. I let someone else use it for a while. Enel said with a tired tone, as his ship finally touched ground in the middle of the forest. The second they landed, 3 figures appeared in front of them. Enel smiled when seeing them. One of them was Garp, wearing a white suit similar to the one he did in the Marines. His hair was still just as white as ever and his annoyed expression seemed unchanged. Francisco looked quite a lot different than what Enel had remembered though. He was now a blonde young man with long hair, wearing loose pants and a white shirt, with his blunt cutlass strapped to his waist. That cutlass was the only reason Enel could recognize him. Shit, something did happen in this place. I wonder why Bonnie ended up making Francisco of all people younger. I honestly thought she'd pick Garp first. Enel had already expected something major to have happened, especially since the beast pirates had already been raiding the islands when he was still in Baltigo, holding back the Marines. The third figure was one that Enel didn't quite recognize, but he could guess who it truly was. Yet another tall old man with blades instead of legs, long dyed yellow hair and a short beard, with 2 blades strapped to his waist. The old man was also wearing a yellow kimono, to match the color of his hair most likely. The Golden Lion. He certainly doesn't look like an enemy. Well then, I see we're receiving a warm welcome. Enel was the first one to jump from the ship, landing right in front of the trio of old men. Enel, you sleaze bag. Garp was about to admonish him for being late and leaving all of his duties off to other people, but he took notice of the missing arm and decided to hold off for now. What happened, Captain? Francisco also took notice of that rather quickly and decided to ask right away. Not even bothering with reintroductions or with clarifying his identity. Quite a lot it seems. I bet just as much has happened here as well. Enel then looked at Shaki for a moment. The golden lion smirked a bit, seemingly studying Francisco's new captain for a bit. He doesn't seem all that special. But who knows? Appearances are always deceiving. Shaki decided not to try anything for the time being and just kept observing the situation. Well, you've surely missed out on a bit of action. Garp said as he finally recollected himself. He no longer seemed mad about Enel's absence, his anger was mostly replaced with concern. Indeed, is that Kaido I feel in our prison, by chance? Seems like the two strongest in his crew are with him. Enel looked to the side with a strained smile as he wondered out loud. Francisco instantly burst out laughing. Shaki seemed quite amused as well, as he started smiling widely. Well, I see you catch on quick, Shaki said with an odd gaze as he wondered just how far Enel's observation haki could spread. Can't help it. Noticed quite a few interesting changes on the island. Did protocol wings fail? Enel asked with a wary gaze. Well, it depends on what you'd consider failure. Francisco said with a strained smile. But Garp was holding nothing back. Yeah, it fucking failed. Some battery you created, caught on fire after a few uses. Garp said with a scowl. Well, to be precise, we may have miscalculated just how much heat the whole operation would generate, and we may have also made the rotors a tad too big. We can also look into different materials for the battery itself. Francisco said as he scratched the back of his head. He had already realized what had gone wrong, but they were unable to repair the engine without Enel around, as some things needed to be completely broken and remade without his metal manipulation. Basically, reconstructing the huge motors without Enel was likely going to take a few years, so they had decided they were better off waiting for him to get back. Lack of testing might lead to this type of thing occurring. Enel simply shrugged. He felt that everyone was ultimately safe, so he wasn't quite stressed out about the engine malfunctioning. It can't be helped, not like I've built such a huge battery before. At the very least it worked to get you here, right? Enel asked as he tilted his head a bit. Well, they did almost crash into my islands, so I guess it worked out well enough. Gee ha 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 ha. Shaki laughed a bit as he spoke, making the lighting emperor smile a bit. I wouldn't classify that as working, but I guess it did its job. Good thing we happened to run into you. Enel didn't shy away from recognizing Shiki's help, even Garp could appreciate the Golden Lion's assistance with their islands. It's not that big of a deal. I was mainly helping Francisco anyway. Shaki smiled as he balanced himself on one blade. Aside from that, mind explaining why everyone else on your ship is too shy to come down? Garp said as he looked up. Oven then jumped right behind Enel, smiling as he did so. Oh, did I miss the introductions? The sweet commander said in a cheerful tone as Garp narrowed his eyes at him. Oh, what a spirited young man. Francisco said as he chuckled a bit. Shaki simply nodded with the same smile plastered on his face. Quote. Enel, who's this punk and why is he speaking like an old man? Oven asked with a bit of a frown on his face. This time, both Shaki and Garp burst out laughing as Francisco's smile became a bit strained. Enel coughed a few times as he turned to Oven. This guy's likely the oldest here. Probably the strongest besides me as well. Oldest. And is he really that strong? Even the former Marine hero is here. Oven said with a confused expression. I may be a tad older than I look. And I don't really know how I match up to everyone here specifically, besides Shaki, of course. Francisco wasn't one to be boastful thankfully. Before, he would brag somewhat by reminiscing about the good old days when he was in his prime. Now that he actually had the strength, he didn't see any need to brag. Even if he was almost certain he could take on both Shaki and Garp at the same time, there was no need to voice that out. Fighting Enel was still a large question mark for Francisco, as the swordsman was quite unsure if he was able to win against his captain under any circumstances. Quote. Tisk. Garp pouted a bit when hearing that Enel considered him weaker than Francisco, but he couldn't quite dispute that fact. Why are the others taking so long? Enel asked as he tapped Oven on the shoulder with his earlobe. Oven simply shrugged, surmising that most of them were likely just afraid to meet Garp, though he didn't say that out loud. Around them, more and more blimps started landing on the island, with Garp looking at it all with a raised eyebrow. Kid, how many people did you bring around this time? Do you think we've got unlimited food on these danky islands? Garp asked as he picked his nose with his pinky. Well, I'm sure I can assist you all with food until you are completely settled. Shaki said as he shrugged a bit. We can always just hunt a few sea kings too, not that big of an issue. How are the others? Enel as well, We have quite a few decent fighters on this island now. Well, they're shaping up to be decent fighters. The Marines from last time have already all joined the Sky Guards. Francisco said as he stroked his chin. The Marines that had helped transport the Fuchsia villagers had mostly been spending their time in the new Fuchsia village. They hadn't been able to help much against the beast pirates unfortunately, but they were now training to become even stronger directly under Garp. Momonga had also finally recovered enough to train as well, and he had started training in earnest. He was already basically the strongest besides Francisco and Garp among the residents of the island. Enel nodded when he heard about that. He was also rather glad that the Fuchsia villagers had settled in appropriately in their new home. They were certainly strong people, they adapted quickly and had already accepted their situations. Garp's presence was certainly a huge help in calming them down. Thoga. I am truly pleased to hear that everything has gone relatively well in this place. Shiki's smile strained for a few seconds. He wanted to mention how they had almost crashed into his base again, but decided not to out of courtesy. He is Francisco's current captain, a man that Francisco himself is not confident in defeating. He is certainly someone that warrants respect. The Golden Lion had always been one to respect strength, and he was always polite and friendly with people he deemed worthy of his time. He still was unsure about joining Enel's crew. Crew was a small word in Shiki's mind. To him, Enel was building something more akin to a large army. I'll see how things develop. Who knows, I might actually be able to see the government finally be brought down to its knees. Then more and more people started disembarking from Enel's ship. Garp's eyes widened completely when seeing the people that had come down. More specifically, the Marines were the first ones he noticed. What the hell is going on? Garp asked as he clenched his fists in confusion. Dragon was still hiding behind some people, likely not excited about the beating he was certainly going to receive. Why are you all here? Where's Sengoku and Suru? You better start explaining yourselves. Garp said as he crossed his arms. He shouted at the Marines with a confident and authoritative tone. Akainu sighed a bit as he rearranged his cap. This isn't going to be pretty. Enel and Oven stood to the side, not quite wanting to be part of the one-sided brawl that was about to ensue. Chapter 150. The Aggressive Welcome, News and Prisoner. Blank. Pav narration _ blank. The Marines were quiet when they saw Garp walking towards them. With the exception of Fujitora, who was quite happy when he felt Garp walking towards them. Dragon also stepped out from behind them, smiling slightly at his old father. Might as well get this over with. Hope I don't lose my front teeth again. You. Garp immediately punched Dragon in the face, likely knocking a few teeth loose and sending him flying back into Enel's ship. Dragon crashed headfirst into the ship, bending it down the middle and making it look like it was a makeshift metal cocoon around Dragon. At least Robin and Lurthy got off in time. Enel thought to himself as he stood beside Shiki and Francisco. The three of them might as well have been eating popcorn and looking at a movie. Enel's ship only had a few people on it, to begin with. Enel chuckled a bit when he noticed how strangely Lurthy was looking at the situation. Robin was also somewhat shocked, but only for 1 second, as she seemed to remember Garp from the time he had paid Luffy a visit on Water 7. I guess both Luffy's father and grandfather are working with Enel, the former Marine hero and the Revolutionary Army leader. In a sense, Robin was not even surprised at that point. Enel had managed to turn almost the entire high echelon of Marines against the world government. Most of it might have just been the government shooting itself in the foot, but Robin still realized that Enel was the catalyst for it all. It was because of him that so many legendary and powerful figures were starting to gather up under one flag. Unfilial bastard. How dare you show your face around here? Garp raised his fist and shook it in the air for a few seconds. Yet, Enel heard the old Marine hero say something else under his breath. Not even visiting me once in all these years. It was somewhat bittersweet. A father reuniting with his son, Garp did in fact express his affection in a strange manner. That sweet moment was somewhat ruined when the former Marine hero turned his head to Akainu and the others. And what the hell are you idiots doing on the same ship as him? Garp looked at his fist for a few seconds, then looked at the Marines who seemed to also be a bit ashamed to be admonished by the former Marine hero. Father, sorry for not visiting you. You know I was busy with the war effort. Dragon came out of the wrecked ship looking unscathed. He talked in a more submissive tone than before, which was noticeable by everyone. I guess Garp really used the fist of love on all of the children he's taken care of. Enel thought to himself as Shiki looked on with a goofy smile on his face. Reminds me of when Dragon was still a Marine. Father and son used to sail together, you know. I even had both of them once come after me. That was a long time ago though. The Golden Lion continued smiling as he spoke, the other Marines looking at him with a bit of hate. Fujitora seemed to be quite unbothered though. He simply yawned as he tapped his walking stick, swords on the ground. The Golden Lion Shiki. I guess you really do keep a lot of pirate company, huh Enel? Akainu said as he looked at the trio with a raised eyebrow. No one seemed to recognize Francisco though, which was for the better in Enel's opinion, at least for the moment. Obviously, most noteworthy pirates already have a bone to pick with the government, too. Begin with, they are easy to approach and befriend. Expect to see more pirates by my side in this whole mess. Enel didn't bother hiding his intentions, nor did he bother skirting around the issue. Akainu may have scoffed, but he could at least respect that. Still, the Marines weren't quite excited to be working with pirates. Unfortunately, they didn't have much of a choice. Sure, they could still choose to try and go their own way. To get in touch with the Neo Marines and help grow their faction. But Enel, at least in the eyes of Akainu and the former admirals, was currently their best bet when it came to fighting the world government. Their combined forces together already formed what was essentially the strongest army in the world. The fact that Garp was also there certainly helped ease them into working with so many pirates though. Unfortunately, they were not there with any good news. The Marines started explaining the situation a bit, and Enel's smile strained as they explained the events of the war. Francisco smiled confidently when hearing that his captain had held up the entire navy without gaining any major injuries. Shiki was quite impressed as well, solidifying his thoughts of sticking around Enel and facing the world government with him. Hell, with the people we have here, taking over the Holy Land will be a breeze. The Golden Lion had a dark smirk on his face as he felt that he was ever closer to bringing the government to its knees. He wasn't specifically pleased that he was working with Marines either, as he somewhat detested them for executing Roger. Then they got to the eye, at which point even Shiki's enthusiasm was halted for a while. Francisco's reaction was quite similar to his, though his narrowed eyes also displayed a bit of ferocity, especially when looking at his captain's missing arm. The Marines wasted no time in recounting how Sengoku and Enel had rushed onto Baltigo, and how all of them had tried blocking that strange attack. What was essentially the strongest combined power in the world at that time had failed miserably, and they had all only escaped with their lives due to Dragon's and Akagami's intervention. It was a pathetic thing in the eyes of the surviving Marines. For them to have been so helpless against an attack, even if it was from presumably an ancient weapon. Then they reached the part where they started recounting injuries. Enel and Sengoku received the most wounds. Enel lost an arm and had one of his earlobes shortened, as you could probably tell. And Sengoku. Akainu stopped for a moment, looking at Garp and judging his reaction. It was by no means a good one. The magma user could already see the veins bludging on the former Marine hero's clenched fists. The cold look in Garp's eyes told the Marines everything they needed to know. You better not tell me that he died, because you will be joining him soon if that's the case. The old Marine legend was certainly not beating around the bush. The sudden proclamation did make most of the people present sweat, thinking that it was a joke. But Enel, as well as Akainu and Aokiji, knew that Garp was not kidding. He was both capable and willing to kill Akainu in a fit of rage for failing to save his best friend and comrade. Though Enel planned to dissuade him from doing such a thing. Sengoku had put his life on the line to protect Akainu and the rest. After all, killing any one of them would just be spitting on his efforts. He survived thankfully. Crocus ended up saving his life at Shank's behest. But he lost all of his limbs. Enel decided to be the one to give the news, as he was the one that had the best relationship with Garp. Garp turned his head around, looking at the one-armed emperor with a furious gaze. It was clear that he wanted to swing his fists towards something, but in the end, he simply clenched his fists and sighed. At least he's safe. Enel, I don't care how you convince her, but that lassie Bonnie better help heal Sengoku sooner rather than later. The old Marine hero was surprisingly a lot calmer than they had all expected, but it somewhat made sense to Enel, especially after seeing Francisco's new look. He knows that such injuries aren't necessarily permanent, so he's less violent about it. At the very least he won't be trying to kill anyone because of it. I'll try to make a deal with her. I'm sure there are plenty of things she may want. As an emperor I should have the means to grant them. Enel nodded as he spoke, agreeing with Garp. The others seemed a bit confused, with the exception of Shiki and Francisco, who both knew what Garp was referring to. The Marine legend was still quite peeved that Akainu and the rest were mostly uninjured, while Sengoku was left almost dead. But in the end, it had been Sengoku's decision to protect the others, so Garp couldn't really blame them for his old friend's heroic actions. Still, he made sure to make them feel shame for even needing to be saved in the first place. Overall, it had gone much better than anyone had expected initially. Garp didn't even punch Dragon that many times, and the Marines were mostly unscathed, if a bit ashamed of themselves. Now that that's out of the way, do you plan for the Revolutionary Army to stay here for the long term? Garp's gaze was pointed at Enel as his words came out. Dragon stood by his side with a few bumps on his head. Indeed. This way they are safer, and keeping my allies closer to me is ideal in these situations. Enel clapped his earlobes together with a smile on his face. He then tapped his ship with his palm, making it shift and compress into a walking stick and a white gauntlet. Now, I'm quite excited to learn about how things have been going in these parts. I am sure I still have a lot of catching up to do. Gonfall will certainly be curious about the new arrivals as well. Wait till the Shandian tribe find out that you decided to use their island without asking anyone for permission. Garp scowled a bit when Enel started speaking about Gonfall, who was the actual leader, god of the Sky Islands. Francisco also seemed to somewhat agree with him. This may technically be your territory, but you aren't its tyrannical leader. You can't keep making these types of decisions all by yourself. The old master swordsman said as he crossed his arms and looked at Enel with half-closed eyes. I don't want you ending up like my former captain. You better manage diplomatic relations better than him. Francisco thought as he continued looking at Enel, waiting for his response. I understand that this isn't ideal. I'll make an effort to return here ahead of time and talk to Gonfall and you all before coming back with any more people. What? You're planning on allying yourself with even more people? Akainu asked with a raised eyebrow. At that moment, Enel already had a lot of people willing to join him and face the world government, even more than anyone present knew when considering that the Whitebeard pirates were still strong and active. One can never be too prepared. It is better to have allies upon allies. The more we have, the less we'll have to face later. Ha! All until one of them stabs ya in the back. Shiki spit on the ground in front of him as he looked at all of the Marines present. The Marines all gave him a pointed look, with the exception of Fujitora, who simply raised an eyebrow. Francisco coughed a bit, to ease off some of the tension in the air. And explained his old friend's plight a bit more. You have big goals, and you need manpower, that's for sure. But do pay attention to what type of people you bring with you. Make sure they are fully willing and prepared to burn the government with you. Francisco made sure to look at everyone present when he said that. He received many resolute gazes, but there was also quite a bit of uncertainty. Especially from people like Robin, Kizaru and surprisingly, Oven. The sweet commander was willing to follow his friend until the end. But he also couldn't participate in a full-scale war against the world government without also implicating his family. He needed to either convince his mother to join their cause, break off from them entirely or not participate in the war. Things were still foggy on whether or not Big Mom was willing to join Enel in his efforts. So the only clear thing currently was that Oven was going to have to make a tough decision somewhere down the line. I understand. Trust is necessary when attempting something like this. I assure you I wouldn't ally myself with people I can't trust. Enel said as he closed his eyes and sighed. While I can't say that I personally trust every person in the Revolutionary Army down to its last member, I can assure you that the ones leading the army are worth your trust. The one-armed emperor's words came out without any hesitation, making Dragon and Lurthi smile a bit. Most of the people present seemed to appreciate Enel's trust, even if some did so reluctantly. I trust the revolutionaries, but I am still not sure about trusting Marines to fight the world government. Shiki had finally decided to voice out his dissatisfaction. Garp growled at him a bit, but the Golden Lion wasn't shaken one bit. The Marine legend scowled. You're one to talk about trust. I didn't see you back in God Valley to defend your beloved captain. HMPH, you were lucky I had a job elsewhere. The Golden Lion spat right back as the two old men started bickering. Now, no reason to start fighting again. Francisco clapped his hands together, settling the mood once more as he was about to speak out, but Enel beat him to it. Shiki, no one would willingly trust the leading figures of a government-sponsored organization to go against said government. But this situation is very different from that. This same government is trying to and has already fucked them over on several occasions. I believe they are just as trustworthy as the revolutionaries, if not more. The Emperor spoke with a calming smile, stepping in between the Flying Lion and the Marine legend without any hesitation. HMPH. I'll keep an eye on them while I'm around though. wouldn't want anything to happen after all. Shaki still wasn't fully convinced, but he would come around in time. It wasn't like he was fully decided on joining Enel anyway. In the end, the situation was diffused, and the others were able to finally try and find a place to settle down. Immediately, Morley, the friendly giant of the revolutionaries and push-push fruit user, started digging tunnels underneath them using her fruit. Her control and speed were both exceptional, so they would all have housing underground within a few hours, if not all, at least a good chunk of them. Shaki also decided to help a bit, as he could control the ground he had touched. So the process went from a few hours to only around an hour. The rest still started chopping trees and putting together cabins, as only having an underground base was not that great for the skin. They were all already accustomed to the atmosphere there, as they had been flying at that altitude for a long time already, so they were able to get to work instantly. Enel went ahead to speak with Gonfall about the situation. More specifically, he zapped and appeared in the middle of Skypa, looking around while whistling and heading for Gonfall's office. He received many fearful looks as he went by, but some seemed more shocked by his state rather than his presence. Rumors quickly spread of something capable of harming the former invincible god of Skypa, exactly as Enel had planned. Although they had seen large-scale conflicts already, many still hung on to the idea that Enel was actually invincible, as his reign of terror had instilled that into their minds. Seeing him in that state would help cleanse the palate a bit, lessen their fears and remind them that Enel was nothing more than a human at the end of the day. Gonfall was also quite shocked to see Enel actually injured to such an extent. He appeared quite shaken even after Enel had explained that everything was fine. The old man ended up reluctantly agreeing to speak with the Shandian tribe about the revolutionaries setting up a base on Upper Yard. It would have been Enel's job under normal circumstances, but he was already a bit busy with something urgent. What was that exactly? Well, it had something to do with the Emperor bound by thick seastone chains that they were keeping in their prisons. Chapter 151. Bound Emperor, Plans and Rest. Blank. POV narration, blank. Kaido didn't quite like his current situation. He had been captured before, so it wasn't that he was unaccustomed to it. Sure, it was the first time he was captured on a sky island, but it wasn't actually the first sky island he had been on. He had even jumped off one of Shiki's islands at some point. The one thing that bothered him didn't have much to do with his location or imprisonment. It had a lot to do with the people around him. He was used to people being afraid of him, or at least wary to some extent. Even stronger Marines and admirals looked at him with fear. But the people that incarcerated him now basically laughed in his face multiple times. Francisco did so more in a rhetorical manner, by not respecting him in any way and still treating him like a child. And Shaki did so by actually laughing in his face for getting captured. Garp was a bit more indifferent about the situation. Now, Kaido could somewhat understand Francisco and Garp, as they were both strong enough to face him on an even level, both even surpassing him at some points. But he couldn't accept the fact that someone like Shaki was also laughing at him. Kaido was under the impression that he had managed to outgrow all of the other former members of the Rocks Pirates, including Whitebeard and Shaki, who had grown weak and frail in the Dragon Emperor's eyes. Hell, Kaido would have killed Newgate before Marineford, had Shanks not stopped him. Well, at least he would have tried to take the title of strongest from him. Yes, Kaido was confident in his strength. Francisco was the only person that Kaido really feared. But that fear was only born out of old trauma. He wasn't afraid of dying per se, but he was also extremely close to his goals. He would usually accept dying to a strong opponent like Francisco. To him, that was an honorable death. The situation changed a lot when the Navy became much weaker. The balance of the New World was broken completely, and he wanted to take advantage of that and start the war of his dreams. But besides that, Kaido also detested Francisco. The more polite that old monster acts, the more disgusted I am with him. He acts like a sheep while being one of the biggest wolves around. Kaido found the fact that Francisco was even pretending to act friendly around him to be insulting. The dragon simply couldn't comprehend the fact that someone with Francisco's strength would see humans as anything other than ants. The moment I recuperate, I'll kill both the old monster and Shaki. I'm sure I'll find an opportunity to do so. I can already use Haki, so I should be able to escape from these bindings easily. Kaido knew what he needed to do. He knew how many people were on the island, and he knew what the real threats are. Screw meeting that bastard Sky King. I'll just destroy his home, he'll surely seek me out afterwards anyway. He was going to seize the occasion and challenge Garp, Francisco and Shaki alongside the remainder of his crew that was also captured there. He was confident that he would be able to fight Francisco as long as he was careful from the start. Shiki and Garp were going to be a hassle, but at least he'd be able to destroy the island and run away if it turned out that he truly couldn't win. The cruel emperor laughed a bit inwardly as he imagined the looks on the faces of Garp and Francisco as he burned down the place they were tasked to protect. He didn't laugh for long though, as something entered the corner of his eye. A blue flash of light, followed by the sound of a man walking. A figure stepped out in front of his cage, sitting on a chair and staring at him with a bored gaze. A shirtless man wearing a white furred coat and loose pants, twirling a white walking stick on his wrist and humming a bit. The Sky King is here already. Immediately, his plans of destroying the island were halted. As yet another potential danger reared its head. Kaido looked at the long Earl Obed man with a serious gaze, trying to study him closely, trying to see what he was built out of. A man that has managed to make both Francisco and Garp follow him, the one who this territory truly belongs to. I hoped he'd come a bit later. But what's with his state? Kaido had seen plenty of reports, but nothing was ever mentioned that he had lost an arm, so it was definitely a recent injury. Who the hell did he run into? Did that red-haired bastard fight him? The dragon couldn't really think of many people capable enough to cut off the hand of an emperor. Shanks was the first person that came to mind. Mihawk was also a possibility, but Kaido knew that Mihawk didn't care to fight anyone unless they were a swordsman. You look a lot weaker in person. Kaido snarked Enel without holding anything back, a mocking smirk filling his face as the Sky King smiled right back. Even if I can no longer destroy this island, I'll still be able to escape if push comes to shove. Right. Could say the same for you. Francisco really did almost cut you in two, huh? Enel was honestly amused when he heard how pathetically Kaido had lost. Sure, it was due to carelessness, but it was still him falling to a single sword strike. A single swing to take down one of the most resilient monsters alive. It just helped to put into perspective just how powerful his right hand actually was. A man that truly deserved to stand at the top of the world, unmatched talent and strength, huh? But Francisco hadn't been unmatched. Far from it actually. How powerful was Rox, I wonder? I don't know enough about him, but it might be worthwhile to learn more. The Sky King then also pondered more on the position of right hand, a bit. Now, Garp was also a contender for the spot of right hand. But the old marine didn't actually want to be called a pirate, so he was just the resident trainer and annoyed old man to everyone, though extremely powerful and well respected. HMPH, I don't know who you think you're dealing with, but pirates from his era are cutthroat and extremely dangerous. If I were you, I'd be expecting a sword in my back any second. Kaido smirked as he stoked the fire a bit. Don't bother trying to create a rift between us. I trust Francisco more than I trust your flimsy words and skewed worldview. Enel simply scoffed at his shoddy attempt though. Trust? Huh. Suit yourself. I don't care. Just don't be surprised when it eventually happens. Kaido said as he stared the Sky King in the eye without any fear. Sure. Now, to get to the point. What the hell are you even doing here, Kaido? Enel glared at the bound man with renewed ferocity, momentarily surprising Kaido as well. That intensity made the dragon somewhat question Enel's actual strength. Is he really able to defeat Francisco? He killed Jack and fought the Navy, but that doesn't help me compare him with that old monster. Still, Kaido found it unlikely that someone as young as Enel was as strong as Zebek. So he decided that he had no reason to fear Enel alone. HMPH, this land was ripe for the taking. Many would obviously try to take it if they discovered it first. Kaido simply scoffed. Don't go around kidding yourself. You aren't the first to discover this place. Far from it. What I mean is that you were supposed to have a job elsewhere. Enel narrowed his eyes at the Dragon Emperor and spoke with a smile. Huh, a job? Really now? Kaido scoffed at that once more. What does he know? Has he been paying attention to my actions in the past? You were supposed to be in Wano right now, waiting for Joyboy to arrive. Why are you wasting your time here? Enel looked Kaido dead in the eye as he said that. The Dragon Emperor stood silent for a while, looking at Enel with narrowed eyes. Does it matter? I will let you go for now. You'll be free to leave and take your goons with you. Ha, cryptic talk is for weaker men, but I guess you won't give me more details. Still, what you are doing is just foolish. You really think I won't be back to claim this land with the rest of my forces? Kaido immediately started laughing, simply thinking that Enel was simply joking around with him. You and the rest of your forces, huh? Enel smiled mockingly as he repeated Kaido's words. If you really do try that, then you'll just be killing yourself and dooming your men. Enel simply smiled, stating the obvious as he proceeded to stand up and walk towards the door. And one last thing. Don't underestimate the world government just because they appear weaker now. It's because of them that I lost my arm. The Sky King decided to give Kaido one last warning, not wanting him to actually go ahead and attempt a raid on the Holy Land. Quote. I'll keep that in mind. Kaido said in a low voice, somewhat confused by the entire conversation. Someone will come free you soon. If you harm anyone on your way out, I'll make sure both of your arms remain on this island. Enel then simply left the prison, disappearing in a flash of blue light after he spoke the last words of his sentence. He reappeared in his small old cabin, filled with dust and unused. The back of his head hit the pillow and his eyes peered at the ceiling above him. He could only sigh as countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. Blank. Pav Enel. Blank. As much as I'd love to be able to ally myself with or simply kill this bothersome warmongering emperor, I still need him in Wano as of right now. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that his presence there is needed most. The world government will seize control of that country as soon as they find out he's missing. Not only that, but I also need him to help awaken Nika in the future. Even with my current allies, having a person with a god fruit on my side is certainly going to help. I'm sure the others won't fully agree with this, but I think they will be able to at least trust my judgment. It's been quite a while since I've had the proper time to rest though. I should probably go ahead and do that right now. Well, I still have work to do. I need to speak with Bonnie and see what deal I can make with her. By now the news of my missing limb should have reached her as well, so she'll probably be expecting me as well. There is also the new Marines that I need to contact, and I am quite sure that I'll run into Hina there. A reunion that's really been a long time coming. I hope she is safe at least. Other than that, there is contacting Buggy, scouting out the sunken remains of God Valley and training my conquerors Haki more earnestly. I must also work towards awakening my devil fruit. Like that mythical beast said. I don't exactly know what to think about that yet, but it is better to listen to its advice for now. I need to be prepared. By the time Nika awakens I need to have everything ready. I can't really shake the foundations of this world with a half-baked plan. My current power still feels like it won't be enough, but at least I can now grow without any restrictions thanks to Big Mom. I need to be able to face I am by myself, even if I'll have allies by my side. I don't want to see anyone else end up like Sengoku while in my care. Well, I'll have time for all of that after resting for a bit. It's been quite a few days before I slept. Even blinking is straining at this point. Chapter 152. Advantage, Memories and Negotiations. Blank. Pav narration underscore, blank. Bonnie didn't quite know how to approach Enel at first. She had heard a bit about his recent injury, and he still needed rest, so she had some time to think about her current situation. On one hand, her stay on the Sky Islands meant that she was safe from all harm. Francisco seemed quite keen to protect her from anyone after she'd aged him, and Garp still considered her an ally, so she wasn't even in danger if more emperors besieged the islands. On the other hand, it seemed that she was somewhat losing sight of her goals. She felt as if she was a bird in a cage while sitting on the island. She was growing stronger and stronger though, now being strong enough to stand up to most pirates in the New World. She had decent proficiency over some of the 6 powers with the help of Garp's teachings, and she had even managed to materialize her will after gaining a bit of insight on armament from Francisco. She was confident that she could hold her own even against pirates with up to a 500 million bounty as she was, even without using her devil fruit. Her devil fruit still gave her the advantage of being able to end any conflict instantly as soon as she touched her opponent. Those with strong Haki would be able to prevent her from altering their age, but as long as she managed to overpower their Haki with her own, she would be able to use her devil fruit regardless. Alas, she was far away from overpowering anyone when it came to Haki. With each hour that passes, little Kuma is suffering more and more. Bonnie simply scowled. The mere thought of Kuma being treated as a slave by the world government made her feel sick to the core. There was also a strange feeling of inadequacy, staying there in safety as her nephew suffered terrors she could barely imagine. Well, no, she could imagine them, as she had once suffered from their tyranny herself. Had it not been for Fishman Tiger she likely would have still been in captivity in the Holy Land. She had gone through a lot of trouble to make sure her powers didn't end up in the wrong hands. But her life wasn't always filled with so much trouble. She didn't have the time to train much previously though, as former royalty, she didn't even need to. She had had it easy in the first part of her life. Only after gaining her devil fruit powers and having a target silently painted on her back did she start her journey in hiding. The more she reminded herself of her past, the more she thought about her family. She felt ashamed, remembering Kuma as a child, snuggling up to her lap like an innocent child. That same child had now grown up, while she looked just the same. And he was suffering, as she was sitting on her ass, doing nothing of substance. What am I even doing here? She looked at the ceiling with a frustrated gaze. She knew that she wasn't strong enough to rescue Kuma on her own. Even after I promised that I would protect him. Why did he have to go and get involved with the revolutionaries? Bonnie had followed the moves of her nephew rather closely, paying attention to him whenever she could. Even after he became much stronger than her, he was still her nephew, and she felt the need to protect him. But alone there wasn't much that she could do. Her only real hope was her next conversation with Enel. He's injured, right? I can heal him. Even if it feels a bit scummy after all that he did for me, I can use that to bargain with him. Bonnie really felt like she was stretching the limits of Enel's good nature. He was the reason why she could live as leisurely as she was currently. He was the one to bring such powerful people under him. Even the Revolutionary Army and the Marines that had been working to capture her before were now working with him. He seemed to have the strange ability to bring everyone together in one place. Well, it also seemed that the government was aiding him, by making themselves the obvious common enemy they all had to take care of. Still, it was thanks to his actions that the government's actions had spiraled out of control. She was able to observe most of it from a vantage point. And as she mulled over her thoughts, Bonnie heard a knock on the door. She looked at the entrance of her cabin and simply sighed. Come in. The door swung open without any grace, slamming into the wall and making it slightly shake as a blond man walked in, whistling as he did so. It was none other than Francisco, wearing the same black pants and boots, coupled with a loose white shirt. Bonnie, my dear, can tell you're feeling down lately. This is an intervention. Francisco puffed up his chest and spoke in a flamboyant manner. He always seemed playful when with her, his otherwise dignified self seemingly disappearing. It went to the point where Bonnie wasn't even sure which was his actual personality. Well, in all fairness, he likely just acted that way because he wanted to get some reactions out of her. But he was a damn good actor. Not a good time for theatrics. Bonnie smothered her face into a pillow as she waved the legendary pirate off nonchalantly. Any Marine, or anyone for that matter, that knew of Francisco's reputation would have been shitting bricks in his presence, yet there was Bonnie, casually and quietly telling him to fuck off. Francisco just scoffed. He was not some hot-headed young man, so he wasn't bothered by her ignoring him. Now, I may not be the most well-adjusted in our merry crew. But I am still the first mate. I must tend to the mental health of the others, make sure that everyone is safe. I can tell that something's been weighing on your mind for quite some time now. The old swordsman shrugged and sat down on a stool in front of Bonnie's bed, staying by her side as she still tried to ignore him. After seeing that her strategy wasn't quite working, she decided to speak to him. It didn't help that Francisco's words raised quite a few questions. It's personal. And since when am I part of your crew? Wasn't I just a guest? Bonnie's tone seemed genuinely confused. The old first mate simply smiled. Well, a guest is what you call a fleeting acquaintance. Do you really think of all of us like that? After everything that has happened, and all of the time spent here? Well, the time I spent here was nice. But we both know I won't be here forever. And I won't be here for much longer either, depending on how my conversation with your captain might go. Bonnie's words seemed to put a bit of a frown on the old pirate's smiling face. Well, I doubt my captain is as bad as you paint him. I am sure that whatever you have to do or say, he won't mind. As long as you don't betray us, of course. The old man's smile returned as she slowly stood up. It was pretty clear that she wasn't willing to talk to him about whatever was bothering her. And he didn't want to pester her too much about it. She'll tell us when she's ready. But he still decided to leave her with some parting words, as her lack of response made him a bit frustrated. If you do decide to betray us, please don't blame me when I kill you with my own two hands. The blond man's gaze turned cold for a second as he spoke those words. Bonnie simply looked at the wooden floor as Francisco walked out of her cabin and closed the door behind him. The glutton didn't mind Francisco's comment, nor did she find them to be out of line. Her lack of response had just left room for interpretation. It was mostly her fault for not trusting him enough to share her concerns with him. I guess he's never going to take betrayal lightly. Well, what I have in mind isn't quite qualified as betrayal, so it should be fine. Right. She wasn't really betraying anyone. She was just going to take advantage of the situation to request something. It wasn't a kind move, nor was it something a friend would do, but she wasn't betraying anyone. She was left to mull over those thoughts for a while that night, but she wasn't the only one going through a tough time. Garp was quite confused when he first saw Sabo. He could somewhat remember him from somewhere, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it though. At least not at first sight. It was only after a few minutes of speaking with Dragon that he realized who Sabo really was. Aren't you that brat that used to hang around Ace and Luffy? It was a question that made Sabo raise his eyebrow. He seemed genuinely confused, which made Garp scowl a bit. Then Garp put his hand into his chest pocket and pulled out a picture. It was a picture of 3 kids, 2 had black hair and 1 was blonde. They were clearly Ace and Luffy. And the other was clearly a younger version of Sabo. Sabo seemed to enter a strange state of shock, which made Dragon a bit concerned. Unfortunately, Garp didn't consider that. He figured Sabo was just pretending to have trouble remembering things. Ya better fucking remember. Garp used his famed fist of love in that instant, smacking Sabo's head into the ground and making him pass out instantly. Dragon wanted to say something about Garp harming his subordinates, but he decided against that after some inward deliberation. I don't want to get hit again. Sabo for some reason didn't wake up instantly though. He was carted off to the medical bay, newly constructed, after Dragon noticed he wasn't waking up. Garp was also concerned after that, looking at his fists with a raised eyebrow. I didn't hit him that hard. In the end, Sabo would wake up later into the night, clutching at his bed sheets with a pale face. He wasn't alone in the room though. A woman with short orange hair stood by his side, sleeping while sitting on a chair. It was none other than Koala, one of Sabo's best friends in the Revolutionary Army. Sabo smiled warmly when seeing the droll come out of her half-open mouth. He scratched at his head a bit as he thought back to that photo that Garp had shown him. Luffy and Ace. Huh. Some fragments seemed to be slowly returning, as he finally remembered a bit more about his childhood. Whether it was from Garp's fist or seeing that photo, or both, his mind had been shaken up enough to force him to remember a few things. To think I'd have brothers like that. Sabo could only smile as he remembered his siblings and their recklessness. Well, looking at the Marineford War and their public actions as pirates. They certainly haven't changed a bit. Sabo sighed, a smile spreading on his face, as he slowly stood up in his bed. I can't wait to meet them again. The chief of staff then stood up completely, stretching a bit as he rubbed the small bump on his head that he had received from Garp's. Eventually, Koala also woke up, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. She instantly perked up when seeing Sabo already up, slapping him back into bed and hugging him a bit. The rest of the night was rather uneventful for all parties involved. Well, Gonfall still had to deal with the Shandians, but that went quite well. Dragon made sure to go and introduce himself and his people, as he didn't want to appear rude. It seemed that the Shandians were okay as long as the space they took was a bit further away from their tribal holy land. Even if they didn't need to protect the writings there any longer, it was still a place of importance with a lot of history, so they didn't want outsiders swarming it or living near it. In the afternoon actually, Enel woke up feeling quite refreshed. He stretched his arm and earlobes a bit, standing up and jumping a few times, hitting his head on the ceiling of the cabin just as many times. I really need to build a bigger home. I could ask for help from the revolutionaries this time, maybe they can make something better in their spare time. Enel then took his walking stick and stepped out the door. He only took one breath of fresh air before he twirled his walking stick and appeared in front of Bonnie's door. Might as well deal with this right now. He knocked on the door a few times and waited outside for a few minutes before the door finally opened. Bonnie looked at him with a pair of tired eyes, somewhat hidden behind her pink bangs. Enel, glad to see you. Did you have to come this early in the morning? Bonnie asked as she rearranged her bed hair and invited him in. It's already afternoon, Bonnie. I slept in a bit, so I figured you'd already be awake. Enel smiled in a friendly manner as he waved one of his earlobes around. Well, excuse me, Mr. Emperor. But I didn't know you were here to judge my sleeping habits. Bonnie's dismissive tone managed to slightly annoy the Lightning Emperor. He wasn't some stuck-up old guy, Cap, that cared about appearances, so he wasn't mad at being disrespected or anything, it was just her overall tone that bothered him. Sorry for disturbing your beauty sleep then. But I felt the need to speak to you sooner rather than later, otherwise, Garp might actually chew my head off. Enel scratched the back of his head as he let his heavy walking stick lean on him. The wooden floor creaked a bit under its weight, but Enel simply ignored it. Bonnie didn't seem to care much for the cabin either, she seemed to have bigger concerns. Garp. Bonnie tilted her head a bit, not bothering to hide her confusion. Why would Garp chew him out for losing an arm? Well, I guess you aren't caught up to speed yet. No one visited to tell you everything about the situation, right? Enel sweated a bit at her question, replying in earnest. Francisco came by, but our conversation was cut short. I was kinda busy mulling over some thoughts. Bonnie's smile became a bit strained as she spoke of her interaction with their resident legendary swordsman. Well, it can happen. Anyway, Sengoku, Garp's best friend and brother-in-arms, was also maimed quite badly by the attack that took my arm off. Enel decided to just give her a quick overview, to let her know who exactly she was going to be contracted to heal. The former fleet admiral. Bonnie seemed a bit confused, but she then remembered that Garp was indeed a marine, he never acts like one. Yep. And he wants me to talk you into healing him. We can strike a deal, there must be something you want in exchange. Enel didn't bother mincing words with Bonnie, they already knew each other for quite some time after all. Quote. Bonnie simply stared at Enel with her eyes wide open. It was that easy. Chapter 153. Deals and mission details. Blank. POV narration underscore, blank. It was that easy. Bonnie almost wanted to rip her hair out. What was all of that anguish and frustration for then? She didn't know if she was mad at herself or at Francisco for making her feel even more on edge. Though, to be fair, she didn't really give him much information on what she wanted, so the legendary swordsman just assumed the worst. You seem a bit confused. Or maybe mad. From your reaction, you likely planned to ask me for something, maybe bargain a bit. Honestly, what did you think was going to happen? Enel almost wanted to cross his arms and shake his head at her, but he didn't really have two arms to cross. I don't know. I guess I just thought you'd be a bit mad that I'm not helping you outright after everything you've been doing for me. Bonnie ended up scratching the back of her head, she was truly not used to getting things for free, not in this second part of her life as a fugitive pirate. Bonnie, I saved you at that time because I didn't want you to fall into the hands of the government. I thought I had made it clear, but I won't ever ask you to use your powers outright. That is something you can only do at your own discretion. Enel scowled a bit when seeing her flabbergasted. I mean, I'm not exactly used to this. I just figured you'd finally start acting like an emperor, I guess. Bonnie looked to the side a bit, she seemed to be muttering a few curses. Enel heard Francisco's name being mentioned, but he decided to just ignore it. I've always been an emperor, even when we first met. Why would I suddenly change how I behave with my own people? I've gone over this already with Francisco, but I'm not part of your crew. The Lightning Emperor scowled a bit when seeing how fixated she was on that. Not part of my crew yet. How about it? Wanna join us officially? The Emperor clapped his earlobes together and spoke with a flamboyant tone. I guess I never did formally extend an invitation to her, I was quite busy. What? You're inviting me just like that? What were you expecting? It's not like I give written invitations. The Emperor pouted a bit at Bonnie, not quite sure how else to respond to her. The glutinous pirate looked at the Emperor in front of her for quite a few seconds, trying to process the face he was making. Quote. Okay, I'll be joining your crew and all that, but first you have to save my nephew, I'll also heal whoever you wanted me to, or whatever. Bonnie ended up just accepting. Well, technically accepting. She did want to ensure the safety of her family. Enel nodded like a sage when hearing that, his eyes closed as he seemed to be thinking about something. They then shot open and he stared at her for a few seconds. What? Bonnie obviously noticed his staring. She wasn't exactly blind. Bonnie, how old are you again? Enel rubbed his chin as he spoke out, his expression remaining blank, but his eyes glinted with a sparkle of curiosity. Bonnie could feel her blood pressure rising a bit when she heard that question. Say, have your parents ever taught you manners? You never ask a woman her age. Bonnie shouted right in Enel's face. The Emperor blinked a few times, ignoring the spit that landed on his face. Fair. That was all he said as he leaned back into his chair. Sue, care to spare me a few more details on who you want to rescue? The Emperor didn't waste much time sulking before he started speaking again, inquiring further about this nephew. Bartholomew Kuma, former warlord, also the former king of Sorbet Kingdom, somewhere in the South Blue. Bonnie crossed her legs as she straightened up a bit, realizing that they were likely going to get into a more serious subject. Quote. Kuma, I remember him, but I don't know if you'll like how he is currently. Enel scratched the back of his head as he spoke. He clearly remembered Kuma from the show. He didn't remember Bonnie being mentioned a lot in relation to him though. However he is, I want him safe and out of the hands of those slavers. Enel at least had to give it to her. She was certainly resolute. Understood. Manageable even. So he's being held at the Holy Land. Enel said as he rubbed his chin a bit. That's where I think he is. He's probably a slave there. I can't give you exact information, as I don't have any. But there is really nowhere else he could be. It's either there or with Dr. Vegapunk. Bonnie bit a bit into her fingernails as she spoke, visibly frustrated by the lack of information. Enel simply nodded. There really weren't many places where Kuma could be at the end of the day. So it's either a raid on the Holy Land or a visit to the smartest human alive. Enel smiled a bit as he thought about that. Yet, in the show, he was being kept as a slave in the Holy Land. That's where he's most likely to be. Well, I know what to do in this case. Enel nodded and got up. He signaled Bonnie to follow him, and she did so, questioning him a few times along the way. Enel simply answered in odd phrases and hummed his way along through the forest, as the two of them walked for a few minutes. Bonnie was obviously irritated by Enel's lack of responses, but she did seem to understand a few things when seeing where exactly the Emperor had brought her. They were staring at two men, playing chess in the middle of the woods. Both were tall and blonde, but one was obviously older and with dyed hair. Francisco and Shiki just seemed to be relaxing. Well, Francisco was relaxing, Shiki was losing badly, and was angry, thrashing around like a rowdy child and swearing every time Francisco made a move. This isn't fair. I'm too old for this shit, Shiki said as he lost once again. The Golden Lion had never been able to win against Francisco, not even before he had gone a bit senile. Quote. I'm older than you. Francisco tilted his head a bit as he spoke, and it seemed to tick Shiki off quite a bit. Older my ass. Well, I guess you are, mentally. But I refuse to call you old while you look like that. Shiki shoved his finger into the legendary swordsman's face as he spoke, his spit flying everywhere. Francisco simply chuckled a bit as he turned and looked at the two newcomers. Come to gander at the most engaging strategic match of this island. Francisco's tone sounded grand, arrogant even. Shiki simply scowled when hearing it, mumbling some curses under his breath. I am quite sure this is the only chess match on this island. I don't think the Shandian tribe is playing chess, Enel said as he narrowed his eyes at his first mate. But there is also the Revolutionary Army. Though I guess they are quite busy for now. Still doesn't disprove my claims. The old swordsman laughed a bit as he tapped the hilt of his blunt cutlass. Sue, what are you two here for? Shiki looked at Enel and Bonnie with a hopeful expression. The Emperor instantly understood the message. Please save me from this. It wasn't his idea to start playing chess by the looks of it. Francisco and Shiki, would the two of you be willing to raid the Holy Land? Enel smiled as he spoke, and Shiki's eyes gained a crazed glint. Willing. You only need to ask once. The Golden Lion immediately stood up, laughing as he did. Bonnie couldn't help but sweat a bit at his eagerness. Now, don't get your horses all riled up. Francisco smacked his partner on the back of the head, making him a bit dizzy. What does this raid consist of, Captain? The first mate looked at the Emperor with a last smile. He was clearly up to the task, he was just asking for more information. Enel simply smiled as he started speaking again. You two old guys are to save this wee lass's nephew. The Emperor pointed at Bonnie with a smile on his face, making the woman in question cringe a bit at the strange tone he had used. Nephew. No offense, but ya don't look that old, Shiki said as he squinted a bit at the gluttonous supernova. Bonnie simply shrugged, before snapping her eyes open and looking at Enel with a slanted gaze. See, even a senile old man has enough manners to not ask for my age directly. Bonnie crossed her arms, a smug look creeping on her face as Enel just scowled a bit. Hey, I ain't senile, not that much at least, Shiki said as he scratched his beard a bit. Anyway, you want us to rescue someone, that's it. No absolute destruction on the world government or something along those lines. Francisco was the one to get the conversation back on track, once again being the voice of reason in a conversation. Well, we aren't quite ready for a full-on assault right now. The one that stands on the empty throne can likely kill us all by himself. Enel simply shrugged a bit as he spoke, remembering the large eye that hovered above Baltigo. I don't know if he's strong enough for all of us. Shiki seemed to not quite believe Enel at that point. It pays well to be careful, but I also agree with Shiki here. All of the people gathered on this island. There shouldn't be any force in the world capable of holding us back even slightly. Especially if we can heal up Sengoku as well. Francisco also spoke out. He believed in his captain ultimately, but still felt the need to express his point of view at the end of the day. I know how powerful this group has become. I am not blind. The emperor sighed a bit as he looked at the people around him. But I also know that the world government have their hands on pieces of two ancient weapons, and they also have a full ancient weapon. Or at least something with equivalent power. Enel's smile seemed to become a bit strained as he spoke, clearly a bit frustrated with the situation as well. Francisco and the rest were somewhat forced to think back to Baltigo when Enel said that, especially since Enel seemed to be pointing at his missing arm with an earlobe. I see. Well, I guess being careful doesn't hurt. As long as I see the current government fall to its knees in my lifetime, I don't particularly care. The Golden Lion ended up just shrugging. He wasn't intimidated by the threat of an ancient weapon, but he also knew that it was nothing to scoff at. It was better to be careful in such situations. Francisco and Bonnie both seemed to agree. So, would it be the three of us rescuing this nephew? Is he being kept there as a slave, by chance? Francisco asked as he rubbed his chin a bit. His blue eyes looked over at Bonnie, who seemed a bit ashamed to meet his gaze for some reason. Shiki and Enel both noticed that. The two of them looked at each other for a bit, then back at Bonnie and Francisco. Women. Ha. Both of them ended up sharing the same thoughts. But Enel did have to answer Francisco's question, so their small moment was somewhat ruined by the Emperor's next words. Well, it will just be the two of you actually. Enel smirked as he spoke, making the other three people present stared at him with wide eyes. What? Why aren't you going? Bonnie was the first to react. Shiki seemed to be asking the same question, just with his gaze. Francisco was the only one trying to find a reason for Enel's actions. Well, I'm quite sure that if all three of us were to go, they'd just nuke the entire island. In the first place, I am quite sure they have something prepared for me if I go there. Enel shrugged as he spoke. You think they're focusing on you to that point? To have something prepared specifically for you? Shiki seemed a bit unconvinced. Sounds a bit arrogant, sure. But they've been baiting me towards the Holy Land for a while now. They've also made it clear that they've gathered everyone there. Every time they make an action, it almost feels like they're trying to bait me there. Even when they destroyed Baltigo. Enel smiled a bit as his words made all of the people present think more and more about the situation. They didn't have the full context like Enel did, however. At Baltigo. Are you sure they were baiting you then too? Seems more like they were trying to kill you. Bonnie said as she looked at Enel's missing arm. There is no way they thought I'd get hit by that attack. Even if it was fast, I could have escaped with ease before the red light even hit the island. I only stood there to help the others. But they had moved most of their forces away while knowing that it would at most take me a minute to reach their base and destroy every celestial dragon in the Holy Land. Enel's smile seemed to be turning more devious as he spoke. And the others were also starting to understand what he was talking about, even Shiki. Quote. When you put it like that, it does sound like they were expecting you to go there. Francisco seemed to become thoughtful for a few seconds. Indeed. Well, does that mean we can also expect them to have something prepared for us? Shiki still seemed more than willing to go to the Holy Land. He was disappointed that he wouldn't get to see Francisco's new captain in action, but his old bones still felt like they needed some action. They'll likely have something prepared for devil fruit users. But that's why I want Francisco to go. You will help mainly with finding the prisoner and helping everyone flee the scene. Enel cracked his neck as he spoke, his finger tapping on the wooden table in front of him. The chess pieces on the table shook a bit, and Enel smiled. Francisco also grinned a bit. His smile became more and more crazed, betraying his usually calm facade. It's been a while since I've gone on a spree. The legendary swordsman's words managed to give chills to just about everyone present, including Shiki. The Golden Lion shuddered a bit as he remembered Francisco's temperament back in the days of the Rocks Pirates. Yeah, he was always a bloodthirsty one, much like our captain. Maybe that's why they got along. You'll both get plenty of action, I assure you. Shiki, you should be prepared for your devil fruit to fail you in there. Bah, I'm not worried, even without it I can take on any marine you throw at me. The Golden Lion certainly lived up to his reputation. Enel couldn't help but smile when seeing his confidence. As expected of a monster from that generation. Bonnie also had similar thoughts. Seeing how competent the people Enel was entrusting her nephew's rescue made her very excited. She could almost feel that Kuma was within her reach. Say, if we're going there, we might as well free all of the slaves. Gee ha 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 ha. The golden lion started cackling madly at the thought of inconveniencing the world government even more. Quote. Whatever works for you, I guess. I'm sure you can provide them with housing on all those islands. Enel didn't bother to tell him off either. It at least helped the emperor better understand the golden lion's philosophy. The more I annoy the world government, the better. Well, we'll see how things go when we reach the Holy Land. Francisco also seemed to be on board with the idea. Enel was unsure if it was out of compassion for the slaves, or the same reason as Shaki. By the way, Shaki, can you even keep the islands afloat if you lose your devil fruit powers momentarily? Bonnie asked with a raised eyebrow, making all of the other people present blink rapidly. I guess I'll have to stay away from the actual fight then. Shaki seemed wholly disappointed. It was as if someone had taken a shit on his parade. Now, I say we just rest the islands on the Imperial Cumulus. It should do. For now, they'll just drift off a bit, but I think Enel here can keep them all together with a bit of effort. Francisco was thankfully quick to come up with an idea. Quote. I'll have to touch everything again. The lengths I go to in order to fuck with the world government. Shaki sighed a bit, his wide smile returning to him. Bonnie could only sweat, as her trust in that operation fell more and more as the conversation went on. In the end, it was decided that they'd rest all of the islands, the few dozen that Shaki was constantly floating around, on the Imperial Cumulus. They did so rather quickly, as it was right underneath them. The golden lion just had to spread them out evenly. The sea of clouds instantly became a lot more clustered, but it was easily capable of holding up the islands. In the end, it was up to Enel and Dragon to keep the Imperial Cumulus from drifting off too far from their initial location, but Shaki said it'd be fine either way, as he'd just fly all of the islands back upon returning. Bonnie and Enel watched from the periphery of Upper Yard, as Shaki and Francisco departed on a small flying island. Shaki had made sure to have a large mansion on that island, with enough accommodations to make a king blush. We're off to conquer the government. Shaki shouted at the top of his lungs as his island got further and further away. Bonnie and Enel looked with blank expressions, as they could hear Francisco loudly admonishing the golden lion, saying they were actually on a rescue mission. Quote. Will they truly be all right? Bonnie asked, that same blank expression still etched on her face. Yeah, I assure you, Francisco is an extremely dependable individual. Enel simply gave her a large smile and started walking off, tapping his white stick on the ground as he did so. Bonnie just looked at his back, then looked at the island that was still flying away. It's not Francisco I am worried about. I hope that senile old bastard doesn't ruin the whole mission. Chapter 154. Mission Details, Sparring and Concerns. Blank. POV narration _ blank. So what's the plan exactly? Do we rush in and kill everything while looking for the rescue target? Shaki said as he lazily lay on a beach chair on the floating island. They were already steadily making their way towards the Holy Land. No log poses or vivre cards were needed either. Shaki was already used to navigating through the skies. He could make his way to just about everywhere using a compass and a world map. That sounds more like the type of plan our former captain would have come up with. Francisco sighed a bit as he lay on a beach chair right beside the golden lion. I guess you've always been the type to plan things a bit more thoroughly. I've been doing my best, but it was never really my thing. Shaki scowled a bit as he spoke. A barrel rose up by his side, tilting by itself as sake poured into their cups. The golden lion sighed as he took another sip of his favorite drink. Francisco also drank a bit, not quite worried about getting drunk before a big job. The two of them were awfully relaxed for people that were about to raid what was essentially the most defended place on the planet. But they had all the right to be relaxed. They were used to doing such missions, they were used to fighting, and their teamwork was almost impeccable. Even if quite some time had passed, and Shaki was a bit weaker, the two of them were still pirate legends that used to be the conquerors of the seas. You really were never much on planning things out. Francisco could also just sigh as he wondered how Shaki had survived that long as a captain of his own crew. Bah, plans are just for fodder. I usually change them abruptly anyway, gives life some spice. Shaki smiled confidently as he spoke, his legs cutting a bit into the chair he was laying on. That's incredibly irresponsible and stupid. I'm glad to say that you've not changed a bit. Francisco nodded a bit as he spoke, making his old friend spit out some of his drink. Cough, you know, I'd have killed just about anyone for saying things like that. Shaki scowled at the legendary swordsman before him, staring at him fearlessly. Hey, funny, I would have killed just about anyone for throwing such an empty threat my way. Francisco laughed a bit as he spoke, his gaze turning to Shaki, his eyes borrowing as his calm smile seemed to turn a bit colder than usual. The air between the two of them seemed to stand still as their gazes met, a strand of red lightning seemed to clash with a purple one, and the world around them slowed down visibly. Shiki's will seemed to be unflinching, steadfast and strong. Francisco's will seemed to be sharp, pointed and deadly. It was a strange effect, where neither will manage to conquer the other for a few seconds. The birds fell from the sky, and the clouds parted ways, but the clash ended abruptly as well. You're lucky you're my friend. The two of them said at the same time before looking away. The two of them laughed out loud after that. Gee-ha-hee-ha-hee-ha-hee. Gee-ha-ha-ha-ha. They then continued drinking with silly smiles on their faces, like nothing ever happened. We'll do things simply. I'll draw their attention and you can handle the rescue. No reason to overcomplicate things. We'll have to park your island close to the Holy Land though. Francisco ended up coming up with the plan in the end. Of course. I think I know just the parking spot. Shaki smiled as they continued on with their journey. It would still take them a few days to reach the Red Line, then following along it to reach the Holy Land itself would take another few days. Alas, Shaki had brought enough food to last them a few years, so they weren't exactly stressed out about the journey. As the two of them were bickering, Kaido was already leaving the Sky Islands. He had done exactly as Enel had instructed. He departed on a large raft that he and his people constructed in a rush, floating through the clouds in a rather unsafe manner. It was only being held up thanks to the flame clouds that Kaido controlled, otherwise it would have collapsed as soon as a few waves hit it. The fearless emperor was left somewhat disturbed by Enel's strange demeanor and words. He had thought of looking for Shaki and trying to kill him but decided that it would be a stupid idea in the end. The island was now seemingly filled with people that could prove to be a threat to him. The emperor's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the Marines and revolutionaries were also there. It was an alliance that managed to send some shivers down his long spine. As if having Garp and Francisco under him wasn't enough. I guess I can no longer call my beast pirates the strongest crew, no matter how many smile fruits I shove into their mouths. The Dragon Emperor was left with quite a few things to consider upon leaving the island. He was a bit annoyed at having lost 2 Tobarapo, but at the very least the 2 strongest in his crew weren't maimed. Besides, be it 2 or 200 Tobarapo, they would never manage to breach the gap between his forces and Enel's by the looks of it. Shiki's crew was also massive, even if only a shell of its former self. He had a few islands filled to the brim with Grand Line-faring pirates from the old days. Kaido knew that a force like that alone was annoying enough, but he could deal with it. The problem was the massive revolutionary army, and for some reason, the entirety of the supposedly deceased former Marine cadres. The more Kaido looked at the numerous sky islands resting on the clouds, the warier he grew. Things are too unbalanced for a proper war right now. One side will crush all the others. I can either try to join it or try to stand up on my own regardless of the danger. Alas, Kaido was no longer willing to be anyone else's subordinate. He had long since grown out of that phase, and not being in charge of a situation was simply no longer something he could stand. I need to make an alliance. And fast. Time to call up some old acquaintances. The dragon continued on his way back to Wano, Enel's words still ringing in his mind. Single quote. Joy boy. Why does he know about that? Kaido couldn't help but clench his fists at the thought. Alas, it wasn't like the Lightning Emperor seemed especially chatty. It was unlikely that Kaido would get any answers out of him. The Dragon Emperor's hand reached for his back, where his large mace would have usually been, only to grasp at nothing. Single quote. I dropped it somewhere in those clouds. Shit. The Emperor was instantly enraged, scaring the subordinates that sailed on the same raft as him. They were bound to have a long week. Enel was a lot calmer though. He was not at all worried about Kaido or his people, and he wasn't exactly worried about Francisco and Shiki either. After all, he believed IM was unlikely to even get involved when the rescue was happening. Hell, he hadn't gotten involved even when Fisher Tiger had broken into the Holy Land. Sending Shiki there for transportation was one thing, but Enel was actually also sending him to test the methods that the elders had prepared for devil fruit users. Shiki himself was a lot stronger than Enel if both were to be caught without their devil fruits, so he was the best choice in that situation. The Golden Lion was not someone that Enel was accustomed to. He didn't actually remember anything about him from the original story. But from what he had seen, the legendary pirate was both fearless and willing to face the government without a moment of hesitation. I guess he and Francisco have a lot of history. I wonder how their teamwork is. After so many years, they're bound to have changed a lot in their styles, especially Shaki. Since he now technically wields 4 blades instead of 2. Enel couldn't help but smile when thinking about the number of strange swordsmanship techniques that existed in that world. Bonnie was still quite worried from what Enel could sense. Alas, he couldn't exactly blame her. That worry probably also came from the fact that neither Enel nor Bonnie knew how the 2 old pirate legends planned to approach that mission. Enel was still confident they'd be just fine though. I didn't give them any specifics on how the operation should go, but I think Francisco is reliable enough to think that up by himself. As a first mate he should at least be that capable. Bonnie also seemed to calm down when Enel reminded her that Francisco was not some inexperienced thug. The Lightning Emperor also had to remind her that Shaki was still a rather intelligent and powerful individual, even if he didn't tend to act the part. In the end, they agreed that she'd hold her part of the deal only after joining them and being reunited with her nephew. Enel was fine with that. He didn't care much for his own arm, but he figured he'd have to first bring Sengoku and the red-haired pirates to the Sky Archipelago before Bonnie was to heal the former fleet admiral. Whether or not Shanks and his crew agree to come or even remain here is still debatable, but Sengoku at the very least will be staying here. Garp would likely put him back in the hospital if he tried to leave anyway. Enel's day didn't end with just the deal he made with Bonnie though. The next thing he did was spar with Wiper again. The tribal warrior was quite shocked to see his friend missing a limb, but he took it in stride. The more annoying part for him was that now Enel was using his earlobes a lot more when fighting, even turning his earrings into metallic punching gloves and beating him up. Earlobe Gatling, as Enel called it. It almost gave Wiper a brain aneurysm. Still, the greatest shock that came in that day was when Wiper got so annoyed that he actually used Conqueror's Hockey on Enel. The Lightning Emperor was a bit flabbergasted for a few moments, which almost gave Wiper the opportunity to land a hit. Unfortunately, Enel managed to bat it away with his walking stick, tripping Wiper in the process and slapping him over the head with an earlobe. Wiper stood there for a few moments, his head buried somewhat deep in the ground as he pondered on how he ended up in that position. Enel also looked at him for a while, as if in a trance, wondering just how much stuff he managed to miss out on while away from the island. In the end, he found out that Wiper was now officially Francisco's student when it came to hockey. Enel's Conqueror's Hockey was still stronger than Wiper's at that point, but it was clear that Wiper was swiftly catching up to him. If I stagnate for a few months then he'll certainly surpass me. Thankfully, Enel didn't need to stagnate anymore thanks to Big Mom. He was free to unleash his will as he pleased. Before officially starting his training on that, he did meet up with Garp to inform him about the deal with Bonnie. They met up at the newly built underground lair of the revolutionaries. Garp had moved there, to keep an eye on his stupid son and make sure he behaves. He did make sure to create a schedule for the training regiment of the Sky Guards. The former Vice Admiral Momonga became his right hand and made sure that everyone abided by the harsh training regime. It was Garp's way of saying he wanted to spend some time with his son, but no one really dared to call him out on that. So she's gonna heal you too after she sees her nephew. How old is she again? The old Marine asked as he munched on some biscuits. I'd rather not ask her about that again, Enel said as he sighed and took a sip of sake, tilting the cup with his earlobe while he twirled his walking stick around his wrist. Yeah, old broads tend to get cranky when talking about that stuff. Suru is like that too. Well, I guess that's doable, rescuing her nephew I mean. Now, I think it's time we talk about the people that seem to be drawn to you. Garp quickly switched the topic, obviously bringing up his distrust of Francisco and Shaki, who he considered a major threat to the island's safety. When Enel inquired about why Garp didn't like Francisco anymore, the old Marine became a bit annoyed and started grumbling a bit. I don't believe a word that comes out of that old snake's mouth. I could manage him when he was old, but now he is back to being the monster he was, so I think not keeping a constant eye on him is risky. He may be loyal to you now, but he is not a good-natured individual. Please remember that when trusting him. Garp scowled a bit as he tried to remember more about Francisco's notoriety and the many he had murdered to gain the title of the strongest swordsman. Well, I may have already trusted him with the rescue of Kuma. Well, he and Shaki, to be exact. Enel's smile trembled for a bit, as Garp instantly started choking on the rice cracker he had been eating. What the fuck? You trusted the 2 bloodthirsty pirates with a rescue mission. Garp's tone was higher pitched than usual, some veins appeared on his neck as he glared at Enel, who just whistled a bit and looked to the side. Believe it or not, they might just be the best for the job. They won't hesitate to kill whoever gets in their way, marine or not, and Shiki can easily transport them out of there. Enel still stood by his choice, smiling as he did so. Quote. I still don't like this. Besides, aren't you basically announcing to the world government that Francisco is back, and as powerful as he used to be? Garp scowled a bit as he thought more and more about his captain's choice. That's also true. I want to make them wary, to make them realize that they aren't fully in control of the situation, or at least raise that possibility in their minds. They might have suspected that Francisco is with me already, seeing him back in his prime will make them realize that Bonnie is also with me. Shiki also being there is just the cherry on top. Enel smiled a bit as he spoke, not bothering to hide his plans from Garp of all people. Quote. An intimidation tactic, huh? I guess that can work. Playing mind games isn't really my thing though, sounds more like something Sengoku would think up. But doesn't that mean our assault on them will be much more difficult? Garp stroked his beard a bit, somewhat accepting Enel's plan for a few moments, or at least thinking about it. That's the thing. We make them wary now, make them stay up late at night, expecting an attack at any moment. But we aren't going to attack them anytime soon. Enel smiled a bit, tilting his head as his blue eyes looked coldly at a table near him. Quote. So it really is just mind games, huh? But don't we already have enough power to take the government down? After Sengoku's healed, at least. I doubt they'd use an attack like the one at Baltigo in the middle of their holy land. Garp's concern was also rather logical, and Enel nodded when hearing him. Garp may act like a simpleton at times, but I guess he is far from one. I guess Luffy does take after him in that regard. Well, I'd wish he took more after him. It's good that you're thinking about that, anticipating my worries. But they will use that attack in the Holy Land, especially if all of us are gathered there. The rest of the celestial dragons don't matter as much. To the world government, they would gladly sacrifice themselves to get rid of all of their enemies at once. So unless we can stop it, we might as well not even think about raiding the Holy Land. Garp simply sighed in frustration at Enel's explanation. He couldn't quite refute it either. He wanted to argue that all of them together could likely stop that attack, but he didn't want to risk it either. Enel was the one to have experienced that attack, so Garp decided that he knew best when it came to that. Well, this will work to make them a bit more careful. They've already started harming a lot of people. It works especially well since they don't know where we are. An unseen threat, huh? Still feels like we could have gone about this a bit better though. Garp still had his doubts, but he seemed to relent in the end. It was too late anyway, Shiki and Francisco had already gone off. Enel wasn't going to try and stop them either way. In the end, the Lightning Emperor managed to somewhat calm Garp down. At this point, there are more Marines on the island than pirates, so I doubt you should be that stressed out about Francisco and Shiki. Although I doubt it will. If anything goes wrong I can take care of it. That was how Enel waved away the concerns of the former Marine hero. Sure, Garp was still annoyed that the revolutionaries also had to be there, but at least his son was at the helm of that group, and Sabo also seemed quite reliable. In the end, the rest of the day was spent with Enel catching up with a few friends. Oven tagging along with him after the Emperor finished his conversation with Garp. Chapter 155. Conqueror's Training, Developments and Secret Stash. Blank. POV narration underscore, blank. Enel started his training soon after speaking with Garp. At first, the Lightning Emperor wanted to go down to the lower seas and knock out Sea Kings with his Conqueror's Haki constantly, to slowly allow it to grow stronger. But another solution appeared in the form of Wiper, once again. The two of them would spend the rest of the following days locked in constant clashes with Conqueror's Haki. The entire island could feel it, and Garp eventually came in and punched the two of them in the head. They ended up having to change to a smaller island to the side, one that didn't have any people on it. It was just an island filled with wild animals that Shiki floated around, likely collecting exotic species from what Enel could sense. Regardless of its previous uses, the island was now a place where Wiper and Enel could go all out, and that was what they did for the most part. Oven trained on the side, along with the other sky guards and even with Momonga. The two of them started sparring regularly, and Momonga was able to hold out quite well against the Sweet Commander. It seemed that Oven had a rather large advantage when it came to physical strength, while Momonga had an edge when it came to technique. It was a rather good match for the Sky Guards to witness. It helped them gain a bit more understanding of the marine fighting style and Rokushiki. Momonga was also pleased to fight a tougher enemy. Previously the only people on the island that could fight him were Wiper and Bellamy, who were both still rather lacking. Garp, Francisco and Shaki didn't count at all, as they were on a completely different level. Oven was also pleased to make some new friends on a sky island of all places. He was rather shocked at how friendly Momonga was with him. If you're friends with Enel, then you must be a trustworthy person. That was what the noble killer had told him. Yes, even Oven and his family had heard about Momonga, as the former vice admiral was now one of the few people still alive known to have killed a celestial dragon. Momonga's existence was something like a permanent red stain on the government's reputation. Most pirates ended up respecting the former vice admiral for that. Momonga wasn't the only person of interest when it came to the celestial dragon's death. Most people also considered the people of Fuchsia village to be martyrs due to that incident, especially after people started drawing similarities between them and the people of Ohara. So much fuss would obviously be noticed by a lot of people worldwide. And the emperors also took notice of Momonga, some even had thoughts of recruiting him, including Kaido and Big Mom. Alas, Oven now realized that Enel was one step ahead of them when it came to that. Bellamy was just a small pirate to Oven, not someone that he considered a threat by any stretch of the imagination. The sweet commander sparred with all of the members of the Sky Guard at once, minus Momonga and Wiper, and won every time. Bellamy was stronger than all of the others, but to Oven, he and the Sky Guards were still very far off from ever posing a threat to any one of his siblings. One thing did manage to surprise Oven. And that was the fact that all of the Sky Guards seemed to have high endurance and strength compared to pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. And one thing that surprised Oven slightly was Bellamy's potential for growth. The former pirate turned Sky Guard was constantly learning and adapting in fights. It certainly showed to Oven that there was no shortage of talented people under Enel. Slowly but surely, 1 week flew by. Shaki and Francisco were steadily getting closer to the Holy Land. They had enough time to discuss the plan and even visit an island on the way. Shaki was very enthusiastic about the operation, to the point where he even showed his face in public for the first time in decades. The only people that could recognize him were the older folk, and they turned completely white when seeing him stroll around the city's streets. Other than that, no one could recognize him anymore. He was no longer as relevant as he had been. No one recognized Francisco though, that was a given after all. No one really remembered the Rock's pirates, aside from the people that had lived through their tyranny. To others, they were just a bunch of pirates that got ruined 4 decades ago. The world government had done a thorough job of burning any evidence of them being the rulers of an era. Francisco was a bit discouraged when seeing that, but he was already prepared for it. Shaki didn't seem to care much either, they only stopped on that island for one reason anyway. Come on. We need to get you a real sword. Shiki's voice rang out throughout the streets, as he looked at Francisco with a raised eyebrow. My current blade is already good enough. The legendary swordsman said as he continued walking randomly. To him, the trip was more about sightseeing, and to Shiki, it was about convincing Francisco to get an actual sharpened sword. Blade. That thing strapped to your waist might as well be a breadstick. Cheap metal, shoddy blacksmithing, and an edge so blunt that any kitchen knife off the street would be better to use. Shaki continued his tirade as Francisco just sighed and continued looking around at the stalls with a smile on his face. No blade of the streets would be better than the one I currently have, Shaki. No use in replacing something inadequate with something that is just average. Francisco simply shrugged, not quite willing to part with the cutlass that the Sky people had forged for him. Well, we won't just find another Mato, named blades randomly on the streets. There are only so many of those in the world. Shaki scowled a bit as he spoke. That is extremely strange to hear from the person that has 4 of them. The first mate looked pointedly at the golden lion as he said that. Shaki simply whistled a bit, deciding not to continue that conversation. Using named blades as his feat was certainly a luxury, and he wasn't exactly willing to part with any of his blades. Francisco and Shaki continued strolling for a bit longer until Francisco stopped and looked at a side street. Quote. What island are we on again, Shaki? How the fuck should I know? Just some random small island near the Calm Belt. Isn't this place John's town? Francisco stroked his short beard as he looked around the town with a closer eye, his gaze returning to that alleyway constantly. Quote. No fucking way. Shaki immediately disappeared, flying above the city and rushing back to the beginning, looking at the sign with a raised eyebrow. It seems so. The golden lion stroked his beard as he looked at the sign with a flabbergasted expression. The golden lion then flew back to Francisco and simply nodded. Yep. That greedy bastard used to live here. Shaki said as his bladed legs touched the ground again. Hey, wasn't this where we recruited him as well? Random urchin trying to steal from us. Francisco said as he then started walking toward that alleyway. Well, I wasn't that much older than him at that time, pretty sure we were both teenagers, Shaki said as he remembered one of their old crew members. The man that had gone on to be known as Captain John to the world after the fall of the Rocks pirates. A greedy and scummy scalper that only really cared about wealth and how to get it. That was how Shaki remembered that man. He was an ambitious brat. I still remember him trying to capitalize on Zebek's strength to extort money out of people. Francisco seemed to remember John a bit more fondly. Shaki just looked weirdly at Francisco for that. Didn't Zebek rip him a new one for that stunt? The Golden Lion smirked a bit as he remembered how mad Zebek was at John at that time. Zebek didn't care about extorting people for money and goods, but he didn't like others using his name to do it. Had John used his own strength to extort people, Zebek would have even praised him. Indeed, Doc Kurha had to glue him back together after that one. Francisco smiled as he remembered a bit more about that incident, as well as their resident doctor, Kurha. That woman was the only one older than Zebek and Francisco in the crew. She was the only real voice of reason besides Francisco as well. She was a motherly figure to everyone, including Whitebeard, who she scolded regularly for his hot-headed attitude. Both Shaki and Francisco remembered her fondly, though neither knew what had happened to her after the war. They just remembered her fondly and assumed she was already gone since she was older than all of them when the Rocks pirates were active. Hey, I wonder if that greedy bastard left anything behind in this place. Shaki looked around in that alleyway as he followed Francisco. They were heading for what had been John's childhood home. More specifically, a brothel that he used to live undercoverly. Doubtful. He didn't seem the type to leave behind anything for anyone. Francisco simply shook his head. Oh, you'd be shocked. That guy left behind one of the most sought-after treasures in the world before he croaked. Shaki laughed a bit as he remembered stories about Captain John. I remember hearing he got killed by his own crew because of his bloodthirsty and stinginess. The Golden Lion was more than happy to bring Francisco up to speed on the fate of their greedy former crew member. Sounds about right. Even Zebek told him he'd get killed eventually with that attitude. The legendary swordsman said as he stopped in front of a half-collapsed building. Bah, if Zebek of all people told him that, then it really was to be expected. Shaki stopped right behind him, looking at the building in question with a raised eyebrow. Quote. I guess there's no way it would have survived after so many years. Was it 60? Francisco's voice immediately gained a melancholic tone as he stared at that collapsed wooden building, eroded by age. Around that much. Maybe more. Shaki's voice felt the same, as the Golden Lion also looked at the destroyed building with a strange gaze. The two old men seemed to both be stuck like that for a few moments. They stood there until Shaki's cigar burnt out, and the Golden Lion started walking towards the building. I guess we should check if he did leave something behind. The old man said as he touched some parts of the building and raised them up. Let's look at the basement. That was where he actually lived for a good part of his life, Francisco said as he started walking directly toward the basement. The legendary swordsman could still remember how he had saved John from their captain's wrath after John had successfully stolen a few pieces of jewelry from them. He remembered how he had helped recruit John into the Rocks pirates. Banking on his talent and deft hands, the greedy thief had been one of the first people they had ever recruited in the Rocks pirates, which only consisted of 5 people at that time. The two old men walked down the stairs of the basement. The wooden stairs were mostly broken down, but neither man was afraid of falling. There was also no danger of the rest of the building collapsing on top of them, as Shaki made sure to move all of the debris away from the basement with his devil fruit powers. This place stinks, Shaki said as they walked further down what had formerly been a wine alcohol storage. It was clear that no one had cleaned that place in decades. It reeked of mold and dried stale ale. To be expected, but I feel something interesting ahead. Francisco and Shaki eventually reached the end of the room and were both staring at a stone wall. Where was that secret button again? Shaki scratched the back of his head as he looked around the room once more, holding his nose as he did so. I don't remember, but I don't feel like spending too much time here. Francisco tapped the wall in front of him with his palm, his arm turning red as his will attacked the core of that rock instantly. The wall wasn't blown backwards, it instead crumbled to pieces where it stood. Francisco then continued walking into the hidden room. Fair enough, Shaki said as he followed suit. The contents of the hidden room shocked the two old men greatly. The walls were littered with old paintings and pieces of art, golden statues lined half-collapsed wooden tables, and golden bars formed a small wall all around the room. That bastard really was a hoarder, Shaki said as he looked around a bit more. In the center of the room was a 2.5-meter-long stone casket, with a notebook placed upon it. Do you think this is that fabled, hidden treasure, of Captain John? Francisco said as he looked around the room. Doubtful. There's barely any gold here by his standards. That bastard should have hoarded a lot more than this in his life. This is likely just a stash of his. Shaki judged the amount of wealth in the room with a critical eye. It was a lot for regular people, that was sure. But for a legendary pirate, that much money wasn't really anything to write home about. Both Francisco and Shaki had more bounty on their heads than the value of everything in that room put together. But Francisco saw something rather promising in the center of the room. The gold isn't all that impressive, true. Let's check that notebook though. Francisco continued walking, ignoring all of the gold and paintings around him as his hand touched the stone case. Shaki followed suit, looking around at the walls with suspicion in his eyes. Francisco then picked up the notebook and started reading through it out loud, for Shaki to hear as well. If you're reading this, then you're either really lucky, or you are one of 5 people to know of this place. Regardless of who you are, I decided for this to be my resting place, so I prettied it up a little. If by any chance I don't make it here, please try to return my body to this place. You can keep all of the money and gold in this room. The map to my secret treasure is also on my body, so you will have that as well. Francisco raised an eyebrow, as he then opened the casket in the center, only for there to be nobody inside. I guess he didn't make it here. His betrayal and murder were rather sudden, I guess. Shaki shrugged as he spoke. Francisco simply shook his head with disappointment and continued reading. If by chance you are one of my former comrades, then I hope you get eaten by a group of ravenous land sharks. Francisco nodded sagely when reading that. Shaki had a similar reaction. Sounds about right, at least we know this is John's writing. The golden lion stroked his beard as his eyes noticed something shining in a corner. Francisco then continued reading the last few passages from the book. Hope you at least have the decency to do your old buddy a solid. Anyway, that's it from me. If you want my treasure, you better find my body. If it's already here, fuck off and let me rest in peace. Bye-bye. Francisco closed the notebook with a cold expression on his face, wondering why he wasted his time reading that in the first place. What a dignified ending, Shaki said as he started walking to the corner, where he noticed a handle poking out from behind a pile of gold. A weapon. In this mess? Francisco asked as he watched Shaki pull out a long spear from that gold pile. It was sharp and it had a red piece of fabric tied near the blade of it. The shaft itself was around 2 meters long, with the spearhead adding another 30 centimeters in length. The spearhead was not made out of metal, instead, it seemed to be built out of a sharpened bone. On the shaft, 3 characters were scribbled down near the spearhead. Yase no Kiba, Wild Fang, Shaki read out loud as he pondered on that name. Francisco was the first one to recognize it though. One of the 21 great grade blades. The legendary swordsman was a bit surprised to see it there. He had read everything about the Mato, or the named, ranked blades. He knew each of them by name easily, though that was the first time he had seen that particular one. Oh shit. Looks like they aren't that difficult to find. Yahahaha. Shaki laughed a bit as he looked more at the bone blade. Why would John keep something like this? He wasn't even a spearman. Francisco was a bit confused though, not quite willing to just accept that finding one of the 21 great grade blades was easy. He's a greedy hoarder. He would have stolen all of the Mato in this world if he could have. Shaki simply shook his head, just accepting that they were lucky enough to find the stash of their former crewmate. Quote. So I guess we're taking that with us. Francisco said as he stroked his beard. Yeep. No reason to let it gather dust in this place. Though neither of us is a spearman. Shaki lamented for a bit, wondering if they had anyone they could give the weapon to. I think my newest student will appreciate it. If you don't have anyone in mind for it, of course. Francisco instantly thought about Wiper. The tribal warrior turned sky guard was more of a bazooka type of person, but Wiper still used the spear sometimes in training, and he was clearly trained with it. Didn't you want to also make him a swordsman? Shaki asked as the two of them started walking out of the hidden room, not bothering to take any of the gold, deciding they would much rather take it when returning. Yes, but he seems to have different talents. It can't be helped. Francisco simply shrugged. Also, since we're taking the spear, we might as well look for John's body, retrieve it and all that. The legendary swordsman crossed his arms as he wondered where the body could be. Bah, why would we bother with all of that? Shiki was clearly not enthusiastic about it though. I would have done the same for you, Shiki. And you know that John would have done the same for the both of us. Francisco tapped his chest with a smile on his face. Shiki just stared at him with a blank expression. Quote. You just want his money, right? Well, the funds will certainly help my new captain out. No need to dwell on it though, let's get going. Francisco ignored the Golden Lion's question and continued walking back towards their floating island, exiting the collapsed building without any issue. Shiki also exited the building, spear in hand as he looked back at the basement. At least don't act altruistically if you just want to steal from him. Well, he was a greedy bastard, so it's whatever. The Golden Lion proceeded to cover the entrance in debris, and started flying back to their island. Still, a week of the journey left. I can barely wait. Shiki smiled widely as their island continued flying into the horizon. Chapter 156. Parking Job and Confrontation. Blank. POV narration _ blank. Shiki and Francisco continued their journey, with the new spear stashed safely inside the mansion on the island they were traveling with. The Golden Lion had played with it extensively, and he seemed quite satisfied with the weapon itself, but he also had quite a few questions regarding it. What the hell is this thing made out of? Francisco casually answered that it was obviously made out of the bone of a large animal. The hilt seemed to be made out of an extremely strong and enhanced type of wood that neither of them could recognize. Shiki could tell by himself that the spear was made out of bone, but the toughness of that bone was what concerned him. He had tested its sharpness, and not even his blades could leave a scratch on it. Rather, it was the opposite. One of his swords was scratched when clashing with the bone spear. At that point, even Francisco was surprised. The both of them became quite curious, but they really had no way of telling what type of bone was being used. There was no indication of who could have created that blade and what methods they could have used to create it. Francisco decided that he would just end up looking into it whenever he got the chance. By now, Francisco and Shiki were already close to the Holy Land, frighteningly close in fact. Follow the plan, Shiki, Francisco said as he looked at the Holy Land in the distance below. If they truly have a way to turn off my devil fruit besides sea stone, then I can't really afford to leave the island floating. Shiki shrugged a bit as he spoke, his island not slowing down at all as he came closer to the Holy Land. Well, parking it on the sea isn't really an option, how about resting it on a cloud? Don't tell me. Francisco then noticed that they were already over the island, too late to hide their approach anymore. Bello, the ones protecting the Holy Land were already alerted of an island flying above their heads. Well, there goes the stealthy option, Francisco commented as he eyed his partner with a frustrated gaze. Bah, who cares? Brace for impact. Immediately, the island came crashing down onto the Holy Land. In the Holy Land, a heavily muscled old man with spiky white hair and a beard looked up with a scowl on his face. Which suicidal bastard is dropping an entire island on us? The old man was wearing a sleeveless dark shirt adorned with medals, dark green armbands, a light yellow scarf, and a white and dark gray marine coat draped over his shoulders. It was none other than Kong, the world government's commander-in-chief. Beside him arrived a tanned middle-aged man with wavy black hair. Wearing nothing but a pair of black pants with a floral pattern and a marine coat of his own. The newly appointed fleet admiral, Aramaki. Probably some misers thinking they can ambush us. Aramaki scowled a bit when seeing the island, his hands immediately extending upwards and turning into many wooden tendrils that grasped at the island and tried to stop it. Don't think so. This looks like Shiki's work. Kong immediately recognized the legendary pirate's fruit. The Golden Lion. Didn't he croak already? Aramaki was visibly surprised to hear that name. The government was even close to retracting his bounty because of his inactivity. People like him never go out quietly, Aramaki. Kong wasn't quite as quick to believe that Shiki had died. To him, the Golden Lion had only been planning something. And by the looks of it, his plan involved attacking the Holy Land. Aramaki looked up with narrowed eyes, as the branches he had built started snapping one by one, the island continuing to press down on his arms. I don't think I can stop this completely by myself. He gulped a bit as the tendrils of wood creaked heavily under pressure. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Kong stepped forward, his body transforming a bit as he looked up. His body grew larger, his muscles fuller, his gait became wider and white fur seemed to grow all over his body. He immediately became taller than most giants, his hands already grasping at the island still threatening to drop onto the Holy Land. HMPH, You won't get far with just this much, Shiki. The old commander-in-chief shouted as he then turned his body slightly, and threw the falling island to the side, forcibly landing it on the red line that surrounded the Holy Land. Just as that island was flung away, two figures dropped from it right into the middle of the Holy Land. This is going to be fun. Shiki's golden hair flew in the wind as he grabbed onto Francisco and floated in place. This is going to be messy. But I guess messy can mean fun under the right circumstances. Francisco couldn't help but smile when seeing the number of people that had already gathered to greet them. Amaraki's branches had already started reaching out to the two of them. Shiki simply scowled when seeing them, his leg whipping to the side, sending a flying slash that cut all of the branches apart. The flying slash continued and cut through quite a few of the buildings around him, the chunks of wood turning into shrapnel as they bombarded the homes of the celestial dragons in the Holy Land. Francisco waved his arm on the other side, creating a flying slash that did much the same, though it did not travel as far, since the first mate had been too lazy to take out his blade. Kong immediately noticed them as well, his giant body turning with unnatural speed and trying to slap them away instantly. Shiki immediately pulled Francisco down and dodged under the slap, which sent another shockwave into the Holy Land, collapsing quite a few buildings with sheer force. Kong is as strong as always, huh? Francisco whistled a bit with a lazy smile, though he found it a bit odd that the commander-in-chief was willing to damage the Holy Land to that extent. Shiki, don't think you're getting out of this alive. Kong's voice boomed throughout the Holy Land, causing many of the guards and marines below to cover their ears as well. The mere shockwave from his voice broke all of the windows and mirrors in the vicinity. Jihahaha. The overgrown primate is as intimidating as always. The golden lion was still not afraid by any stretch of the imagination. Shiki's legs quickly started cutting towards the guard below. They quickly tried to send flying slashes of their own, but they stood no chance against the golden slashes of the flying lion. The cannon fodder was quickly blown away, and trees started growing out of the ground and shielding the rest of them. Get it together, folks. We can't afford to allow some dusty pirates to walk in his so brazenly. Amaraki immediately tried to take control of the situation, and Shiki grinned at the wooden fleet admiral's commands. Shiki's words were immediately stopped by a slap to the head, which made him bite his tongue and crash down into the earth. The figure that slapped him gently landed right by his side. Stick to the plan, Shiki. I see you're getting excited, but it is my job to hold them here. Sheesh. Talk about a mood killer. Shiki rubbed his head as he got up, uninjured but somewhat mad. Go get what we came for. I'll take care of things here. Francisco waved off his old friend as he reached for his blade and took it out. The Marines and Celestial Guards had already formed a large circle around the two of them at that point, and they had almost burst into laughter when seeing Francisco's blade in all of its blunt glory. Kong wasn't exactly in the mood for jokes though. The giant brought down his white-furred fist on the two of them with rage. Both Shiki and Francisco dodged to the side, not willing to take that punch head-on. The entire island trembled at the strength of the giant commander-in-chief. Dirt and earth shot up instantly when that fist touched the ground, pushing Francisco and Shiki further away from it. The people on the side quickly tried to slash, stab and shoot their weapons at the two dodging pirates. Shiki and Francisco just smiled when seeing their attempts. Francisco swung his blunt cutlass once and batted away all of their strikes with ease. Shiki dodged a few of them but ended up taking out the two blades strapped to his waist and slashing across into all of the incoming attacks, landing on his bladed feet without any issue. Shiki looked towards his friend and nodded, before starting to fly off to find their target. Maybe it's better to thin the herd first. Francisco decided to cover his retreat in the only way he could. Francisco's eyes seemed to instantly turn bloodshot, his conqueror's haki spreading throughout the island. A red wave of aura that caused the sky to look gloomier than usual. All of the people that felt it also felt their spine tremble, and everyone that couldn't withstand it instantly fell to the ground. The birds in the vicinity all seemed to collapse as well, falling from the sky instantly. The Celestial Guards were foaming at the mouth, and the Marines strong enough to withstand it was even forced to take a knee. The only two that managed to stand straight in the face of it were Aramaki and Kong. Kong's eyes immediately widened in recognition, as a white conqueror's haki burst forth from him. The clash that followed instantly caused the sky to darken, red lightning clashed with white, and the people around were forced to look on in fear. Shiki took that opportunity and flew away while everyone was distracted, intent on finding Kuma and freeing all of the slaves that he could. Kong was the first to break the silence as he returned to his regular form, narrowing his eyes at Francisco. Feel familiar? Francisco finished his sentence with a smile on his face. Your devil fruit does give you a lot of power, but I guess it doesn't help enhance your memory. Francisco twirled his sword around, spinning it to the side as he looked the commander-in-chief in the eye. The legendary swordsman smiled, before pulling one of his sleeves upwards and revealing a tattoo on his right shoulder. Quote. Rocks pirates. Kong immediately narrowed his eyes and scowled. Indeed. We are having a small reunion, though I am still sad you don't remember me. I was there that day when Zebek gave you that scar, though you were just a vice admiral at the time. Quote. Guzman. Kong immediately turned into a hybrid form, his muscles bulking up as white fur started growing on his body once again. I don't get how the likes of you are still alive, but I do have an inkling on how you may have returned to your prime. Kong's voice became rough, as he growled slightly at Francisco. The commander-in-chief seemed to still be processing the situation. No one else besides him seemed to know who Francisco was though. Of course you do tilde now, might as well get down to business. Francisco immediately stopped spinning his blunt cutlass, grasping it tightly and pointing it at the commander-in-chief. Kong's eyebrows scrunched up together as he clenched his fists, knowing that he had to defend the Holy Land regardless of who was attacking it. Aramaki. Go after Shiki. I'll handle this one. Kong immediately turned his head to the newly appointed fleet admiral, who simply nodded. The fact that Shiki had already gotten away was concerning. As much as Kong would have liked Aramaki's help, he knew that Shiki also needed to be dealt with. Aramaki gave Francisco one last confused look before turning and dashing in the direction Shiki had flown in. I hope Aramaki is actually able to handle Shiki. No, as a fleet admiral he needs to be able to handle Shiki. I'll focus on what's in front of me for now. Francisco watched Aramaki leave with a raised eyebrow. Before sighing and gripping his cutlass tighter. Shiki will have to deal with that beansprout. Dealing with Kong is going to take all of my attention anyway. Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government, a mythical zone, ape fruit, model Yeti. One of the strongest people alive, and someone that could even face Yonko by himself. Francisco knew better than to underestimate such an enemy. Even if Zebek defeated him back then, he is likely even stronger now. His conqueror's haki is certainly a lot stronger. This time it was a straightforward confrontation. Francisco knew that he couldn't rely on a surprise attack as he had done with Kaido. Kong was fully on guard and prepared to fight him. Kong displayed his speed, tapping the ground once and appearing in front of Francisco in that very second, his fist already raised and punching down at the first mate. Francisco turned his body to the side, deflecting the punch to the side as sparks rose when his blunt blade came in contact with Kong's fur. The swordsman swung his blade upwards as soon as Kong's fist touched the ground. Sparks rose once again as Kong's neck turned black just before Francisco's blade reached it. Kong then started smashing his fists towards Francisco. What ensued was a rather strange dance, with Francisco dodging and slashing continuously the commander-in-chief. In the end, the two jumped backwards, returning to a stare-down. Francisco couldn't help but narrow his eyes a bit. Each time he swung his cutlass, sparks arose, and Kong somehow tanked all of the hits with ease, with only some fur falling off his body. Kong also stared at Francisco with narrowed eyes. He hasn't managed to injure me yet, but the fight has barely started. The second he starts coating his weapon in conquerors, the fight will become more dangerous. The commander-in-chief was also weary of Francisco, despite his confidence. Kong's eyes had already spotted a large weak point though. That blade. If I manage to break it, then I will be able to win this. I just need to apply more pressure. Francisco also noticed Kong's gaze turn towards his blade. He noticed that glint in the commander's eyes. The legendary swordsman smiled when seeing that. Showing your intentions so blatantly. I'll gladly make you regret it. Chapter 157. Expected assault and face-offs. Blank. Pav Kong _blank. We were already told to expect something big. And it wasn't like I had to be told that in order to expect it. Garp, Sengoku, Sakazuki and the rest, all of them are gone from the Marines. It's clear that the elders used that on Baltigo, knowing that most of the Marines would die. It's Sakazuki's fault for making his intentions to depart from the world government so obvious. Kong didn't agree with the decision, but he also didn't agree with the way the elders were treating the Marines. To begin with, he could understand that decision. He expected to see Kaido or Big Mom at the gates of the Holy Land. He was not afraid by any stretch of the imagination. He actually expected them. He wouldn't even have been afraid of them together, though he wouldn't have been able to fight them by himself. Kong still had Armaki after all. The Green Fleet Admiral was nowhere near close to having the strength to back his title. Fleet admirals were supposed to go toe-to-toe with Yonko. Even if they couldn't win by themselves, they could still fight them. But the Marines had really fallen off at that point. Kong didn't want to say it, but they were really scraping the bottom of the barrel when it came to powerful people in the Marines. Especially with Z and Suru departing with a large number of talents. Kong didn't stop them though, he knew that the world government was the one that had pushed them away. And he didn't want to raise his hand at old friends. He was also against Garp being imprisoned initially, knowing that it was a fool's game. Garp was going to be rescued no matter what happened. No one listened to him, unfortunately. The result was that Garp was now in the fold with Sky King Enel, a person that Kong didn't have a very high opinion of. And not only Garp had escaped Impel Down's level 0. Francisco. Kong looked at the swordsman in front of him with his beastly blue eyes. He hadn't expected that such a day would come, for him to have to face someone that should already have died decades ago. He wasn't stupid, he knew that the former first mate of the Rocks Pirates was a dangerous individual. He had even tried to plead for him to simply be executed instead of kept and tortured. It wasn't due to any form of pity for the legendary pirate, it was merely fear of him getting out. Alas, Kong was nothing more than a vice admiral at the time. And his pleas went ignored. The fear also vanished after a few years. But Kong hadn't forgotten the Rocks Pirates, who still remained the most dangerous pirate crew in history. He was a bit afraid when hearing word that Francisco had also escaped. But he didn't think much of it since the former first mate was already old and crippled. Now, Kong had to face him. Returned to his prime and more powerful than ever before. Probably having finally reached the level of his former captain. It was a rather bleak situation for anyone that had any notion of how powerful the Rocks Pirates had been. The fact that he was with Shiki was even more annoying. It was only a matter of time before Shiki took control of the Holy Land with his ability. Though they had already prepared for that. They expected either Enel, Kaido or Big Mom to attack them earnestly after the fiasco at Baltigo. So they had made preparations for Devil Fruit users. Aramaki can certainly handle Shiki without the fruit. Right. Well, he better. Other agents can help him, but I need to focus on this man. The only problem was the non-Devil Fruit user in front of Kong, someone that they hadn't prepared anywhere near enough for. I can still fight him. I am much stronger than back then. Someone like Zebek won't be able to just ignore me again. Blank. Pav narration, blank. Immediately, Kong growled, and Francisco noticed the determination emanating from his beastly blue eyes. It was only a matter of seconds before the next blow was thrown. Kong this time calmed himself down, cooling his mind and kicking towards the legendary swordsman. A white flying slash came barreling towards the swordsman, splitting the ground in front of it. Francisco simply smiled, meeting the slash with one of his own. The tip of his blade touched the ground, and he let off a red flying slash that was just as big. The two met in the middle, and the shockwave of their meeting managed to blow away all of the dust that had risen up. All of the unconscious people on the ground were also sent flying in the distance, banging through a few buildings in the process and further collapsing the nearby infrastructure as the ring of the two legendary figures became a bit more well-defined. Kong looked around the wrecked part of the Holy Land, scowling slightly. Glad that they evacuated the celestial dragons to an undisclosed location not long after the Baltigo incident. Francisco also noticed that there weren't any celestial dragons, it was obvious due to how calm and collected Kong was acting. I guess it does make sense for them to be expecting an attack. Let's just hope they didn't bother moving the slaves as well. I don't get what you two are trying to achieve here. Not even coming here with a proper sword. But I'll make sure neither of you leaves this island alive. The commander-in-chief still was half the size of a regular giant, even in his hybrid form. His deep voice sent tremors through the ground. Kong instantly dug his leg into the ground and kicked up again. This time he didn't release a Rankyaku. Instead, his massive leg shot up hundreds of small rocks and debris towards Francisco. The swordsman jumped instantly, the rocks shooting through his previous position in the very next second, going much faster than bullets and banging into the ground with heavy tremors. Francisco was still forced to block some of the rocks with his blade, taking his hilt in the other hand and using it to bat away rocks as well. It's always annoying to use future sight against an enemy that also has future sight. A lot of the battle is done internally, but only annoying moves end up being used. Francisco couldn't help but complain internally as his hands trembled slightly while he batted away the blackened dirt projectiles. The swordsman wasn't about to just be passive in the fight though, it was his job to finish things quickly and assist Shiki, their mission was to find a hostage, not fight. He used one of the rocks as a foothold in midair and immediately appeared in front of the giant monster, blunt cutlass already raised, blackened and ready to cut. Kong was prepared for him, however. Just as Francisco prepared to swing, he opened his mouth and let off a powerful roar. Freezing blast. It was somewhat similar to what Kaido was using, just of a completely different nature. Francisco was currently suspended in the air, forced to watch a giant ray of cold air and frozen wind crash into him at blinding speeds. The swordsman was immediately flung backwards, ice patches settling on his body instantly. He was still undeterred though, even when he felt his back hit the red line in the distance, reaching the edge of the Holy Land. The cold breath froze everything in its path, all the way to the wall of the red line, which was completely frozen over, with Francisco crushed somewhere underneath all of the ice. Good thing he doesn't know all of my techniques yet. Still, he really does live up to his reputation. The giant white-furred monster looked down with a scowl, a red line spanning from one side of its chest to the other side of its lower abdomen. Even when being flung away, he managed to slash my chest at such blinding speeds. Kong wasn't deterred by such injuries either though, he simply took a deep breath and flexed his chest muscles, stopping the bleeding with pure pressure. The cut was not all that deep anyway, so Kong could just ignore it. Still, to think he can even cut me despite using such a shoddy blade. How much have his skills improved? The commander-in-chief didn't get much time to think, unfortunately. The frozen wall in front of him started cracking just as quickly as it was formed, and the ice was blown backwards like shrapnel from a grenade. Kong ignored it, his eyes fixated on his opponent, who was still looking uninjured. I guess it's going to take a lot more than that to take him down. Francisco himself looked towards Kong with narrowed eyes. That cut. So shallow. Maybe I should have listened to Shiki's advice and gotten a better blade after all. At this point, a battle between me and Kong will take days to finish up. I just hope he can find the hostages quickly so we can get the hell out of here. The stalemate between the two legendary figures was bound to continue. On the other side of the island, Shiki was flying everywhere and trying to find any sign of either celestial dragons. He was hoping to be able to put some of them in coffins before rescuing the slaves. Alas, fate had other plans by the looks of it, and the Golden Lion was disappointedly forced to only focus on finding the slaves. And just as his observation Haki spotted an entire warehouse filled with different auras, a gigantic tree sprouted out of the ground and blocked his path. Spiked branches immediately extended themselves towards him and forced him to pull back and slash at the tree. 4 golden flying slashes cut into the tree with ease, collapsing it on the nearby buildings and making Shiki curse a bit, as he realized that if he got too close to his rescue targets then he'd also get them implicated in the fight. Golden Lion Shiki. A relic from an old era. Well, your legend ends here, today. Aramaki stood in front of the Golden Lion, hopping in the air as his turned into branches and extended towards the pirate. Phew. Marines and their stupid posturing. Shiki swung one of his bladed legs, cutting into the branches and aiming to split the fleet admiral in half. Aramaki wasn't exactly a pushover though, the slash stopped halfway through, and the branches continued heading towards Shiki, this time from 4 sides. The Golden Lion scowled as he flew through them and dodged each branch with ease. More and more rose from Aramaki's extended arms and eventually forced Shiki to swing his blades madly, creating a deadly circle of flying blades and severing all of the nearby branches. Aramaki also scowled a bit, as all of the severed branches continued moving, turning into spikes and rushing towards the legendary pirate. Tisk. Annoying Logia fruits and their stupid control. You're just some lucky brat. Don't get cocky on me now. Shiki batted away most of the spikes, dodging the rest and ending up in a stalemate of sorts for a few seconds. HMPH. For a legendary pirate, you aren't all that much. Aramaki commented as he crossed his arms, raising a few tree branches from the ground and standing on them, looking the flying lion in the eye. I bet I'm making Sir Sakazuki proud. I must live up to his standards at the very least. With my victory over this man, the Marines will rise once more. Aramaki was hopeful. He wanted a chance to prove himself and strengthen the Marines. He had never wanted for the Baltigo incident to happen, he had never been in the know. He also would never have agreed with it. He had madly respected Akainu ever since he was a recruit. How could he ever wish for his death? Still, his excitement at the prospect of proving himself to his predecessors made him blind to one thing. He was currently not facing a figure known for swordsmanship or brute strength. He now had a slight advantage. But things were about to change. Some veins bulged in Shiki's forehead as he looked at the Greenhorn Fleet Admiral in front of him. No mastery over conquerors, his hockey isn't anything special either. Who the hell does he think he is? Immediately, Shaki went over to one of the red line walls nearby, his anger boiling as he cooked something up. I can't just float out the entire red line. But I can certainly do something similar. Standing at the base of the wall, Shaki drew all of his swords and let out a huge flying slash, cutting out a large piece of the red line diagonally with a very clean cut. The red rock immediately started slipping towards the Holy Land, and Aramaki was shocked. He rushed to catch it, only for Shaki to hold out his hand and touch it. Aramaki watched with horror as he looked at the large rock, half as big as the Holy Land itself, float up to the sky. Shaki then clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking as he did so, and the almost triangle-shaped rock mountain turned into a large floating sphere. Let's see how chatty you are now, you little shit. The golden lion roared in laughter as his two swords floated by his side and started spinning in the air. Aramaki could only gulp at that point. Single quote. I hope backup comes soon. Chapter 158. Reports and Jammer. Blank. Pav narration underscore, blank. Dragon sat at his desk, looking through the old reports he had received and catching up with all matters that required his attention. The work of the leader of the Revolutionary Army was truly never-ending. Garp was also sitting on a couch nearby, eating rice crackers with Enel, who was happily telling him some random story that the revolutionary leader wasn't quite listening to. Enel didn't seem to be including him much in the conversation either, likely aware that Dragon was busy currently. To him, it just felt like he was in the room with two random old men that were telling each other old wives' tales constantly and laughing at whatever dumb exploits they may have had during their training lives. Enel was surprisingly wise for his age from what Dragon could tell. Alas, it wasn't like Enel was truly young in the first place, having around 38 years on his back. It seemed he was even older than that, at least judging by what Gon Fall had told Dragon. They didn't get into many details on the Emperor's backstory though, but Dragon did know that Enel had once been a tyrant for one reason or another, then essentially got possessed by the spirit of a dying archaeologist through the power of some strange fate-defying devil fruit. Dragon didn't really buy it, but he didn't really care to ask the Emperor and verify it. He knew who Enel was currently, and he knew that he was technically their de facto leader at that point. More people looked up to Enel than to Dragon, and he was basically the glue that held Akainu and the rest together with the revolutionaries. Garp was also a huge factor for the Marines, but then again, Garp was only there because of Enel. Although Dragon was the leader of the revolutionaries, to him it felt more like he was the leader of one of the groups currently working together with or under Enel. The Emperor never gave them orders to do anything, but he did come up with a plan of action against the world government, and all of them did listen to him. Gon Fall was still a bit reluctant to put the Sky people in danger by facing off against the world government directly. But he knew that simply being related to Enel would warrant the destruction of the Sky Islands, so he was better off fully supporting the one-armed emperor. Enel was also an extremely hands-on leader. He liked to do most things by himself. To Dragon, it felt as if he wasn't properly placing enough trust in the people around him. At least it did so until he sent Francisco and Shaki alone to raid the Holy Land. A choice that he was still a bit skeptical about. Alas, it wasn't his choice to make. Still, that made Dragon argue that delegating tasks to everyone would be more beneficial for them in the end. In the end, the revolutionary decided to entrust the mission of contacting the Neo-Marines to Kizaru, who was also more than capable enough to do it. Enel was a bit reluctant to accept that, but in the end, he couldn't quite argue with the fact that doing everything by himself was not something a good leader would do. There was also something else. Dragon really wanted Enel to continue with his training, and grow stronger. Especially so after reading the reports from Lurthi and Robin about their findings. The Great Empire. It was strange for Dragon to hear it. But it suddenly felt as if he could finally understand a few more things about the world now that he knew about it. Joyboy and Nika are one and the same, huh? Dragon had already heard of Joyboy before. At least he had heard tales from one of Galdi, Roger's old crewmates. He obviously didn't know the full story, nor did he have any clue about the prophecy. But he did know that the members of Roger's crew were for some reason looking for said Joyboy. Now it at least made sense. As for the other two kings of the empire, the King of Hearth was really just a big question mark still, even with all of the information compiled. It was rather clear who Rajan was at least. A man that could control lightning and thunder, and was also coincidentally from the Sky Islands. It was rather obvious at the end of the day. Enel had a fruit related to the god of thunder, Rajan. That was why Dragon wanted Enel to focus on his training. He wanted that power to develop, as he realized how important it was going to be in their war against the world government. He also finally managed to find out more about Uranus, the ancient weapons, thanks to Robin and Lurthi. The eyes of God. If my guess is right, then they should be held by the one that stands atop the throne of this world. It was a rather scary image, but at least they could now somewhat come to understand the threat they were facing even more. But that made the decision to send only Francisco and Shiki to the Holy Land even more jarring to Dragon. I just hope he doesn't get involved in whatever plans Enel has with this two-man raid he just ordered. Back at the Holy Land, the fight was still raging on, Francisco and Kong both struggling to get an edge over the other during their battle. Kong was extremely cautious in that fight, controlled and always protecting himself, while Francisco was swinging his chipped blade in a frenzy. The legendary swordsman had managed to put quite a few cuts on the commander-in-chief, but he also received plenty of bruises and cold burns on his skin for the trouble. Kong's fruit not only gave him overwhelming strength and endurance, but it also gave him an aura cold enough to even penetrate Francisco's armament, which was annoying, to say the least. The two of them were bound to be stuck in a stalemate for a while, and Francisco just hoped that Shiki would stop fucking around and just complete his objective, that way they could just flee. But when looking to the side of the Holy Land, it was clear that Shiki was planning on fully fighting the Greenhorn Fleet Admiral. Of course. I bet that Greenhorn just said something slightly annoying and Shiki decided to just fight him to the death. Still, the Marines and Kong are clearly dragging this fight out for some reason. Francisco was well and truly confused, unsure what Kong was even protecting in the Holy Land if the celestial dragons had been moved elsewhere. But Shiki was having none of these thoughts, his mind simply concentrated on the fleet admiral below him, as his blades rushed and sliced at his wooden body at insane speeds. Aramaki dodged as much as he could, but his body was already filled with scratches. And the situation was only getting worse for him, as the huge earth sphere moved to stand directly above him and Shiki. The golden lion reached up and touched the earth sphere with one of his arms, as his floating blades kept the fleet admiral busy. The second Shiki's palm came into contact with the sphere, the size that was turned towards the ground turned completely black, gaining a metallic sheen. Aramaki finally sighed as Shiki's blades finally gave him a second of rest, returning to the golden lion's belt, forcing the fleet admiral's eyes to wander upward. His eyes then proceed to widen upon realizing what was about to occur. Shiki simply gave Aramaki a sadistic smile, as the earth shifted once more, turning into a gigantic lion's head. Shishi Adoshi. Kami no Shuan, Lion's Majesty, Divine Termination. The lion opened its maw, looking as if it was roaring with rage, and then from every corner of its mouth, hundreds upon hundreds of gigantic spikes rushed towards the ground below. The earth trembled and cracked, shockwaves spread everywhere as the ground was pierced, and that entire part of the red line started breaking apart. With one attack, Shiki reminded the world exactly why he was the Golden Lion. Aramaki tried to dodge, but the spikes only grew more and more, separating and chasing him at will until the ground was covered completely, and the sphere above them was only left with half its initial size. The fleet admiral received more and more cuts, as he was eventually overwhelmed and buried somewhere in the middle of the spikes, pierced in multiple places and grievously injured, but still alive. Shiki scoffed as he felt that Aramaki had survived. Marines are always so annoyingly durable. Shiki scoffed as he raised his hand once more, preparing the perfect burial for the fleet admiral. It was exactly at that moment that Shiki felt a red light wash over him, and he immediately felt as if he had lost control of himself. In an instant, the fabled golden lion started falling out of the sky and completely lost control of the gigantic lion head that he had been using to skewer the ground with. The lion head remained suspended in the air, the spikes from before now acting as a support pillar. What the hell was that? Shiki landed on his feet, looking off to the side to see dozens of masked men and women wearing white suits. Shit. Government agents. Huh. I should have just ignored that stupid greenhorn. They seemed to be holding a transponder snail and reporting on the situation live. Shiki also noticed that the snail's eyes were looking quite strange. It only clicked with him after a few seconds though, that they seemed to be the same as the eye that had hovered over Baltigo. He had expected to see them, so he had tried to look into them as much as he could. Unfortunately, he couldn't find much. The golden lion immediately realized that he was likely caught in whatever the government had prepared for Enel in case of an attack. At that moment, the pillar of spikes also started cracking, and a gigantic tree started growing out of it. The tree was both holding the lion head suspended in the air, and allowing Aramaki to walk out, holding onto his bleeding torso with a grave expression. Shiki's scowl deepened as he realized that the fleet admiral wasn't affected by whatever was making him unable to use his devil fruit. The Golden Lion, huh? Not much without your devil fruit though. The agents all decided to come closer to the legendary pirate, all with their weapons already drawn and prepared to kill Shiki at a moment's notice. The agents were well and truly excited at the prospect of killing one of the legendary pirates that had lived in Roger's era, but they were more excited to finally see their leader's ability in action. The Eyes of God had many utilizations. And one of them was specifically made to counteract devil fruit users, specifically made to fight the users of a few specific fruits. It, however, could affect all fruits. And Shiki was no exception to that. Shiki was surprisingly silent, deciding to calm down and ignore the agent's taunt. Whatever that was, it's not Seastone. I don't feel weakened in any way, and my hockey is also unaffected. But I am unable to use my devil fruit in any way, at least not right now. The Golden Lion immediately gripped his blades, looking at the enemies that surrounded him with an eerie calm. He immediately blocked two claws coming from behind him without even turning towards them, his blade slashing through the agent in one swift motion. Blood was spilled as the agents were reminded that the Golden Lion was still highly dangerous even without a devil fruit. Shiki's swordplay was akin to a dance, turning gracefully on his bladed feet. He even raised up one of his legs and blocked two bullets with the blackened blades that he used as crutches. Tisk. Make sure to put a bullet in him. One of the agents said, as Shiki also realized that they were trying to shoot him with a Seastone bullet. Although he was dodging and blocking many hits, while also slashing and injuring many of the people that came close to him, the Golden Lion still received a few slashes, especially a deep one across his chest. It's been a while since I've been pressed like this. The Golden Lion pondered as his body turned slightly. Aramaki also seemed to still be in fighting condition, despite bleeding from various places and looking a lot worse for wear than before. So Shiki was severely disadvantaged. Bullets, wooden spears and tendrils, and flying slashes surrounded him completely, coming from all sides as the Golden Lion gained a strange moment of clarity. With a loud exhale, his blade slashed forward all around him, a gigantic flying slash cleaving through all of the attacks that were coming his way and giving him a moment to breathe. The Golden Lion could only smile as his senile mind gained an unnatural clarity. A spark appeared in his eyes as they narrowed dangerously, giving all of the people present chills as a golden aura seemed to expand. Everywhere from the legendary pirate. The Golden Lion felt as if he had returned to his youth when he used to struggle and constantly fight against enemies stronger than him. When he refused to bow his head to anyone. I'll show these puppets how bright the golden era of piracy used to shine. Shiki turned and blocked a clawed hand with one of his blades, sparks rising as an awakened zone user approached him in a frenzy. The Golden Lion was able to easily predict and dodge his moves, eventually ending the agent with an upward kick, which sliced him in half. Shiki immediately turned around and eyed the one enemy that had made no moves to attack him. The one that held the snail. And the Golden Lion also noticed something else. The snail had never broken line of sight with him. I see. This may be a long shot, but it's certainly worth a try. Shiki immediately directed his blade for the ground, releasing a slash that raised up enough dust to cover the entire battlefield. It was far too fast for any of the agents to stop Shiki. Shit. Blow the dust away. The agents immediately panicked, and one of them immediately blew the dust away with a flying slash of his own. But the Golden Lion was no longer there. All of the people present immediately froze, and the one holding the snail immediately directed it upwards. But there was no one in their line of sight. The gigantic lion head now started moving again, alerting them as it visibly shifted and rocks started falling towards them. This immediately helped the agents come to a conclusion. He's hiding behind it. One of them immediately said as they all started slashing their swords at the gigantic piece of rock, hoping to cut it apart and destroy any cover that the Golden Lion might use. Nice try, you little shits. A boisterous voice interrupted all of them though, and they all turned around to see the one that had been holding the snail be skewered by an earthen spike coming from the ground, and the snail itself smashed at Shiki's feet. The next few moments of the fight happened far too quickly for the agents to even register their fear. Immediately, the ground around them started moving, and everyone finally understood what had happened. Shiki had used the fact that he had segmented the ground to his advantage. The second line of sight was broken. He touched one of the nearby spikes and took control of the Golden Lion's head again. And then he touched as much of the ground as he could, and hid in it, suppressing his aura and rearing his head only to get rid of the most annoying obstacle in the fight. The agents were shocked at having been outsmarted by a senile old man. But their shock didn't mean they were getting any break. They were all instantly smashed by a tornado of flying debris, and all of them started being flung everywhere and gathered in one ball of earth. Shiki smiled once more, as he looked up at the sphere, the heads and limbs of agents sticking out of it. Shishi Adoshi. Shimaki, Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. The large earthen lion immediately turned its head to the new sphere and opened its maw, swallowing it in one bite and crushing the agents even further as the golden lion simply laughed out loud. That was the power of his devil fruit, the power he had trained and fostered. It gave him complete control over the battlefield, and it was the reason why both Sengoku and Garp were needed to bring him down when he attacked Marineford in the past. Shiki smiled as he realized that the only enemy still standing was the fleet admiral from earlier. And standing was a rather large word, as Aramaki was currently struggling to get up from the ground. Tisk. You're not even worth killing. Shiki didn't waste any more time on the fleet admiral though, immediately heading for the slaves instead. We're in the home stretch now. Chapter 159. Monstrous Face-Off and Finisher. Blank. POV narration underscore, blank. Francisco's fight with Kong was also interrupted by a group similar to the one that tried to stop Shiki. Alas, Francisco didn't really have a devil fruit for them to turn off and weaken, so the agents were forced to take the role of support. Even then, they were susceptible to any stray flying slash that Francisco sometimes sent their way while clashing with the giant commander-in-chief. The only agents still standing were a few of the stronger ones, including Kaku and Rob Lucci, who got by with a bit of luck mainly. The two had only recently been promoted and were still not strong enough to do meaningful damage to someone of Francisco's caliber, but they still tried. Francisco was able just to ignore their attacks, letting them slide off his armament-clad body as he concentrated on Kong fully. The frozen white-furred giant had already turned that part of the Holy Land into a frozen hellscape, and Francisco could feel the cold affecting him slightly more with every minute that passed. The agents on the side weren't strong enough to damage the legendary swordsman, but that didn't stop them from trying and approaching him. They were usually killed rather quickly or were forced to retreat with a missing arm or deep cuts. However, none of the agents was getting discouraged, as they were still managing to distract the legendary swordsman effectively, allowing Kong to even land a good hit. To the agents, killing Francisco was a necessity, so they were more than glad to give their lives away to create a mere distraction. The hit that Kong had landed managed to cannonball Francisco back into the frozen red line behind him, cracking and fragmenting it with great force and collapsing it instantly. Francisco still got up, spitting some blood as he took a look at his cracked blade with a scowl. It was close to snapping, and it likely wouldn't be able to take any other hit, or even redirect any other hit before it completely broke like glass. Francisco's endurance had always been his weak point. The one thing that differentiated him from his former captain, he didn't have the thick skin that Kaido had, nor did he have the iron muscles and bones of Kong. Zebek had endurance in spades, and his punches could easily snap mountains in half. He would have been a much better match for Kong. Alas, Zebek was no more, and Francisco knew that well. Normally, he would have been able to rely on his blade to damage stronger enemies. He was once the wielder of one of the 12 supreme grade blades, but he had lost his blade at God Valley, so now he was delegated to using something subpar. He was only able to cut Kong thanks to his haki, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to even put a scratch on the commander-in-chief. He could have gotten a slightly better sword, maybe he could have even picked up a blade from one of the nearby fallen agents or marines. But a regular blade was not going to cut it regardless. To fight someone like Kong, only a Mato, named Blade, would be useful. Only the higher grade ones would have actually made a large difference in the fight. That was why Francisco simply didn't think that it was worth looking for a new average blade, as it would have snapped regardless. The first mate also relied on his armament for protection, and it was strong, but the defense had never been his forte in the first place. After Francisco dashed back at the frost giant, he was quickly intercepted again. Now forced to only dodge around Kong's hits as he did his best to put as many cuts into the giant's body as possible. Rob Lucci to the side sent yet another torrent of flying slashes towards Francisco. The injured swordsman simply scoffed when sensing the attacks heading his way, only turning around and slashing his blade in the air towards Lucci, sending a gigantic flying slash his way with little effort. Lucci was taken aback instantly, his world slowed down as a gigantic flying slash cut into the ground with ease and obliterated his attacks instantly. The flying slash didn't stop, and the human-leopard hybrid was forced to roll to the side, right in the nick of time, but his tail was still severed in the process. These ants may not be able to harm me, but they sure are annoying. Francisco then turned and jumped over Kong's fist, stepping on it and dashing backwards, as he watched Kong slap his own hand in anger, trying to catch his afterimage. The commander-in-chief was obviously doing his best to use the distractions that the agents were creating, but it seemed that he was losing out when it came to the speed department. To be more specific, Francisco could move faster than the agents around them could perceive, and not even observation hockey could help them get close to him. Kong was the only one able to keep up slightly, using his body and armament hockey to tank as much as he could, and using any opening to score a hit or at least try to. His body at this point was also filled with shallow cuts from head to toe, many aiming at both his ankles and the back side of his knee. It was clear that Francisco was trying to force him to kneel, to limit his movement and speed even further. Kong was actually relatively sure he would have already lost the fight already if Francisco managed to get his hands on Amato in time. If only Sengoku or Sakazuki were still here. Any one of the old admirals would have been great to have, now that I think about it. Kong well and truly felt bad about losing so many comrades at once in Baltigo. But it was in a moment like this that he was truly reminded how important they were for the world government. It was the same for Suru and Z, who both would have been a great help against Francisco. Gion and Tokikake, two potential admirals, also left with the Neo Marines. Gion left because she considered Suru to be family. And Tokikake left because he was still madly in love with Gion, and he was painfully persistent, despite being rejected 100 times. Kong knew all of them personally, and that was also why he didn't want to try and stop them from departing. That was why he was now alone, facing off against an enemy that would normally require the attention of the entire Marine force. The five elders were also unwilling to help them defend against any threat, as they were the bodyguards of IM specifically. They had actually moved relatively close to the Holy Land, somewhere on the Red Line. IM had already prepared for a devil fruit user attacking, most likely preparing for the newly risen emperor to make a move after baiting him in. But instead, they got one monster that looked much younger than he had any right to, in a washed-up pirate legend that had already attacked Marineford by himself in the past. Kong wondered whether he'd get to see the Elder in action for once. He assumed they had already started heading back to the Holy Land. But it seemed unlikely that they would arrive in time, especially when he looked to the side to see Shiki still using his devil fruit and chomping a few agents with a giant lion made out of tough red line rock. I guess Aramaki failed in the end. I can't really blame him. Shiki is a formidable opponent to fight on land. Kong wasn't stupid. He now realized that Shiki and Francisco were after the slaves they were still holding in the Holy Land. They hadn't bothered moving the slaves along with the celestial dragons. After all, it would have been a waste of effort and resources to build temporary housing for them as well. Some celestial dragons had protested, but the elders made their stance clear in refusing them. They were no longer in an era where they could carelessly fulfill every single childish whim that the spoiled celestial dragons could have. The white-furred giant received yet another cut to one of his arms as he looked at Francisco with a frustrated gaze. He was then forced to block another flying slash, this time aimed at his eyes. Kong felt blood splash in his arm as the flying slash managed to penetrate his skin and cut a bit into his palm. Francisco simply scoffed when seeing the little damage his attack had dealt, and then he was forced to jump back once more, as Kong kicked up the ground towards him. Dozens of frozen rocks ripped through the air, and Francisco's blade cut through all of the ones getting too close for comfort. The rocks brought with them a cold air that once again allowed patches of ice to grow onto the swordman's body. Francisco simply flexed his muscles and moved his body at blinding speeds, running right through the rock barrage and slashing at one of the giant's ankles once more. Kong scowled as he heavily stepped on the ground, his force shaking that part of the red line and causing all of the mountain-like walls that surrounded the Holy Land to crack and collapse. Francisco was also flung backwards by the shockwave, alongside anyone that had been trying to assist Kong. The legendary swordsman couldn't help but clutch at his wounds, rubbing the ice off his body as he prepared to head for Kong once more. Kong himself was tired, he could only hope that Shiki would take a bit longer to return. The ice giant looked at Kaku, Lucci and the other agents in the distance. At least we still have some promising talents on our side as well. But they aren't much help right now. In the future they'll grow to be the backbone of the world government. I need to make sure to at least protect them. Oi, all of you, run and meet up with the elders. Kong quickly shouted an order at them, hoping to at least be able to protect them in that way. What happened next felt more like a blur to the commander-in-chief. He watched the young agents, all be shredded to pieces, as the ground underneath them rose up and turned into a meat grinder. Kong watched a few limbs flying upwards from that dust cloud. The dust settled after a few seconds, and it revealed all of the agents' mutilated bodies impaled on dirt spikes. Shiki was hovering above them, with a sadistic smile stretched on his lips as his golden locks flowed in the wind. A large patch of earth was hovering off in the distance, flying slightly away from the Holy Land. The slaves had been rescued. It was at that point that Kong snapped, his deep blue eyes turning bloodshot in rage. He realized that he was likely the only one alive on the island besides the intruders. He didn't know of Aramaki's state, but he didn't see Shiki as one to spare him. And with an enraged roar, the ice giant completely stopped holding back, forgetting any notion of doing so. In an instant, a cold aura spread out throughout the entire Holy Land, freezing over the ground as Kong grew back to his full size. Francisco looked on with narrowed eyes, his blade already sending a flying slash towards the giant's form. Kong simply kicked the ground in front of him, raising a large glacier to block it in its entirety. Shiki in the distance also narrowed his eyes, as his hair and skin started being frozen by the low temperatures. The golden lion quickly flew towards Francisco, bearing through the cold blizzard as he made his way towards his comrade. It was at that point that Kong crouched down, grabbing a large chunk of earth and ice, crushing it in his palms and slinging it in the path of the golden lion. Shiki was forced to dodge around. One of his bladed legs was hit once, but it only flung him in the distance and forced him to block the other pieces of rock in a mad frenzy of slashes. Francisco had thankfully also headed his way, jumping towards him the second he saw him, using some of the flying debris as a foothold in midair as he jumped right in front of the golden lion. Shiki then grabbed Francisco and flew closer to the ground, taking cover behind a few raised rocks as the enraged Kong continued to break the island apart, slinging shrapnel all around him, hoping to hit either of the pirates he was now facing. Found the target. That was the first thing Francisco asked as he sat down with his back resting against the large rock behind him. Yep. Found the former warlord. He's resting with the rest of the slaves. Didn't seem too responsive though. Shiki nodded, also sitting down and resting for a bit. That's fine. As long as he's alive then we should be good. Bonnie can likely cure him from whatever has happened to him. Francisco thought to himself as he shook his head. Still, this Kong guy sure is annoying. Shiki gasped a bit as he spoke, reaching down and readjusting his bladed leg, as the harness holding his prosthetic in place had slipped slightly. Imaging having to fight him the entire time. With what is essentially a stick. Francisco also sounded quite frustrated. He had taken plenty of hits, but it was nothing all that serious in the end. A lot more than 1 or 2 wounds would be necessary to take someone like him down. Doesn't sound fun in any way. We should probably get going. Shiki then slowly got up, as shrapnel flew right near them, the shockwave of it hitting the ground and blowing the golden lion's hair upward. Shiki was about to scoff and rub his beard, but then he noticed that his hair was still standing up, having frozen in place because of the chilling aura spread out throughout the Holy Land. It's unlikely that he'll let us leave the island. He'll definitely shoot us down if we attempt to flee. Francisco slowly stood up as well, his eyelashes and eyebrows both frozen at that point. The glistening ice shined quite a bit, making his eyes stand out quite a bit. We can always cut down his projectiles. Though I think he started using hockey on the rocks as well. Shiki looked at the enraged ice giant with a scowl, not quite enthusiastic to face him. Oh, he certainly is. Otherwise, they wouldn't be much of a danger to us. The speed of the projectiles also exceeds his own speed. Fighting him from a distance might actually be more dangerous than otherwise. Francisco gripped his cracked cutlass with a determined expression. So, what you're saying is that trying to flee the island will actually be harder than just taking him down in the first place. Shiki shook his head, doing his best to manipulate his hair to settle back down. Essentially. Together we should be able to make quick work of him though. Remember that combination attack that I used to do with Zebek? Francisco smiled confidently as he watched the rocks in the distance decimate more and more of the ground surrounding the Holy Land. Kong had essentially attacked almost all hiding spots nearby, leaving only a few that were likely going to be hit next. Francisco knew that their time to rest would end soon, so he was quick to make up a strategy. Shiki was also aware of that, so he simply nodded when hearing about the combination attack. We better get moving then. The faster we finish this overgrown monkey, the faster I get to relax on a beach chair. Shiki immediately grabbed Francisco and flew upwards. The place they had been was swiftly crushed by rocks and debris. Shiki's speed was good. Even with him holding onto Francisco, the two of them were able to dodge projectiles with ease as they got closer to the ice giant. Kong saw them coming already, swinging his arm and creating a great shockwave that aimed to keep them at bay. Shaki resisted it, holding onto Francisco as the latter swung his blade and sent a flying slash at the giant's arm, which was promptly ignored, only leaving a thin scratch. Eventually, the two pirates stood close enough to the giant, still slightly out of reach for him, but close enough for their combined attack to land. It's been a while since we've done something like this. Francisco pointed his blade at the ground, turning it completely red as lighting seemed to ripple from it. Indeed, it's been a long time coming. Shaki mimicked his friend, pointing both of his blades towards the ground, both of them turning blue as purple and golden lightning danced across them. Kong noticed that they were preparing something, and he immediately raised his gigantic leg to blow them away with a stomp, but he then felt the ground underneath him rise to hold him in place. Instead of waiting a few seconds for the ground to break and let go of his leg, he immediately raised his arm and prepared to smash the ground with force, only for a gigantic lion head to crash into him from the side, forcing him to stagger slightly. Nice distraction, Shaki. Francisco smiled as the two of them proceeded to pool all of their wills into one strike. The air around them roared as their oars rose and intertwined, gold and red, light dancing towards the sky. With one motion, the two of them moved in tandem, swinging their intertwined blades upward and releasing a devastating attack in an instant. Hawkeye. Supreme Seas, conquest of the seas, their shouts spelt disaster, as Kong looked at the wave of force traveling towards him with fear in his eyes. The wave of force was a mix of red and gold, rushing towards the ice giant at speeds too fast to defend against, and at a range too large to dodge for the frost giant. Shaki and Francisco both laughed loudly as their oars continued to whirl wildly. Kong punched towards the wave of power with a grave expression, his white conqueror's haki and frosted fist clashing against the combined might of the two legendary pirates. The clash only lasted for a few seconds, as the two pirates watched Kong get lifted off the ground and blasted away with amused expressions. The wave of power created a gigantic hole in the middle of the red line, spanning as far as the eye could see. Kong had been blown away right till the end of it, his fate unknown. Francisco then looked at his cutlass, which was disintegrated at that point, with only a small piece of it left, with even the hilt crumbling. Gee-ha-he-ha-he-ha-he. Gee-ha-ha-ha-ha. The two old men laughed for a bit, and Francisco simply threw the crumbling hilt away. The two of them didn't stay on the island for long after that, quickly fleeing and taking all of the slaves with them. 5 figures descended on the frozen battlefield a few moments after Shaki and Francisco departed. The 5 old men looked around and studied their surroundings with curiosity, before piecing together what had happened. Well, shit. Chapter 160. Aftermath, Talent and Arrival. Blank. POV narration underscore, blank. The elders looked around the wreckage that was the Holy Land for a while, all of them studying the battlefield with varying expressions. Any survivors? A bald elder wearing a white yukata asked as he gripped his blade. His associates called him Saint Ogata, and his round glasses shined as he studied the frozen hellscape. Before him, another one of the elders closed his eyes and breathed out some steam as he stood completely still. He had a scar on the left side of his face, a thick grayed beard, wearing a black tuxedo, a hat over his gray dreadlocks, and was supporting himself on a walking cane. The old man was called Saint Noda, one of the most influential celestial dragons alive. He stood still for only a few seconds, before opening his eyes in a lazy manner and narrowing them. Someone's alive on this island. Currently frozen solid, but alive. His aged voice came out emotionlessly, as he reported to his associates. Good, at least someone survived. Kong should also be alive, at least that's what the agents that found him claimed. But he'll have a lot of recovery to do before actually being useful again. This time, the elder that spoke was a tall and thin-bearded old man with long white hair without eyebrows. He wore a dark blue suit, formal, to match his status. He was called Saint Sonobe, the younger brother of Noda and also part of the council. This was a complete loss after all. The slaves got freed as well. The youngest one amongst them, Saint Masutani, spoke out, as his cold blue eyes drifted towards the parts of the red line that were missing. Parts that Shaki had lifted up and carried the slaves away on. He also glanced at the wrecked statue of a lion head that had been thrown to the side. The young elder's blonde hair and beard shined in the snowy environment. A scar could be seen, stretching across his chest. He, like most of his associates, wore a suit, this time dark red, with the shirt buttons open, and without a tie. No, it can't really be completely counted as a loss. Now we at least know that the forces we are facing are a lot more dangerous than expected. Shaki, a young Francisco D. Guzmum, Likely colluding with that devil fruit user. The last elder to arrive spoke out. His body seemed to be relaxed, although his eyes spoke of unshaken determination. He was a bald old man with a few scars on his forehead and face, as well as a large white mustache. He was wearing a dark green buttoned-up suit. His name was Saint Hirano, the shortest of the elders, and also the slowest. It seems that the Sky King wasn't the one to attack the island. We don't even know if these were his associates or not. What if Francisco parted ways with him eventually? All of that preparation for nothing. Saint Ogata scowled a bit as he gripped his blade a bit tighter. It can't be helped. Both Francisco and Shiki are most likely colluding with the Sky King though, even if they aren't his subordinates. Enel likely knew we had something prepared for him anyway. Lord Im said that Shiki was somehow able to figure out one aspect of Uranus. This doesn't mean anything though. No tricks will ever save them when facing our Lord. Saint Noda simply shook his head in disappointment. It wasn't a great situation for them, but it could have been a lot worse. At the very least, the rest of the world had no way of knowing what had happened, and their enemies didn't seem to have gained a lot either, well, besides the slaves they reduced. We should have been here as well. At the very least, we would have been able to stop the two pirates from taking anyone with them. Saint Ogata shook his head, taking off his foggy glasses and slowly blinking a few times. It can't be helped. We are to protect our Lord. The Holy Land itself was of little importance. We only came here because he commanded us to after the transponder snail was destroyed. Kong was likely expecting us to come much sooner. Saint Noda didn't seem to be all that bothered by the state of the Holy Land. They hadn't lost anyone truly important. Regardless, I doubt it. The commander-in-chief should know our duties. The throne was thankfully moved in advance. Lord Im cares more about protecting it than anything else at the end of the day. Alas, if our Lord was here, then maybe things wouldn't have gone as badly. Saint Masutani, the youngest, seemed a bit displeased to see his former home destroyed. He believed that such an attack would have never been pulled off had Im been there in person, along with them, of course. Don't ever question our Lord's decisions, Masutani. You'd be surprised to learn just how many things he has predicted. This is nothing more than a slight distraction, nothing to be too concerned about. Noda was quick to warn his associate when he saw his thoughts go astray. The elders were to never once question Im, that much was the law at that point. Im was not someone that they could ever afford to disrespect. Im was the true leader of the world, at least in the eyes of the elders. Any disrespect directed toward Im was akin to heresy for the 5 elders. Hell, the other 4 elders would have killed Masutani for even attempting to doubt Im in any other circumstance, but they truly weren't in a situation where they could spare any men. Masutani himself simply looked to the side, hiding his face as his scowl deepened. Indeed, what if someone else had attacked the place the other celestial dragons were transported to? Who would have protected them? Ogata spoke as his bald head shined, as a ray of light appeared on the horizon, the clouds dying down as the blizzard also dispersed. It was kept secret for a reason, but I guess it being careful doesn't hurt. At least not usually. Masutani seemed to still have a few things to say, gaining a few odd looks from the other elders around him. As my older brother said, it can't be helped. If the celestial dragons were here, they would have all died. It's better this way, and I'll advise you to just drop it. No use in dwelling on what could have been anyway. Sonobe was the one to close the subject in its entirety. Not willing to hear anything further from their youngest member. Masutani still has a lot of growth left to do. I just hope we have enough time left for him to grow. Noda looked at the youngest elder with the same cold eyes from earlier, before finally opening his mouth again and speaking out. The war that our Lord had prophesied is creeping closer. We must make sure that we are ready for it. The elders all seemed to ponder on these words for a while before one of them finally spoke out with confidence. We have been preparing for many centuries. The question is if our enemy is truly prepared for us. Saint Ogata looked more resolute than ever, his eyes narrowing slightly as he wiped his round glasses and put them back on. The other elders seemed to agree with him. They had been preparing for war. They had tried to postpone it, or avoid it, but they all knew that it was coming. Their Lord had said so, and their Lord was never wrong. The new Holy Land, the location where the celestial dragons had been transported, was where they would set the stage for said war. Shiki's sudden attack was too fast for them to be able to deploy any of their secret weapons, especially since they had just moved all of them to the new Holy Land, but such a mistake wouldn't happen twice. They just used up their surprise attack card. I hope whatever they gained today was worth giving us this opportunity. Alas, the elders had no clue what they had truly lost. They didn't quite make the connection between Kuma and Bonnie yet, so they had no way of knowing that Enel had just gained a way to strengthen his army even further. Garp, Sengoku, Shiki and even Big Mom. All of them were people that could benefit from Bonnie's ability. There was also another major player that could be revitalized. A family man that already happened to owe Enel a huge favor. Alas, that would have to come later. Currently, Enel was indisposed, in the middle of a clash with Wiper. The tribal warrior was wearing a pair of loose pants, just like the Lighting Emperor. The two of them were locked into a stare-down as a storm seemed to be raging around them. Their wills clashed constantly, and Enel was honestly shocked by what he was experiencing. Now, it wasn't like Enel wasn't talented. It was quite the opposite. He had a rather large affinity for the will of the Conqueror. He had mastered Conqueror's Haki only for a few months, but he was still strong enough to face someone like Doflamingo, and even come out on top. He had used it in battle several times against increasingly powerful opponents, including the likes of Whitebeard and even that giant eye in Baltigo. However, he was now forced to watch as Wiper completely wiped the floor with him when it came to talent. Despite only having a few weeks, 2 months at most since he had awakened his Conqueror's Haki, he could already stand his ground and even match the Emperor's will. Their clashes became more and more violent, as Wiper's will became stronger and stronger, to the point where Enel couldn't afford to hold back in any way. Truth be told, the Emperor was a bit annoyed by the fact that Wiper could catch up to him so quickly, but it also provided him with more motivation to train harder. The island around them had already morphed itself to accommodate their constant clashes. The trees now faced away, and the grass constantly swayed in a different direction, even when the wind itself beckoned it to go a different way. The few animals in there had already long since fled the island, throwing themselves into the sea of clouds or migrating to other nearby islands if they could. One person did decide to help Wiper and Enel after seeing them clash constantly like that. That person was none other than Garp. He watched over the two of them and withstood their clashes constantly while making sure things didn't get too out of hand during their training. In his absence, he left the task of training the Sky Guards to the former Marines on the island. Akainu took it with stride, as he enjoyed having something to do for a change, while the others were a bit less enthusiastic. Kizaru was not willing to do it at all, as he was preparing to go on a rather lengthy trip to contact the Neo Marines. Aokiji was somewhat busy, trying to catch up on some reading, which was the excuse he had chosen due to his laziness. Fujitora didn't really know much of the marine techniques, as he had been a rather last-minute recruit, who hadn't been associated with the Marines for more than a week before the war at Baltigo. In the end, Akainu got mad at them, mostly at Kizaru and Aokiji, and decided he'd just train the Sky Guards on his own. The recruits instantly noticed when Garp left, and they were disappointed, but all of them became hopeful when Akainu started training them, only to realize that he was a rather bad teacher. Akainu was good as a drill sergeant though, the physical training with him was just as intense as it was with Garp. Thankfully, the one-armed Momonga was a much better teacher, with just as good a mastery of the Rokushiki. The other Marines that had escorted the Fuchsia villagers were also there to help the Sky Guards with their training, so all was good in the end. Time passed rather quickly for them, as their training continued. Bonnie also decided to rejoin the recruits in their training, hoping to get her mind off the dangerous mission that involved the rescue of her nephew. Then, one faithful day, she saw something on the horizon, a giant floating island slowly approaching their sky archipelago. And instantly, her heart rate rose, and her breathing became heavier in anticipation as she started running to call Enel. Please be okay. That was all she could think as she hoped to finally meet her nephew once more.